I haven't got on the clipboard in this computer. If you're joining us on the third string, because I think that goes auto live.
Yep. That appears to have gone
Yes, that is live. So if you're joining us on stream 3 right now, welcome. Welcome. We have some bad news to come. Some good news too.
Yes.
So if
Best
you're
we can
on
do.
stream 2, now is the time to go to stream 3. I'm going to go grab the link from here somewhere. Plus 3, part 3. Right. Let me just grab the link to put in the chat for people who are still on stream 2.
All change.
New stream. It's all change. Head over to stream number 2. Sorry, number 3. Because we're now broadcasting to that stream, and we're going to cancel. This stream will now end. Stream 2 will end. Stream 3, if you're watching part 3, will continue, and then we'll give new viewers the
news.
The news, yes, the news. The news is YouTube is a terrible platform and we're leaving it.
I mean, they've already demonetised us as well, apparently.
Yes, they demonetised part 2, which is possibly because we had an issue with YouTube. But it might also be some other
It could have been
false
swearing,
positive.
actually,
It could have been a
something
false
like that.
positive. Maybe it said a swear word. I don't know. Maybe.
No, as in the chat.
Maybe.
But anyway.
Might have sworn when YouTube went wrong on us.
Mm-hmm.
So what has happened? If you're new, you've just started watching Com+3 Part 3, or if you're watching this later, what has happened is, last week we tested everything and it all worked, a multi-camera stream. YouTube deprecated multi-camera functionality between last weekend and this weekend. It's gone.
And didn't tell us.
Well, we knew it was going, but we figured, well, we won't be
It's
able to
a
use it
week,
next
you know.
year, but we've got it this year at least. It's still working now. Only by the time of the convention, it wasn't working. So, what we did is instead of having one video with one lot of chat...
And two cameras.
3 cameras in the first part.
Yeah, 3 cameras.
3 cameras in the first part. We had to do 3 separate videos.
Mm-hmm.
Now, our live chat monitoring software... for very sensible reason, we don't specify the videos to monitor, because if you're in an emergency where you have to create a new stream, you just want it to detect that automatically.
Yeah.
So it just looks for any stream that's live and monitors the chat,
Mm-hmm.
which worked absolutely brilliantly until our quota ran out with API calls. So we have this system that monitors the YouTube chat, and by monitoring the chat, we can read the gladiators, put them into the arena. But it was monitoring 3 times as many streams and ran out of quota. So that killed Prizefighter. It can't run.
In layman's terms, we still have Prizefighter. It's not like all the software has stopped working or anything. It's just that we can't use it with YouTube to link your chat to it.
Yeah, for 7 days.
For 7 days, and then the quota resets itself. But we had a chat with each other and with the audience, and we have a plan.
Yes, our plan is we are going to keep broadcasting until midday, because that is what we set out to do yesterday at midday. It's still a non-stop 24-hour stream. We're just going to have to invent new ways to entertain you, which we're going to do on the fly, and it's all going to be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna complete our mission. The prizes we discussed them really, like we could have given it away like we did with Com+1 with the dice roller and stuff, but people really love prize fighter and they want to do some prize fighting. So here's our plan. We'd already decided that we were going to make the switch to Twitch for next year.
And then we really decided to do it when this happened.
So what we're going to do is we've never used Twitch properly before, don't really know a way around it. So, and also we haven't got a system yet where we can monitor Twitch in the same way we can YouTube. So we're going to write that next week. Okay, so we're going to write it,
Well, you
and
are.
I am, yeah.
Because I don't know anything about
Okay. I go back to work next week as well, so it's going to be evening coding. Hopefully I'll get it all done in the week. But Once we've got that done, working and tested, and understand just a little bit about Twitch, that I have some blanks at the moment. What we're going to do. Somebody's saying this is a long wait on the new chat.
as in a long wait to do Prize Fighter again.
Oh, I see. Right. What we're going to do, we will announce a date where what we'll do is we'll do some weekly games for a bit.
Games.
Yeah, mini Complus events. So we're going to do some fun prize fights. We'll do 12, 15 prize fights or something, and then at the end of that, just for giggles, and then at the end of that, we'll have a giveaway where you fight for prizes. So yeah, we're gonna make it better. We're gonna give you more prize fighting action. And I think I'll add some other bits in as well. So we'll make those other prize fights mean something, but maybe just stats or something like that. So you can see the win rate of your Ludus or something like that. So yeah, we're gonna work around YouTube by leaving the platform.
Bye.
See ya. And yeah, we're gonna go to Twitch instead. So all the details for that will be forthcoming. Right now, we have been broadcasting for 16 hours, which means we're going to broadcast for another 8. Well, it's just over 7 actually now. We're going to broadcast for 7 hours and 14 minutes, I believe.
Just don't forget to terminate the stream.
I've terminated stream 2.
According to Fuke, it's still running.
I didn't actually do the end stream, but it shouldn't be getting data. Yeah.
Me. Boom.
Right, I hit end stream now.
Okay.
Boom. Stream finished. Yeah. So yeah, everyone should be on stream 3 now. So we're going to keep going. We're going to keep you entertained. We're going to keep doing stuff. We will get past this issue with YouTube, because when they shut off the API that Prizefighter uses to monitor the chat, they didn't just shut it off until the next daily reset or something like that. They shut it off for a week. It's a 7-day rolling quota. It normally doesn't impact us at all. We normally only use about a third of the quota over the whole 24 hours. I think maybe 40% at most. But with the extra channels this year, because multi-camera got switched off in the last week, which not only messed up the chat monitoring and the quota, but it also, all of the publicity we'd set up had the wrong links in.
Yeah, I spent ages doing.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's just broken us somehow, destroyed. So, what we are going to do next is, I was just having a quick catch up on the chat. What we're going to do next. Oh, I haven't updated the chat on this, on these current. I'll do the chat on the sidebar in just a second when Jason's back. Alright, you're back, so you can cover me while I do that quickly.
What are we talking about?
Whatever's next. What is next?
What are we doing next? Because we've done an interview and we've talked about a book for a bit.
Okay, well the next thing on the schedule, it's actually an interview, the last interview with Ben Parkinson from the Butterfly Project, about the RPG group in Kampala. Do you want me to air that, or do you want some chat with the audience? Because we just had some film.
Yeah, it's true. I'm not sure.
Engage with the audience for like a minute or two.
Yeah, sure.
Read some chat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing about the Prize Fighter and the schedule that we do is, okay, whilst it is a marathon, you kind of get into a rhythm, whereas now it's like, what do we do?
we do like we do on Pod
Yeah,
Live. We talk to our audience.
That's a very good point, actually. We talk to our audience. So yes, Prize Fighter will indeed come back from its ashes. Complus for absorbing Gen Con 2020. I don't quite know about that. I mean, as far as I know, Gen Con 2020 is still going ahead. I know that the UK Games Expo are doing a virtual con. I mean, if any of you are UK Games Expo people, you know, what do you think about that? They're apparently going to sort of set up rooms and things like that. I'm not really sure how they're going to do it though, because a lot of their stuff is very in person. So you're buying from an exhibitor. Things like games, yes, you can do like Zoom and stuff like that, like lots of people are doing now. But yeah, things like the exhibitions. You've got the more interactive stuff, like what was the Space Commander thing called?
What, the game I wrote?
No. The one that.
Oh, the Star Trek one.
Yeah.
I can't remember what that's called.
Okay. Well,
Bridge Commander or something?
yeah.
I don't know.
Essentially, you're like 6 people role playing with an interactive console, and you're all like members of a crew and stuff like that. So, I don't know about any of those. Well, I'm not in the UK Games Expo, but I am an RPG writer. Personally, I think the whole going online is interesting, but more importantly is the difference of the US cons. Tell us more. And what kind of stuff do you write? Because we'd like to know.
And get you as a sponsor.
Yes, please. Absolutely. Oh, like a lot of the EU/rest of the world, folks can't get to the big US cons due to costs, etc., so they get much more of a chance to interact. Yeah, that's a fair point. Because yeah, absolutely. Like we never think, oh yes, we should go to Gen Con because yeah, it just costs.
Yeah, cost and current regime.
Well, yeah, that too. That too.
Last place I want to go at the minute.
Yeah. Master Games says I plan on streaming all day long during Gen Con, assuming it will get cancelled. Okay, fair enough. I mean, we might do something on Gen Con. There's like a community called Gen Can't.
Yeah.
Have you heard of that? I saw a few things last year where people like set up, like I think it was online games and stuff for last year. So we could be part of Gen Can't. Can Plus.
Yeah. Nice one.
Oh, you work with Rising Phoenix, who supports you guys. Ah,
Oh,
fantastic. Coolio.
All
yeah,
right.
Gen Can't.
Now,
Yes.
there was some mention of showing the miniatures collection. Oh, there's no way I think we could show all of it because we'd still be here at 12 o'clock. But I think what we
show
can
that
do...
one.
What one?
That one.
What, the baseboard?
No, the model on top of the baseboard.
Oh, the one you painted?
Yes, the one I painted.
The one that you painted. Right, Jason wants to show the model that he painted. So here it is. Hang on. Yeah, if you could, please.
I was going to hold it and stuff, but...
Okay, so this is a fighting fantasy monster that was... the sculpt is Atlantis Miniatures. And it's kind of a Yeti-ish type thing. It's from a Ian Livingstone book, right?
No.
No?
It's a Steve
Steve
Jackson
Jackson?
book called
Steve
Picture of Havoc.
So I just realised I'm dragging a cable quite close to the mic there. Let's grab that away. But the stuff I've painted is in these wall units.
Yes.
Oh, you switched camera back.
Yeah, because I wasn't sure if you
right.
wanted to move around anything and angles and...
Well, yeah, let's just get this around here. Let's take them through cupboard number 1.
Okay.
Open the doors. Dun, 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 dun. So the top shelf is where I keep all of my slutty models. So
babe.
we're already demonetised, wasn't we? So some of these are actually out on the table at the moment because we were doing giveaways on them. But this is where I keep my large models, or some of them anyway. So we've got my small purple worm, we've got a brass dragon and a black dragon. Over here we have the froggy moth, of course. Always love a good froggy moth. Little tiny young rust dragon here. I do love that little dinky dragon. We have a nice big green dragon. Nice big wings. Over here we have a brass dragon. Now the interesting thing about this brass dragon is I have a variant of the same model that is an ice dragon, and I did once make a dungeon out of ice where they had to defrost that dragon in order to get its help from Mama. Then I have two of these adult red dragons. They're Wrath of a Chardalon dragon, so there's the other one down there, along with some other stuff I'll show you in a minute. We have a zombie green dragon, clockwork dragon, and we have a very kind of camp-looking blue dragon. On the shelf below, we have more big stuff and little stuff. So here's some of the hoard for the red dragon. So we've got there's like a dozen hatchlings. We've got a salamander, some snakes. We've got a couple of young drakes there. I think there's 3 young drakes. I don't know if you can quite see them right at the back there.
Dizar is asking if the clockwork one is the bones or metal one.
It's the bones one.
Okay.
For the large minis, I mostly get bones. Right at the back, this is an ancient model from Citadel. This is the Greater Demon of Tzinch from back in the day. Right, but you'll notice it's mounted on a Connect 4 piece for a base, because when I was young, that's what I had.
No, that's hilarious. I didn't even realise that.
Yep, that is Connect 4. We've
Good
got
old Connect 4.
the Shadowfell Dragon right at the back here, sort of in purple. We have another black dragon and another. Oh no, that's a Jabberwocky, and then another black dragon, and then another black dragon, and then 4 black dragon hatchlings. So what you might notice, I don't know if you can see that actually. I tell you what, I'm going to grab my phone and use the torch feature, because that's a black model in the dark space. So let's see if I can throw some light on it. So hopefully now you can just about see some black dragons. So quite a lot of black dragons, because there's one on the shelf above as well. So the important thing to understand here is when I do dragon encounters, is I don't believe in doing a dragon encounter. For the very simple reason that I think, in my world, it's far more fun if dragons are a communal creature. You don't kill a dragon, you kill a dragon nest. Because that's like more epic. Oh no, I'm going to fall asleep. I love that. don't.
Okay.
So yeah, that's the approach I take to black dragons. Or all dragon colours actually. So I'm going to go back on the handheld here. Because there's plenty more on this shelf. I do have some unpainted on this shelf, sadly. So I've got a load of lizard men here and stuff, and then I've got some kind of crocodile-y ones that are still unpainted. So they're a future project. There's a Hydra in the back there as well, actually. Just about see it behind the red dragon. This is kind of like a odds and sods kind of thing. So we've got some like critters, some rust monsters. We've got some rat men. We've got the brain in a jar, scorpions.
Dizar wants to know what the tentacly thing is on the left.
That is a spawn of Shub-Niggurath, which is a Bones model from the Bones 3 Kickstarter, I think.
Oh, I've just thought of something else I can show them in a second, but go on.
Okay, alright. So here we have the Egyptian theme stuff. So I have a number of Egyptian gods. I have this sort of horde of Anubis at the back there. Let me try and pull some out. So I have like loads of these sort of little Anubian dogs. Along with a few somewhat larger champions, and a couple of pieces of the Egyptian sort of dungeon set, the kind of river section I've got, and I'll try and show you some of this. So this is one of my sections of Egyptian Tomb Dungeon. I've always been quite happy with, because this was the first time I ever did a water effect, ever, and that water effect is actually 3D, so like the white water sort of goes down into the depths and stuff, which I've always been quite happy with how that turned out. But there is a whole load more of that dungeon. Oh, on these 2 shelves over here. I don't know if you can see them. We've got dwarves, more snaky things. There's a Naga at the back there. Some unpainted dwarves, sadly. I haven't got round to them yet. A bee here. Black pudding. Just some bric-a-brac. We've got lots of familiars. So if player has a familiar. I love this Iron Golem, actually. It's such a simple paint scheme, but I just think it works. It just looks nice. Because usually something like that you might do it rusty, and I decided to do it clean, and it just kind of worked for me. Some Dragonborn, a couple of them unpainted. We'll skip past that. Then we get to the decor shelf. Just things you can throw into any setting to just give it a bit of theme. And then over here we have my forest dungeon. We've got my elves and my driders and dark elves. Then we get the, what do they call them? The genasi, along with the church in the background there, just in case I need to pull one of them out. Then we get to the wooden barn dungeon. Then we get to this skull flooring that I made. Oh, the troll, there's kind of a troll army back here. There are so many trolls. Quite a lot, and I particularly like, this is my favourite all-time troll. I'm just going to grab it out. I love this one. I just love the way, the detail on his nose. So, this isn't the collection. You've not even finished the first shelf yet. First set of doors. So over here we have all the anthropomorphic animals. You'll notice there's quite a few of those. I kind of got carried away on a Kickstarter once. Then we got the
Just the once?
Yeah. Got the carrion crawlers, the doppelgangers, the kobolds. Now we get to one of the undead sort of tomb type dungeons. So this is a fairly sizable one, just about fits on one shelf with some stacking. Down here we get to an old cavern dungeon that I rarely use anymore, if I'm honest. We've got a stockade there and a bridge. That completes the first set of shelves. So in a bit, when I've had a rest, we'll deal with the next set of shelves. Let me just put this, get this back to the main camera. Yeah, I'll bore you with some more later. There's plenty more. Plenty more in the collection, sorry. Basically what happened here is, you know, for a number of years, only actually, most of that was all done in about 3-4 years-ish. I was single. And I didn't like coming home and going on the computer because I was on that all day at work. So I used to come home and paint. So, yeah.
Apparently Fuke worked out about the lag.
Right.
He says he started on the behind the screen video.
Behind the scenes, yeah. Maybe his computer just can't stream both, I don't know. Yeah, I have bought so many Kickstarters and board games just for the miniatures so I could paint them, because they can be quite a good way to just bulk buy minis for your games.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. So, I think if we kind of are looking, or just keeping half an eye on the schedule...
Just half?
Half an eye.
We are at 5 o'clock UTC.
We're technically behind schedule.
By 3 minutes.
No, a half hour. We haven't actually aired that video.
No, we haven't actually, you're right.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, we're not doing this whole blog here, so we'll quickly be ahead of schedule again.
Yeah. it was going to be all giveaways after that.
Yeah, there was going to be this huge run of giveaways, but we can talk about those products instead. But let's get this video playing, because this is the last part of a 7-part interview that I had with the founder of the charity that we're raising money for last Christmas. This interview was sort of before the whole outbreak took over the entire news cycle. And became the dominant feature of our lives. So I'll just get that queued up now. And it is the last bit, and this is all about the kids actually role-playing at the centre in Kampala. So have a peruse. I'm here with Ben Parkinson from the Butterfly Project, and I want to talk to you. Obviously, we are a role-playing YouTube channel that does a role-playing convention, and so obviously, I want to know more about the role-playing that your kids are doing. Let's start first of all. During Complus 2, what was going on in Uganda? Because we didn't get to see, those of us who were watching the stream were watching the stream. But what was happening in Uganda during Complus 2?
Well, we turned it into a whole weekend, a Saturday and Sunday, and we were doing role playing right from 9 o'clock on the Saturday right through till 7 o'clock on Sunday. And all of our different GMs that we have were running their own separate adventures. Generally, these were one-off adventures and things that we'd been supported with in the past. I'm thinking of the Risen from the Sands module.
Okay.
And that was one of the adventures that we're on, but that's the one that we did on Saturday night. And we tasked our children with learning how to do a live stream on that. They were very excited about doing that. They put together a special map which people could see from the camera and stuff like that, and so that it could kind of be peeled off bit by bit.
Awesome.
as they opened the different doors. So yeah, that was quite an interesting thing. On Sunday afternoon, we devised something which we called the Goblin Cave, and again, one of the kids came up with put together a very large cave network, and the idea was it was the simplest of simple combat. And we just put loads of goblins in this cave, and they were bringing their characters in, and they were rolling dice. It wasn't really it was very simply done, and the idea was one hit would kill the goblin, but if they got too many wounds, they were going to have to run out of the cave, and it was a sort of last person standing. So, but they had a lot of fun building that cave for that particular adventure. We also did a lot of Adventurers League, and what we found is the Adventurers League adventures have been very popular. Quite a lot of them have engaged with campaigns, but others prefer the one-off adventures, and they like to see their characters leveling very quickly as well, which perhaps doesn't happen quite so often in the campaigns. So we actually ran 3 or 4 different Adventurers League adventures between us, and we also did a trial on Pathfinder 2.
Okay.
This last time, just to see and get what people's feedback on it, really, whether they liked it. And we're still kind of embracing the Pathfinder 2, but I think it will be something that they will pick up this year coming. So yeah, those are the different things, and we asked them to participate. They all came to participate, and that was a big thing. And we also involved a lot of children from the local community as well with the Goblin Cave. These were the younger ones, and it would have been hard to bring them into the role playing in any other way. So yeah, we opened up the garage, put a big table up there with the cave on it, and actually there were about 40 children in that one room. Wow. Just rolling dice for the Goblin Cave. So yeah, it made it a really enjoyable event for us as well. Oh, plus of course the prize fighter on the evening. There was a group of 10 to 15 watching the prize fighter for about 2 hours, hoping that our...
Cheering on Tony the Tiger.
Yeah, the Tiger would win, and which I understand, yeah, certainly he did win a few. But so yeah, they were following that as well, which is an amazing program.
Well, thank you. We're gonna hopefully, this will be going out during it, and so the people watching will know more than I do. But as we sit here at Christmas the year before, I'm hoping that it'll be really knocked out of the park this year. And actually, I think the kids will have more than just Tony the Tiger to cheer on if I get my way. So. All right. Now, when it comes to role playing, what first made you think that? I wonder if these kids would like a game of RPG. I mean, how did that even come about?
Okay, well, we're in the time of 4th edition. This is when I first travelled to Uganda. I also previously tried it in Nigeria without success, because I guess it was because it was harder to do it there. But in Uganda, I thought, well, let's just try some 4th edition with them, and we went out, and in fact I asked one of our Butterfly members to recruit me some children that he thought would be able to handle it and had good enough English and things like that, because it had to be me that would run it, because we were just starting. And I found that 4th edition was actually a very good system to start people with. I know people maybe don't like it these days, but actually the idea of having like a big rare attack and fighting bosses and things like that, actually it made things very simple. You could have your green attack, you'd have your red once per combat or your once per day attack. These things were all very easy to explain, and the healing thing was also quite easy. So yeah, we were able to do that. We ran Keep on the Shadowfell, and the follow-up adventures. We took them all the way up to 11th level, but this was just a very small group. But this very small group, only really one remains from that original group.
Okay.
Apart from me, of course. And that person is one of the leading lights in the role playing, and has been involved in recruiting more people, and gradually we've become a group of sort of 20 to 25 from that original small group. So it was yeah, that's how it's kind of evolved over time. But I would say it's not easy. It's not easy, and there are lots of barriers towards doing role playing. English, reading of modules. The kids they struggle with the complicated modules. Pathfinder modules are fantastic stories, but actually very complicated for non-English speakers. And like we've been talking about, broadening people's experience. A lot of the things that might be talked about in a module wouldn't be outside the experience of children in Uganda. Plus, of course, the mythos, or the fantasy side of things.
Setting in itself.
That's something they have to learn. But that's not so hard when there's films like Lord of the Rings that we can just show them, and it all becomes a bit clearer then what it is, and which one's the fighter, which one's the wizard, which one is the...
Yeah.
Okay, no clerics as such in Lord of the Rings, but yeah.
Well, arguably Lord Elrond.
Right, yeah. Arguably, yeah.
Arguably.
So yeah, we're... That's how things have evolved. I guess 4th edition fell out of favour, and then we started doing Pathfinder, and those very generous people at Paizo, I simply sent some photographs of what we've been doing, because I thought they might be interested in, and I wanted to prove actually that these children from Africa were capable of doing role playing, because I knew it was a challenging thing, and they were also very surprised about this, and immediately the photographs kind of, I won't say went viral, but we had a really huge response to the photos on the Paizo Facebook page, and then not long after that they sent us like an enormous amount of stuff for Pathfinder. And then one of their writers heard about what we had been doing, and he as a writer, had written something like 40 different modules and was parts of them, and he sent us all of those as well. So
I think that may have been Jason Bullman then, if it was somebody who's that prolific. Is that ringing a bell?
No, it was definitely somebody from Europe.
Oh right.
Yeah. So I might be able to find. Yeah.
Oh. No, I'm.
But it was very many, and the pile of modules was something like this. So
Wow.
that he had contributed to, and so he sent us all of those. So we suddenly had more than we needed to get on move things, and also the people at Paizo sent us dice, and we had some other people send us dice. So we didn't want for those kinds of things either. So. And then we started to recruit some other people like Patrick, and Patrick said, "This is the project I want to run," because he was so enthusiastic about it. And I can remember the day that his first ever session that he did, he came back to me and he said, "I've been thinking about this all night," he says, and he was running Damiel, the alchemist. "I've been thinking about this all night, and I think this is what we should be doing in the next session. I think we should," and it was to do with, maybe it was to do with how we're going to deal with the trolls. I can't remember the exact thing, but the fact that he was there and thinking about this, and it's been resonating throughout this whole period, showed that we were onto something, and we were starting to stimulate the imaginations of these different children, and then more and more came on. Some immediately said, "Oh, I don't want to do this," but many did come and have enjoyed doing that. And like I say, we've expanded slowly, but now we have quite a large group who are interested and ready to play on an ongoing basis. But the challenges still remain as far as the language, and yet we've also subsequently discovered that when you give a child something that's very challenging and they can kind of piece it together bit by bit, that actually it will stimulate their interest in reading. Look, they don't want to be beaten by a difficult piece of reading. Certainly the most intelligent one will be most interested in finding out and reading the whole thing and the whole Pathfinder core book. You know, they've read all of that, all 500 plus pages, because it's something that they're really excited and enthusiastic about. And to me, that's got to be good, because it stimulated them to take action on reading. And in Uganda, that's a huge issue, because of course there's so few children's reading books around.
Right.
And so there's very little culture of reading amongst children growing up, and that's, again, it's to do with their when you are allowing these people or enabling these people to read a lot, then they're also broadening their experience at the same time, because they're reading about different things they don't know about, and the children have all changed in their vision as a result.
Wow. Okay. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us today, Ben.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
And we're back. So there was mention of a newsletter. We do have a newsletter on the website. Creating an account isn't enough. The European regulations around GDPR are too tight. We can't just send a newsletter out to every person who has an account. There is a dedicated newsletter sign-up form on the homepage, and also if on the menu, if you go to the news section, you'll find it at the top of the page. If you put your email address in there, we will email you about the Twitch stuff when it happens. You also get a goodie bag, a swag bag full of free stuff. that we would have been promoting much harder toward the end of the convention. It's when we normally sort of really push that. I think we're petering out this year, unfortunately, because of the situation with YouTube and what they did to our core product, which we're completely happy about, obviously. So I don't honestly know how we can fill 8 hours without our core thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm pretty heartbroken by what's happened. But we've got to keep our spirits up and get through this and do our best. That's all we can do, is we can do our best. If we only raised £5 more by the end of the stream, that's kind of heartbreaking. We were looking at over 9k. We're definitely going to do at least 7.5, I think. Yeah, soul destroying. So, where are we on? We're on £6,878 and 5 pence. So you take off the £4,000, that's still 2,800. Which actually is pretty good. It's close.
To what we raised last time.
No, that was nearly £4,000.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't it? Yeah, it was nearly 4, wasn't it? It wasn't 3. Was it? Let's have a quick look at the website, because we've been awake broadcasting non-stop for so long, we can't remember. Right, Com plus 2 was 3,978. So yeah, take £4,000 off that basically. So yeah, 2,000. Hang on, where are we at? Take £4,000 off that. 2,800. It's actually. It is exactly. What is it exactly? 2,900. Good if we could get £100 more, get to 3,000.
Yeah.
That would be awesome. 4K. So basically, this is a running total. It was a 2-year project to raise money for the Butterfly Project. Or 2-year program. We aimed to raise £5,000 over 2 conventions. We have actually smashed that target.
We have, yes.
But we pretty much smashed it before we actually started this con, because we did a pretty good job of money raising from the industry this year. So yeah, the 4K is simply us sort of working out what we've achieved with this event. But overall, we have raised the 6,678, I think it was. It's not actually on screen for us, we don't get to see that, but yeah, I think that's what it said. So yeah, that's what the 4K is. It's Com plus 2 raised £3,978. We just had another donation.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. 6,888. 6,000. What is it? I can't do the maths anymore. That was another tenner, I believe. Thank you very much, because that is a week's worth of food for a family living in a Cholly Quarter, or Wunderby one, or the other one that I tried to say the name earlier and came up with the New Zealand opera singer instead.
Yes.
So obviously we're sorry and heartbroken that we can't do Prize Fighter. That would have carried us home, we think, to like 7.5 or something. It's a shame, because ultimately it's the kids that and the families and the people who really need the money that aren't going to be able to get it. And what would normally happen on the second day of the convention is the view count starts coming up again.
Yeah.
And you get that final push. We get the big prizes out at the end, and that that can generate a lot of money. So I think last year we raised £700. I think it was just on our star prize. Admittedly, it was a bit of a build up. This year we had planned this like machine gun finish of just these huge prizes at the end, just a series of rapid fire big prizes. that was just going to blow you away, which we can't do now, but we will still. I think what we do, like, because if on the Twitch thing, I was thinking about this. We were talking about doing like 6 prizes at the end or 9 prizes. What if we did just the 3?
What do you mean, just the 3?
Or even, or like the one company. Or even just 1 prize. Do 1 a week. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. We're on £6,988. Did that just jump up £100?
I think it might have done.
Oh, thank you. Yay. Thank you. Yeah, we'll still raise the money, like you say. We'll do it. We'll just do it later. So, because like, although it's fun and everything else, like, there's a serious reason behind this, and like, we speak to these kids, and not that much, but we do, keep in touch with them and stuff, and we follow their progress. I talk to. I just realised that chat's slightly out of alignment, but I talk to Ben periodically, just keep in touch, find out what's happening at the charity, and I hear about everything that's going on and stuff, and it just it'd be heartbreaking to fail them. So we will turn this around and make it a success. But yeah, now what if on the Twitch thing, like if we gave away 1 prize on a Twitch stream, like for a night's worth of prize fighting, you could then say what the prize is for that night, and then you do loads of fights to win it. Because then we can get like more mileage out of it. Because at that point you're breaking away from the 1 day thing, which is like loads of quick prizes.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So we could like just do 1 at a time, and I think that could be. It could be really good because like you could do it like a league table through the night, of how well you did in each fight, kind of score points to get to like last 3 or something. I think that could work. So like how can we let's talk about how we would how could we do it? How could we gamify it? So without wanting to change the code too much, what if like the person who wins, obviously they're frozen out. So if they won the first fight, they wouldn't be able to score points in second and third. So whatever points they get, that has to be the capped maximum for winning. So let's say you get 100 points for winning a fight flat. Right? Doesn't matter if you came second, first. It's just you had a win, so you score 100 points. So we're scoring people for their best position in any of the 3 fights, and that's the number of points they get. Right? So that keeps it. That means I don't have to change the system with how the rostering works. So it could just be whatever your position in the fight was. Is like you could do it like 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So everyone gets some points. Maybe you double the points for the winner, and which in each batch of 3 fights, your best score is the points you score. I think that could work. So then you go for the whole evening, try and get as many points as you can in the hour, 2 hours, or whatever that you stream it for. Have 1 prize at the end, the highest one gets the not only champion for the night, wins that night's big tournament, but gets the prize at the end of it. I think that could work. And you never know, if we did that like once a week, I might even at some point get some of the other features in. You know what I can do? I can show people. I think I've closed the prize fighter window now. It's alright, we'll just grab it again. I can show people. No, that's not where it was hiding. I can show people the water, because graphically it is in. Right, let me just grab this on screen for the moment. So there's a. Just drag that up to there. There we go. Right, go into the program code here. If I remember rightly. Run that, and let's just get that off the screen. Here we have Oh, it's still got the fire effect going. It's not meant to run with the fire. Let me just turn them off. There we go. So that's our water effect. So, oops. Yeah, it's all sort of nice and reflective. You got some, some watery, ripply stuff going on. Those sort of things you're seeing up there. That's actually at the very top of this arena. It actually has the actual Colosseum actually had. Let me just go onto the manual camera. There we go. It actually has like the canvas things that the Colosseum had for the sunshade. So yeah, they're actually modelled in there as well. So you see the reflection of them. Let's have a little look around the Colosseum itself. So we got the very top tiers where the women had to go in Roman times, and that's a bit of a close-up of the champion's thrones of all gold. The other thing I can show you whilst we've got you on. This doesn't do much yet, but I can show you. That apparently isn't how I spelt it. Hopefully, the Circus Maximus. Can't see the arena. Oh, balls! I didn't push it live. This is what happens when you're tired. Okay, let me try that again. So here's the. I can function as a human being. This is definite fatigue kicking in. Sorry about this. Take the chariot out. Right, I'll get this working. There we go. Right. Create water. I'll just hit. Get rid of this banner off the screen so you can see what's going on. There we go. So here is the water effect I was trying to show you when I forgot to actually push the image live. So, yeah, this is just some water in the arena. I can adjust the depth of the water. I've got a trireme model as well, but I haven't got that loaded at the moment in a way I can show you. But you see, you've got nice water reflections going. We do have the canvas roofs up here that I was trying to show you a moment ago. If we have a little look around, you see we've got like all the various sort of levels of the Colosseum sort of going down to the expensive seats at the bottom in the nice sunshade. So yeah, that's the water effect. So that's about as far as it's got though. So I did have the triremes in and moving around, but I was having trouble at the time getting my basic plan with the triremes. What I wanted to do with the flooding of the arena was I put 2 boats in. The gladiators would each start basically on a team for their boat. The triremes then sail around, and sometimes they ram each other, and if so, one trireme might sink. Otherwise, there'd be some archery shots going across, and then when they get close, they kind of jump across and melee with each other. I was having real trouble with the jump stuff. And I just, when we said, we're going live in 6 weeks, I just didn't get the chance to ever sort of look at that and get it sorted. So, but you know, with a bit of time, I'll be able to do that and get that back in. And then once you've only got that one team left, of course, it then goes into free fall and you leave the team and have a bit of a bash with each other. Yes. I didn't seem to manage to get the Circus Maximus loading at the moment. I guess I don't have that code at the top, so I can't take a look around that. Alright, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a short little please donate video up, just so we can take a very, very short break.
Hello there, Nostromo here. Oh, I'm known by many other names, but one thing I must tell you today is to support the Butterfly Project?
Playing RPG has changed the way I feel the world.
Oh, absolutely. They're very lovely people.
Yeah, it makes me to feel the world as the world of heroes.
So you must donate as much you can.
When you look at this game, at the beginning of the level 1, all of us were different, but we gather together and make an adventure.
Give as much as you can. I am. I hope you will do as well.
We're supporting COM+3 and the Butterfly Project,
which is a school in Uganda that educates children who are living in poverty and in isolated villages, and they use gaming to do this.
There are very many monsters in RPG, but the one I like most are the goblins.
I like goblin because it is nice looking. It is green in its skin and has red eyes, and it is shine like something made of gold.
I want to take a moment to ask you to donate to the Butterfly Project.
Everyone should get involved in the Butterfly Project. It's a great cause and well worth your support.
Every little bit that you can give to help those kids in Uganda learn through role-playing games, every little bit helps.
So please dig deep, be generous.
So if you can donate, please donate. If you can't donate, at least share it with people who can.
It's a really important and fantastic cause.
I've been playing a class wizard, and I've chosen the name Ezren. And as a wizard, I wanted to be the most powerful one, so that I can disappear or go into invisibility, and I can even teleport myself anywhere I want. And also I can have the most powerful spells, wish. I can wish the reality to change, like if they have killed all our parties, I can wish that the parties were back, and then I can bring the whole party back. That is what I wanted to achieve.
And I want to encourage you to support the Butterfly Project,
which is an awesome project helping support disadvantaged young people learn through play.
Thank you so much for donating to the Butterfly Project.
It's a great cause, and I will be so grateful to know that you've been a part of helping it.
And if you are able to contribute something,
Please donate now.
These kids deserve as much help as we can get.
Get out there and support the Butterfly Project.
Thank you so much if you've donated already, and if you haven't, there's still time.
So in that character, I achieved a lot in the Golden Field when we were fighting the giant, and I was a hero there.
It has enabled teamwork such that players come and discuss together to finish a mission.
I like playing this adventure because I kill a lot of monsters and I gain experience points.
I want my character to become the greatest and the strongest.
I would like to resurrect people for the first time because it is my new spells. So I would like to resurrect people for the first time, and also to prevent death in the community.
Okay, carry on playing your game. Carry on. Off you go.
Alright, so, let me see, we have, trying to do the maths in my head, 7 hours left to go to the end of COM+3. I've got one film to play in that time. There's a panel later on, and we were going to run a repeat of the Feeding the Community film at 9 AM UTC, so it'd be 10 AM for me. That's a lot of pretty empty filler. So for those who've just rejoined, because I see there's a couple of people just pop back in chat. What has happened? YouTube switched off our API midway through the event. So we can't communicate, Prizefighter can't communicate with the backend. You know what? I think I'm going to try and do it by hand. I'm just trying to figure out how. It'll be difficult. If somebody new comes in, I'll have to get them to do the website account first. We won't be able to go as quickly, but I think we can give away some stuff. I think it could be possible. We broke 7,000. Com+3 has raised £7,003.05. Oh guys, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for making that happen. You are wonderful. Thank you. They did it. They got us to 7k.
Thank you.
I'm thinking. Look, you know, look. What if? It will take me a little bit to set it up, but because we already got their channel IDs, I can go through the names that are in chat and kind of add them in by hand. If somebody new comes in, they would have to create an account on the website and link the YouTube account, because that should still, the OAuth should still work. But I think we might not get all the prizes given away.
We can still carry on and...
Yeah, we could get some stuff done, because I can't... I honestly don't want to sit here for... what's left? 7 hours, I think.
Yeah.
With filler content. So I think we should try to find a way. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get on the keyboard and try to find a way. So what was the giveaway that we stopped? Was it Schwell?
It was Free League Publishing.
Free League Publishing, really?
Yeah.
So we filled 3 hours with nothing, with no content. All right, I'm going to get on the keyboard. Are you okay to fill for a bit? Talk to the audience with the chat.
Yes, although I was on the way to go to the toilet as well.
You do that, alright.
I'll be really quick though, okay?
I'm going to try and find a way to make it work in a very manual, labour-intensive way.
Okay.
We won't get everything given away, because it will be slower, and it's going to be kind of manual.
I do have a suggestion though.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be slower if we get it working. We could potentially say, look, with the panel, I'm sorry, but we can't do it, which gives us an extra hour of prizes.
I don't know. Who have we got on the panel? It's Lloyd.
We've got Lloyd, Steffi, and Liz.
So, Liz Champerdickle, who you all met earlier, and Steffi Devan. Yeah, who's quite a well-known and respected author. I think. Let us know if you'd like to have that panel. It was going to be, the topic we were going to go for was the joys of gaming, the kind of things we were going to talk about. It was going to be an hour. So, you know, what got you into gaming? What was gaming like for you in the early days? You know, when you started. What made you design games? How gaming has evolved during your time in the industry? And what is next for gaming? So, you know, those are the kind of topics we can talk about. Let us know if you want us to do that, or if you want us to... I'm going to try and find a way to make this system, despite YouTube switching us off, I'm going to try and find a way to code around it, okay? But it's going to take me a little bit, I think. I think I can... Oh. You see, now we're getting more daylight and I'm starting to wake up. I'm seeing a solution I couldn't see in the night. Yeah. I don't think it'll take me that long to get this going. I think, yeah. So, I think the view is, how about we play an RPG session? No, I think I'm going to get Prize Fighter working. I am going to find a way, because I think I can do it. This is going to be hard.
Okay. Yeah, in the meantime, so, Freely Publishing. So I played a bit of Simba Realm, a couple of sessions of that, and I found the system really, really seamless. For those of you who've not played it before, it's essentially you've got a d20, you've got a few attributes where you just add the attribute to the d20, not like a bonus or anything like that, but just know the attribute. And you have to roll as low as you can. So a 1 is amazing, and a 20 is quite terrible. You also have, depending on what your character is and what they can do, a couple of skills, and you also have some kind of team skills. So if you do something under certain conditions with somebody else, then it can stack basically, which is a really nice idea. But the setting as well is very intriguing because it's very dark but also fantasy. There is a lot of, I suppose, emphasis on the whole thing of corruption and the world being tainted by darkness, and oh, thank you so much for that donation. It's gone up by a few pounds, 7,008. Thank you so much. Yeah, essentially, there is a bit of a horror aspect in that if you kind of have an encounter where you do a combat, and obviously you've then got dead bodies, you don't normally just go, okay, so there's the bodies, no, there's the stuff, okay, off we go. Whereas in this, it's like if somebody dies, or if somebody has been tainted another way by this sort of evil that is tainting everything, it can get kind of nasty, and they can kind of change and become infected and stuff like that. Should a horror game have characters die? Oh, well, that's an interesting one, because you know, there are games like Cthulhu, for example, where characters can die. Although you do have Dungeon & Brawl Classics, which, for example, there's a high mortality. We'll get on to that in a minute, I suppose, but a good discussion question. Okay. Other systems I can talk about. So, Pelgrane Press. Pelgrane Press, they've got their 13th Age system, which they've had out for a few years now, about 6 years. And that's a really nice system, a really kind of colourful high fantasy. And also Trail of Cthulhu. Now, has anyone actually played Trail of Cthulhu in the chat? If so, let me know, because I've never played that specific type of Cthulhu before. I've heard a couple of people say they like it because just of the way the mechanics work. It is different from the BRP or basic role-playing one that Chaosium use. Let's see. We have done Shroud Entertainment, of course, and I've shown you the book. But I'm interested in running that because number one, it's like Warhammer, which means I'll like it. And secondly, it is, again, it's a more streamlined system. And Robert kind of wanted to get rid of some of the nitty-gritty things and make it easier to do stuff. So there's a D20 and then a D6 involved, which is either your boon or your bane. So it could be a bonus or it could be a penalty. Took a while to understand the mechanics. Okay, that's fair enough. I'm assuming you're talking about Trail of Cthulhu. I'm still keen to look into it though. Now, Pickpocket Press, they are giving away low fantasy gaming, which again is similar to sort of 5e, well, not 5e, I beg your pardon, OSR, and going down that route, but it is unique. That one I've never run or played in before. I've done a bit of OSR, but I'm a bit of a novice, to be honest, in that. But the system certainly looked cool. So, what else? Yeah, why don't we talk a bit then about should a horror game have characters die? I mean, the thing about horror is, it is, you know, a game where adrenaline is high a lot of the time, even when there's not much happening, because you are in this very unsettling environment. And the reason why it's unsettling is because of the threat of death, essentially, or the threat of, you know, being hurt or going mad, which would eventually lead to your death. So there is that lingering fear all the time, whether you're kind of skulking around investigating somewhere, or if you're, you know, in the heat of a battle with Cthulhu. So I agree that yes, that should be there. I don't think that GMs or keepers or what have you should overuse it. I think let's just let it happen if it happened. And you know, for example, with Cthulhu, there are things like the big campaigns like Horror New Orient Express, the Masks of Nyarlathotep. They quite often people say, look, have a couple more characters lined up just in case, because yeah, a big campaign like that, yeah, you could go mad and you could die, and sometimes these things happen in quite fleeting moments, especially if you roll quite badly, or if you, I don't know, go down a route where actually it's really dangerous. And when I say route, I don't mean like walking per se, but more like, you know, you make a decision which in turn happens to be really dangerous and maybe you don't quite know it. Like we're in a playtest at the moment for a Cthulhu game, and whilst we are all still alive, things like our sanity has been going right down, our luck as well is almost run out. There is this element of, could we all, you know, could this be the last session for this game because of how close or how quickly the tables can turn? So yeah, it is that element of risk all the time. Yes, exactly. There is no tension, and even if you don't realise it's like the element of death, you know, being a possibility, that is essentially what it is. With things like fantasy or even sci-fi, it's a lot more. You've got your safe havens. You've got your ship. You've got your tavern. I was supposed to wear a tavern T-shirt, but I forgot to change. You've even got like a safe village or something like that, and you know, then you go out into the dangerous bit, and yes, then it becomes, you know, a threat and all that. But with horror, apart from maybe the first session, it never quite leaves you. And whether, you know, you do it with Cthulhu or if you do it with, say, even Shadows of Esteren, or any other sort of horror genre or horror system, it is that feeling that nothing is safe. Like even something, say it's not even the big threat or the big bad that's causing that, it's something secondary. So, for example, with Shadows of Esteren, when I play it, I put quite a lot of emphasis on things like hunting for food, or, you know, is that actually possible? Is it quite scarce around here because the land is so barren? You know, things like that. So lots of different elements in there that can cause this underlying tension. It's very cute. Felix says, I am a player in an odd zombie-style game, hence I was asking from a player's point of view, not a game master's awareness. Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm ready to do a test, but we haven't got price fight set up anymore. I closed the window, so we need to just quickly,
Okay.
but on the screen grab.
Oh, right.
So you probably want to separate the window out,
Yes.
and just redo that grab. Oh, didn't I change some of the settings?
Maybe. Why don't you?
Yeah.
Come over here.
Right. I think we want shadows on, because there's not that many people around. In fact, we can probably do shadows extreme. Oh, what's going on here?
This chair is making those squeaky noises again.
Did you say no or loads?
What?
Did you say none or loads?
I said, oh, this chair.
Oh.
I wasn't saying anything about that, sorry.
Oh, I realised you were referring to the chair.
I am shivering in great anticipation.
Nothing. Presenter.
I know, but I'm... Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah, Forbidden Lands core book, Free League Publishing.
That is the right prize.
Okay, so we're ready to try this. Has anyone just come into chat? Because we have to check that now. Yes, Second Breakfast has just come into chat, so we need to manually add them. So, for welcome back, Second Breakfast. So we've had a disaster while you were gone. YouTube switched us off. So I'm just trying to code a little solution. So this is everybody who's commented on stream 3, which I figured we'll do as a starting point for the first battle. If this works,
then we have
YouTube. We have defied YouTube trying to end our charity fundraising attempts. If this works.
If it works.
If somebody new comes in, it will be a bit of a pain to get them in. Because I have no way of getting their ID unless I do OAuth. But I think... Come on. Moment of truth. I may have more work to do. Let me just try it a little bit. It looks like we might have more work to do still.
Okay.
But let me just get some debug information out of this before we go back. Oh yeah, something's not right. What happened there? You know what, let's go back to you talking to camera for a moment. I'll have a look at this.
Nick was also saying, in a D&D style game, I think having people die if they act dumb makes the game more realistic. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with D&D, it's a bit more difficult because so many people play it. You're going to have different groups who will react differently to that kind of thing. Some of them maybe will just assume that they're not going to die in such a trivial way. So that's why Session Zeros come in, because Session Zeros are really good. Although I do have a story about how I did die trivially, which was not my fault at all. It was because we had an NPC, I think it was an orc or a half-orc with us. We went into this dungeon, I can't remember why, but we did. I was playing a halfling, and I could not jump over this chasm thing. So the NPC offered to toss me, a bit like a dwarf. But then the NPC failed the roll. So I broke several fictional bones by falling into this chasm. I was just about alive, maybe with 5 hit points. And then the GM decided that would be a brilliant time to say, oh yeah, there's a load of skeletons down here, and they're all coming to life and starting to attack you. And also, because this was 3.5, where if you're playing a rogue, which I was, and you're fighting undead, you're not going to win. Because, yeah, rogues are terrible against undead in 3.5. Unless you have, I don't know, some special undead smiting weapon. So, naturally, I went down, and the PCs couldn't get to me in time, so I died. But yeah, I know you're not meaning that kind of thing. You're meaning somebody who says, yeah, I adamantly want to go and do this, and you're like, are you sure that, yes, but, and give them lots of hints. But if they still want to do it, and then they go and do it, and then they roll badly, yeah, it is their fault, basically. So, more code is getting done. I think I'm going to start commentating on you if I'm not careful. And also I can't see the latest chat either. Unless I've got it.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I've got it. It is a bit rough.
To be down there.
I was yeah, I was very miffed by that. Let's put it like that. And the GM was just like, oh, you're dead. And I'm like, what? Dead? Because it's quite hard to die in 3.5. You get all the kind of unconscious bit, and then you start kind of taking extra HP off when you're not stabilized and stuff. It's not the 3 points like it is in 5th ed. So yes, I was very, very miffed. But there we go. So, why don't you all let us know how you've been doing? Have you been playing many games? I mean, I know a couple of you have because I've been playing them with you, but have you been playing many games? Have you been able to get a chance to do that? Have you been doing painting? Any world building? Let us know what you've been up to, because we're interested to know. You need like a swivel chair in the middle so you can just turn and do that and turn and do that.
You're kidding.
Coding Simulator 2020.
Yeah, basically.
Mm-hmm.
It's exactly the same, I don't get it.
This is a bit strange.
There's a null character in that.
Fix them. Fix them away. Yeah, mental health. Obviously a big topic, but yeah, I imagine that a lot of you have been feeling it from the lockdown. I have. And it's completely normal to either be up or down or anxious during this time, because yeah, it's a big deal and it's affecting everybody, in different ways. I mean, for me, in one way, it's been great because I could work on the con full time. However, considering the API has been ruined. Unless we can get it fixed. It's like, all this work.
Yeah.
I got back into Homestuck via a tabletop RPG called RPG Stuck. Most exciting thing lately. I haven't actually thought of that. The thing is, I went to Amendment until November and then lockdown went in better. Yes, I do remember. Oh, okay, that's looking more promising.
My prize fight, people. This is the Forbidden Lands core PDF from Free League Publishing. We have a few too many people in the arena actually, but I'll sort that out after the Free League Publishing stuff, and just we'll make a break in the chat, and it'll be people who comment below that line. That I put in the chat when I get around to putting it in there. So, Prize Fighter is back, people, and I've got the extreme shadowing back on. Although we are on manual camera with it just floating.
Yeah, can we have a better camera, please?
Go back to sports camera. So, Fenland Ghost has been put on now. I'm going to need to manually put Douglas McIntyre back in. So, right, well, I'll explain what I'm doing in a minute. Basically, the YouTube API is gone. I'm databasing people by hand, which I will be doing between each giveaway. So we have Prizefighter back. Helen Walker is currently in. Second Breakfast, Mark W. Chav Hunter. We've got Puke Enterprises. Fenland Ghost is in this battle at the moment. Helen Walker letting loose with the bow there. Fenland Ghost shouting Puke to death. Chav Hunter letting loose with the Mesmerize spell. There's the signal from the arena champion. Can't remember what that signal means anymore because I've been awake far too many hours. Phil B hammering somebody back into the floor of the arena there. Be gone back whence you came, I think, or something along those lines. Champ Hunter shockwaving. I think that was someone. I can't remember who. So this was all the names that were in chat from the start of this stream. They're going to take part in this one, and then I will manually database the next lot of people.
Someone suggested Wildebeest.
Yes, it is the Wildebeest
Yes.
in the arena. So Fenland Ghost at the moment is looking strong, as is Mexica Boone. Jonathan Green is in this battle, although getting hammered from behind by Nexica. Fenland Green, Phil B, Mark W is still in. There's Avatar I haven't commented on, they've just disappeared.
Oops.
So I'm afraid you never got mentioned, whoever you are.
Who have we got left then? We've got
Desire 007, Phil B, Mark W,
Yep.
Fenland Ghost, I think Jonathan, Jonathan Green. That's who we got left, and of course a couple of wildebeest. So Fenland Ghost getting hammered now, stuck in between a few too many people. Of course, people do get back up, get enough armour on yourself, and you will recover. So Mark W now faces down against Fenland Green, who's also taking a wildebeest on at the same time. Fenland Ghost churning his way through. Oh, no, not at all. Actually, he's just making warning gestures at Nexica. Nexica then turns around.
to Fenland Ghost.
Didn't they just kill Fenland? Maybe not. I don't know. I got confused.
Maybe not.
Apparently
I mean,
not.
Fenland Ghost is a ghost, so I guess their hit points don't quite work the same as other people's.
Entirely possible. Frame rate's going a little slow, isn't it? Maybe I do need to go back down to normal shadows.
Oh, your poor shadows.
I know, they just look so good, but the extreme shadows are kind of extreme. I'll just turn them off for now. There we go, so that sorts the frame rate out. So Phil B taking on Second Breakfast, and I think Phil B's got this.
Phil B, congratulations.
Congratulations, no idea if you're still on the screen.
But you get Coriolis the Third Horizon from free.
No, it was.
No, it was the other one, wasn't
it was whatever was previously on screen. Coriolis is the next one.
Lands, yes. I did what you do. Where's the thing?
Expert. Oh, I got rid of the schedule from there. No idea what that game was. You won something.
It's on the telephone plan.
Yes. No.
No.
So we've closed all that.
Because we thought we wouldn't need it.
Yeah, so we'll get ourselves reorganised in due course.
So next up is Coriolis the Third Horizon.
Indeed.
From Free League Publishing.
Let's get that on screen so they can see it.
There we go. Oh, this is so surreal and I feel a bit sick. Just lots of emotions. And I'm very happy again.
It's going to be difficult to keep this going, I have to say. Phil B takes up their spot on the podium. Puke Enterprises taking on Fenland Ghost. Desire 007 and whose avatar's that? I can't remember. So Second Breakfast. It's Wild Pix who was the avatar I did. Sorry, Wild Pix I didn't call them previously. So yes, Prize Fighter is back. It's going to be running over. There's going to be hiccups, but we'll get through them. We'll get through them together as a team. We are massively off schedule, of course, hours behind. But that's okay. We're not going to finish all the giveaways. We will do the rest as we originally said on a Twitch stream in due course.
Yeah.
You have two fighters, do you?
Yes, I did see two in there from Fjok and also two from Han.
Enjoy.
Yes. Enjoy.
Yeah.
That's our reaction at this point when we have less than 5 hours to go. Or do we? No. We have less than 6 hours to go.
This is 2 marks as well. I don't, maybe it duplicated gladiators in the arrival thing. I don't know. I bypassed a load of code. Okay. Maybe it's a new bug. Maybe it's an existing bug. Who knows? I'm too tired to work it out. Enjoy an extra gladiator.
Yeah. So a few people getting back up. Who was the winner of that? I didn't say.
Oh, the tiger. Tiger's the winner.
Oh, it's the tiger.
Right
Oh,
now.
yeah, of course. Butterfly Project.
Sorry, I got distracted by the whole cheating thing. Not cheating thing. I was reading the cheating from Mark W. I stepped away to grab a snack. Am I cheating? No, you're fighting.
Yes.
Yes, you're fighting in an arena. I'm just going to reset the blood because it is unfortunately a little bit slowly.
So, this third one is going to be the Simba Realm Core Book Bundle.
That's a lot of stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, so they've got the Core Book, the Advanced Player's Guide, and 2 other supplements I can't quite remember the name of unless I get the prizes back up. But I'm a bit worried to touch anything on here.
Well, you can touch XSplit. I can sort it out after this fight. I need to go back over there after this fight. I'm going to need to be that side. Alright, so the Tiger gets the second prize. We're about to start our third and final fight for Free League Publishing. So let's bring the pain. Fenland goes fighting Hannah and Philby. Hannah gets up the Aura of Magnificence. Yeah, you're right. You all got like multiple gladiators. Everyone's getting multiple gladiators. It's just the way it is now.
Yeah. And this is fair if everyone's getting multiple.
Oh, I know what I've done wrong. No. Well, I say let's have some big fights.
Yes, why not?
Let's do it. We've got the shadows off. We can switch the blood to temporary. There we go. Let's just have fights that get progressively more and more insane.
Because why not? We're already, way past the Twilight Zone with this stream.
Yeah, it's we've never had disasters this big. I'm going to put blood onto temporary. I'm going to purge dropped items, so dropped items won't stay in the arena. So it should run nice and smooth. Let's have many gladiators. So make sure you get 3 gladiators in your Colosseum ready to rock and roll.
Yeah.
3 chances to win. Should have done it sooner.
Yeah.
You might even beat the dragon. Yes, we got it working.
We got it working because
Sort
Becky
of.
is a genius and I want to marry her right now.
The YouTube API isn't working. I have come up with a way of doing it by hand. So it's going to be a little bit manual and stuff like that. But we'll nail it.
Yes, we will. Well, we've already nailed it because it's working. I mean, seriously.
Yeah. We've nailed it and we've improved the format. You get a new gladiator per fight because I bypassed some code to get this working, and apparently that code made sure you only got 1 gladiator in the arena.
Yeah.
If we get loads of people on later, I'll have to put that back in.
Yeah.
I think that was the fear. That's why it existed. It was in case we were really busy. But I think because we basically got all the people that were staying with us to leave by saying it doesn't work for 3 or 4 hours.
Yes.
What?
I think Nick was just saying that he hadn't got his in, but
Hadn't got his in the arena.
Yes.
Nexica.
That's because you're not on the
list. I think he is.
Oh, yes, you are.
He is. Hey, look, we're going to reset that list in a moment anyway. I may be made a typo. No, it shouldn't. It should crash if it.
No, it's fine.
No, it should. I don't know.
But anyway, Mark W takes the Simba Round PDF core pack.
I am going to put a big line of equals in the chat, right? This is the break. So if you put in a message below that line, right, we're gonna take a few minutes. You need to get a message in between that line, and I will database all the names that are between this line and the next line that we post. So that's basically it. Say something now.
Mark W, you won Simbarown from Freely Publishing.
Yep. Right, I need to be sat on this side now.
Yes.
Well,
in the meantime, please do let us know about the panel later if you would like us to talk to Steffi Devant and Liz about the joys of gaming in a couple of hours' time, because we should probably give them some notice if we are going to say no.
I think we should do it, because it's not just the audience, it's them too, you know. And
Very
it's
true. Yeah,
and,
yeah.
It would be cruel and wrong to turn on them now. So I think we should do it. The only thing is, I am so exhausted. I don't know how much contribution I'll be able to make.
I know, but that was going to happen anyway, with or without the disaster.
Okay, I'm going to be putting in the cut-off line soon, so if you want to get into this next battle, make sure you said something in the chat, because there's more people watching than there are in the chat. So make sure, if you want to be in the next battle, say something in the chat, because we're going to cut that off in just a moment. I'm going to put the put a dividing line in, and this will be for all 3 battles. So I'm going to press enter. Anyone not looking, going to press enter in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's our selection.
Okay. Nick, my idea was to make up another hour that we'd lost. But yeah, Becky's right. We should still do it. Okay, so are we ready for the next fight?
Oh, good grief, no.
Nope. Okay.
It takes me a while. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine. No worries. So next prize we're giving away are 3 vouchers from Miniature U. So what I will do, let me just quickly get the prizes back up as well, so I've got some details to work with here. Yeah, Douglas, we're going to work on the doubles later if we can. Like, Becky's literally doing this fight.
You basically get a new gladiator every fight. It's a new game mode for the time being.
Okay then. So, Freely Publishing. No, we've done that. Miniature U. Okay, so, yes, here we go. So, there are 3 $40 vouchers that we're giving away, which basically equates to 1 mini. So, now to do this, by the way, because they're still in like a beta format, their voucher codes and making the Miniature U app is only compatible with iPhone X or later. So if you haven't got an iPhone X or later, if you're like me and have an Android, you know, it's a great little present for somebody, maybe for Christmas or, you know...
just borrow one, you only need to scan your head once.
That is very true, although you need to download the app and go through all that. But yeah, you could just borrow somebody
else's.
Yeah. See, even when we're heavily sleep deprived, Becky's just got all the answers. What's the no? Why is everyone either ancient or a child? I'm assuming you're talking about minis and not anybody else, right? 32 is ancient in internet years, right? How does it feel to have a child be your moderator? I mean, you're not, Nick. I know you're not sure. So yeah, miniatures. I suppose they're kind of just young or old, aren't they? But you know, because you're doing a selfie and then it's 3D printed, it's of you of your age when you take the picture. So it's all good. And I was going to show you.
Okay, I think that's it.
Site, but okay, well done. Never mind.
It might fail. Oh, that's why it ran slow. I had the debug open, but I kind of am going to need that if it doesn't load.
No, it's working.
Okay, then we can close it. Right, you can commentate for the start of this and you can
Okay, so we have got a load of you coming in, and yeah, we are going to keep the duplicates as well. Yeah. Oh, I'm also tired as well. I'm losing the plot a bit, and again, emotions are very sort of highly. Morning, Sue. Yes, things have happened whilst you have been sleeping. Anyway, let the fight commence. We have got a magic missile coming from Chav Hunter. Oh, and an Earth Shatter as well coming from Douglas McIntyre. It's caused a bit of damage with Fuke, I think. We've got a health thing. I can't remember the exact name of that going on because I didn't write this software. Robin versus Fuke, although Fuke is not really moving. Oh, well, he sort of is. That's interesting. They're not really moving, but at least they're still attacking each other. We have got Mark against Nexica, and he is getting back up. We've got Wildebeests in the arena. Douglas, indeed, you will get to Mage. Sue says this is too early for Sunday. Nah, this is not too early. It was too early when things went wrong about 3 hours ago. But now we're kind of out the other side, hopefully, just about. Yes, let alone us. But at least we get to go to bed at 1 o'clock. So we have, oh no, I beg your pardon, they're not Wildebeest, they're Kudu. I got them mixed up in here. So we got Fuke against Mark W. Yeah, Robin's just standing there because I think the stamina is just way too low. They're just perusing the arena as to what to do. So who have we got left? We've got Robin still, just about. Second Breakfast and Mark W. I kind of fancy some Second Breakfast right now, actually. Oh, we've got another Robin Devils going in there. We've got 3 of them left now. No more Kudu. You know, it would be quite funny if the environment did cause the fires to hurt you because they could just push them in. But Mark W. is going up against Robin. It's one of you two now, but it's looking like it could potentially be Robin. It just depends on how well her mage stick does any damage to Mark, and Mark is heavily armoured, so no, it is going to be Mark who takes it. Mark W, you win the first $40 voucher from Richie U. Congratulations. GG indeed. Okay. We've got some nice poses going on there. Fuke comes in with a mage. Yes, there are a couple of you in the middle. It's going to be a bit like a wall of death, this, if you're not careful. Alright, so we've got Mark coming back up onto the podium. And there we go. It took a little bit longer than normal, but there we go. So we've got Second Breakfast against Mark W and Robin Devils. Master Game is also coming in there. And then we've got Fuke and Master the Game. Oh yeah, another Master the Game. With the helmet and fancy stuff. Hello, Mr. Clanger. Things have happened quite a lot. Excuse me, since you were last on with us, but hopefully you will catch up. So Master the Game is down, well, one Master the Game. This Master the Game though is still up, as is that Robin Devils. We've got Ian over there with Douglas McIntyre. And here come the actual Wildebeests now that I remember the difference between Kudu and Wildebeests. So hopefully they'll calm down soon, but Fuke is still intending to sort them out with a magic missile. We know that will just kind of make them more angry, don't we? Absolutely hats off to all of you who've been here on stream so far. You're amazing people, and for that we have some extra prizes to give out to some people. We will talk about those a bit later on towards the end of the stream, which is again still going ahead now until the end. But meanwhile we have Robin Devils and Master Game. Oh, actually no, Robin Devils is down. Master Game is left with some Wildebeests. and possibly Robin if her gladiator can get a move on. Second breakfast is back up though. It could potentially go to the wildebeest if they don't sort them out. They're too busy taking each other down. Not fighting against a common enemy, but no! Master Game does! There's still one left though. We've got some Ian Whites over there. And we've got a few people left still. Robin is still tentative about whether to join this fight or whether to just spectate.
Choosing to spectate. Hasn't decided whether to come back into this or not yet. So this one goes to Master of the Game. No?
No?
Yes!
Yes. Well done to you. You win a $40 mini, head on a mini voucher from you.
I'm going to say, Chav Hunter, your Aurelia Gladiator is a troll. I'm making us think that it wasn't over. Yeah, I prefer this mode. Get a new gladiator each time. If your old one's got some health left, they'll carry on fighting. Now everyone needs 3 gladiators that are good.
Rocking those lockdown hairstyles.
Alright, so what's this last one? It's another your head on a mini voucher,
Yes,
isn't
it's
it?
just one of the same game, yes. And there are... Oh, Chapman's has got a mage one this time.
Of course, they're not actually in teams here, are they? So they could
No.
actually attack themselves.
Oh,
oversight.
the Butterfly Project comes into the arena. It's been a while since they've done that, but they think now is an opportunity because they really want their head, or whatever you call the head of a butterfly, on a miniature. Okay, so we've got Chaplin and Douglas McIntyre going against each other. We've got another Douglas McIntyre going down. We've got a Hydra in the room then, but in the Colosseum.
Have we? No, we haven't. That's a player casting Mesmerize.
Ah, I wasn't sure.
It is just a spell.
Right, Desire, there are various duplicates because we haven't coded that back in like we do with the API, so there are going to be a few...
No, it's not that everyone gets a new gladiator every fight. Right? The thing is, if your gladiator's too wounded, they will leave the arena. So this is a slightly different game mode, which has happened sort of by accident. It is kind of what I was originally going to do, something similar to this, as a mode. But yeah, so basically, up your 3 gladiators you can send to a Colosseum. You get them in each fight. Thank you for the donation. Thank you. So yeah, make sure you got 3 good gladiators lined up. So Douglas McIntyre and Master of the Game are fighting it to the end here. Unfortunately, your gladiators won't team up because, like I say, it was sort of an accident. I could code it back out, but I thought, you know what, this is more fun. Let's do this because we've got fewer people left after we kind of accidentally got rid of everyone for 4 hours. Right, so I'm going to put a break in. That was the last fight, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
So I'm going to put a break in the chat here. So if you want to be in the next fight, make sure you've got a chat message underneath this one and before the single line break that I'll put in a minute. So like I say, it's going to go a bit slower because I'm having to database this stuff by hand. Yeah, this is your chance to keep in the arena.
Also, for those of you who have joined us recently, we have broken the £7,000 mark.
Woohoo!
So thank you so much. Keep on donating if you can, especially now that more fighters are coming into the arena at once, so you have more opportunities to buff them up. I sounded so northern then. Buff them up.
Yeah, so YouTube wanted to get rid of us. We're still here.
Alright, so what is the next game? It is going to be Pelgrane Press. I'm just bringing up the links now for what they're going to be giving away. So, we have got Night's Black Agents, Trail of Cthulhu, and the 13th Age core rulebook, which I believe have been done in reverse order. So let's have a look first at 13th Age. So 13th Age is a fantastic alternative to D&D. It's a very good experience. It is a D20 game, so like I said, it has that kind of D&D feel to it per se, but also you can see here it says play 5th edition, see here and here. So you can create compatible content for 5th edition for the 13th age setting, which is really cool. I love the artwork as well of these books. It's a really cool setting, so a nice alternative to D&D. So for example, Aaron R says, for me it brings a lot of the things I really enjoyed about traditional fantasy gaming and infuses them with some new and really useful ideas that you often see more in indie gaming. And I had a great chat to Kat last year about 13th Age, so that is that book there. We also have Trail of Cthulhu, which I was briefly chatting about before a few hours ago. It's a bit more, it's apparently a bit more pulpy, but like I said, I've never actually played this one. So it's powered by the Gumshoe system. It is still an investigative play, and there's also like a starter kit print bundle there, but you'll be getting the core PDF book for that. And then we also have Night's Black Agents, which is a spy thriller. It's a really good sort of hyped up spy thriller with vampires. so you've got that intrigue, which again is done with the Gumshoe system, with the horror stuff like vampires, and also this is during a time when it says the Cold War is over and Bush's war is winding down. So it's a rather interesting time in history.
Okay, we are ready to rock and roll.
Thank you so much for the donation. That is another £10.
Woohoo! Thank you.
So this is the 13th Age core book going first. From Pelgrane Press. That's PDF. In terms of how these are going to be given out, by the way, you will be getting a voucher code. So you add said item to your basket on their website, you put code in, and then you can get it for free. So, we've got a few clumping fighters there, just sort of going almost like in a 3-legged race, 2 by 2. How is it only 7:30 in the morning? Okay.
Right, so second breakfast. Basically we've added Sue and we've lost Master of the Game this fight. So Champ Hunter's Gladiator is healing. There's the signal from the champion. Can't remember what that is at all. I think it might be the Hydra. Or possibly the public domain idol monster. So Sue Savage in the arena this time. Mark and Second Breakfast going at each other. It's Second Breakfast who emerges victorious, stabs Douglas in the back.
Oh, it's a Rhino.
Oh, of course it is. Yes.
Your favourite.
Duke goes down with his first Gladiator. So it's Second Breakfast taking on the Rhino, whilst being attacked by Sue Savage from behind and Ian White. So Second Breakfast didn't last long. It's Ian White versus the Rhino. Can he solo it? Well, Second Breakfast gets back up. Says no. I'll just have a look at this fight. Honestly, it's not bad. And Mark W gets in on some Rhino action, whilst Fuke just has a look and considers whether he wants to get involved or not. The answer is a tentative yes, but I'll just die to Ian White first. So Ian it's now Ian versus the Rhino. Everyone's taking their own turn against the Rhino.
I mean, it's one way to do it, I suppose, but it is a tough old thing.
It's dead now, though. It's Ian versus Second Breakfast.
Okay.
Heavily armoured Gladiator versus heavily armoured Gladiator.
Pop back up again. But yeah, it goes to Ian White.
Congratulations.
Well done, you get a 13th age PDF.
That Gladiator appears to be missing their arm.
That's a bit of a problem. Especially if it's their dominant arm.
There are 205 items with 13 different slots. If I've made a mistake on one particular weird combination, I apologise. So there we go. You apparently can win a fight without any arms.
Okay, so next up is the Trail of Cthulhu PDF from Pelgrim Press. Oh yeah.
Yeah, invisible arms. It's just a hole through her torso.
Oh dear. Okay, so who have we got? We've got Mexico just took down Robin. Second breakfast. Oh, that is a powerful spear, the way it's just impaling everybody. Sue against Mark there.
I think we're going to get Kudu in the arena.
Yep, potentially. A couple more Fuchs appeared now. There's a Chav Hunter as well.
A couple of Douglases. So it's Sue Savage against Mark W by the grating. Oh, it's Wildebeest.
No, that's Kudu. Or is it? Ah, I keep
No.
getting it wrong.
No, it's definitely a big, charging African cow.
Okay.
So Fuke is still alive, as is Ian, Douglas, and Sue, and Second Breakfast, and you know what? Everyone's getting back up. They're all
Yeah.
mostly alive.
Yeah.
It's chaos, isn't it, this year?
Yes.
So, Wildebeest gallivanting around the arena and attacking Chav Hunter mostly by the looks of it. Good luck, Chav. You might live. Actually, tearing through them, as is Sue Savage. Lots of blood is what I like to see. Good family entertainment. Looks like we've got another Fuke. Fuke's
We
Mage
do.
is back in. See, the gladiator names should make more sense now, really, in a way. We should maybe try to incorporate them, but don't worry. Why break the habit of an entire convention? It's too late to learn those pronunciations now anyway. So Chav Hunter and Sue and Mark having a cuddle in the middle of the arena, and Ian wants to get in on the action. Menage a Quattro. So it's Ian, Mark, and Second Breakfast who are left standing at this point in the battle. As I believe, Mark was just trying to get some stamina back, almost out. Ian stuck in the middle. This could go any direction. And Sue joining in. Yeah, no, this game is so random.
Yeah.
Sue's almost out of
running around
morale,
as well somewhere.
but dies of stamina first. Chav Hunter still has a gladiator in again. Not much morale left. Mark W looking, I think, a bit healthier, but the weaker gladiator. Nonetheless, takes, I think, the win. Yes, Mark W gets the win. Well done.
Well done for Trail of Cthulhu. Next up is Night's Black Agents by Pelgrim Press. The PDF.
The pleasure?
Yes.
Alright, so we get a fresh lot of gladiators in to join the arena, the gladiators that are still capable of fighting on. But a number of them are leaving.
Hello, Ruben.
Hello!
Things happened.
We had an interesting night.
Basically, long story short, YouTube prevented Prizefighter from working, but we have managed to get it back up through Becky's amazingness.
And also doing a lot of work by hand at the moment. YouTube has switched us off, essentially. That's the Rhino signal, I believe. So Sue Savage getting the shockwave out on that's Mark W, isn't it? Yeah,
it is Mark W.
It was.
It was.
Now pieces on the floor.
Sue Savage and Second Breakfast, they're kind of running along together. They're one team. Oh, yeah, you're right. There's some rhinos.
Well, they get sound effects. We don't particularly need to add them, I think.
Oh yeah, true.
So Douglas is maybe I did make them teammate because you know what, they don't appear to ever be attacking themselves. But if I did code that in, A, go me, and B, they would only attack themselves when it was only them left.
Yes.
Because that's the way it works. When it's only your team left, you split the team basically. And even if someone gets back up, the team is at that point split. If I did that. No idea. It's entirely possible. Can't remember. Lots of rhinos still in this battle. This could well be going to the kids in Uganda.
Yep, they're both really going for second breakfast, or 2 second breakfasts.
Indeed, there does appear to be a large supply of rhinos available to this Colosseum. It is by far been the most common animal, I think, tonight. Which is kind of a shame because it's also the least well animated. Makes my work look a lot shoddier than it really is.
So Sue Savage is still up with Douglas McIntyre?
I think it's mostly just Sue and a rhino. But the rhino took it, I think.
Yes, they did.
They did indeed. Okay, that was the last fight, wasn't it?
It was.
Because what I'd like to do is turn shadows to the on position. Because I think we can handle shadows on, just probably not extreme. So, let's get it queued up. Right, sorry, I'm kind of hugging you.
Yes.
There we go. It's perfectly appropriate. Right, so as before, I'm going to put a break in the chat. So you need to get in after the break and before the cut-off, whenever I write the cut-off.
Next up, we have got Schwalbe Entertainment, where we did air the interview a few hours ago. So if you want to go back and watch that, fine. Or we will be uploading the interviews anyway separately in due course. So we're not going to rerun that again. But yeah, Rob is giving away, I think it was 2 copies of Shadow of the Demon Lord core book. Let's see. Yes, as PDF, and then a bundle of Shadow of the Demon Lord, Demon Lord's Companion, Tales of the Demon Lord, and Terrible Beauty. So a lot of nice supplements there. I, however, really need the bathroom.
Okay, so I'll just try and multitask.
I know, I'm sorry.
As best as I can.
Well, I could
by
put on a
talking.
little
Rotate that.
thing.
Go on, you go off.
Okay.
I'm all good. I'm all good. So yeah. What is the next prize?
I just said.
Did you?
Yes.
That says Pelgrane Press. We already gave that away, didn't we?
Yes. We did. Uh-oh.
Right, so that's okay. I'll just put to be confirmed in and we'll have to check the replay later. So lots of work for me to do whilst multitasking. So I must have pressed refresh too soon. My bad. Okay, yeah, I can totally hold this together and do all these things at once. Queen of multitasking. Obviously, the words coming out of my mouth are complete filler because what I need to know is what the next prize is. So that should have sorted that. It's Schwalbe Entertainment, Shadow of the Demon Lord, 2 copies of that, and then a 3rd copy, which I think... Yeah, 3rd copy, that is a bundle of stuff. So the 3rd one we'll be doing here is the big fight. I'm going to put the cut-off in the chat now because I think it's already longer than a page and that is way less than ideal for me in terms of doing this. So, bum 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 bum. Entry cut off for the Schwalbe battle. Yes, we have made it past 7k. I'm afraid you did just miss the... Oh no, you were already in, Ruben. It's all good, it's all good. Right, so I'm going to start... So, for those of you who missed what happened, YouTube switched off our API. Many reasons for it, all of which are YouTube's fault. So what I'm having to do now is just database everyone who enters each fight by hand each time, which is not terribly easy because I have to go continually check spellings of all of your usernames and things like that. So hopefully, like, if I make a mistake and miss someone here, I'm really sorry. Doing the best I can. So I'm getting this fight set up now. Welcome back, Mr. Clanger. I see you've returned to chat. Lots of people starting to come back now, actually, which is good to see, because I was worried we'd lost a lot of people when we had like 3, maybe 4 hours, can't remember now, of basically Jason and I trying to feel and getting increasingly depressed inside our hearts knowing that this was a complete disaster without Prize Fighter, because it's like the core thing we do. But we've worked around it. We've managed to get it going again of a fashion. You just have to bear with me between each fight, and whilst I feel as best as I can, because I'm sort of databasing names whilst talking, because Jason's had to go to the loo, so Jason would be filling for me here, but he can't at the moment. He's in the bathroom. So I think that's... I've got duplicates there. Have I got... I think I filtered them out already though, didn't I? Yeah, so I don't mind about the duplicates. We'll just leave them there. Right, let's get these fights on the go then. So, let's get Prize Fighter up on screen. And hopefully it'll work. Yay! Progress. Right, so into the arena come a number of gladiators. You guys! And Ian being all energetic, Duke Enterprises with a tier 3 there that's managed to get some peasant trousers on. That's like a T0 leggings. But hey, if they work for your gladiator, they work. We've got some tier 5s and 4s. So, some Sav for the tier 4. So, we've got strong gladiators out there. Ian White with the tier 3. Another 5 for Robin Devils. Mark W with a 3. Mexico, Mexico with a tier 2. I think that's the lowest tier I've seen at the moment. So Sue Savage got shot in the back there, was having a nice fair fight with Ian White, and somebody shot her from behind. Bit harsh, guys. There's the decision from the champion. I think it might have been going a kiss, which would mean we're getting a tiger. So Second Breakfast and Mexico facing off against each other. Right next to them, it's Sue Savage and Buke, who are both attacking those two, the original two. Right, so I think I'm keeping up with this sort of. So no, I'm not. Right, Chav Hunt got a hit on the tiger. He's now chasing, I think, after Ian White, possibly after the tiger. The tiger's gone down. So I think Chav Hunter's dispatched it. Come back to have a go at Douglas and Second Breakfast, having a bit of a melee in the middle. Douglas goes down, Sue Savage, Second Breakfast and Chav Hunter in the final 3. It's now Chav Hunter versus Sue Savage. Sue Savage out of stamina and trying to get away from Chav Hunter to have a little bit of a rest. This is no good when you're moving slower. I think Sue's going to go down here, and it's Chav Hunter who takes the win. So that was the first prize from Schwab Entertainment. The second one is the same prize, Shadow of the Demon Lord PDF. Oh, yeah, I think I should have included one, but I'm not showing the arena. Desire 007. I don't think you're in my database. Yes, you are. Desire 007. So why aren't you appearing? Do you have gladiators in the Colosseum? I missed you as well, Ronnie. I certainly database you. I may errors. I had to rush up a bit. It's kind of because like I was by myself trying to talk at the same time. So hopefully when Jason returns from the bathroom, I'll get it right next time. I am sorry. I'm doing the best I can in my exhausted state whilst talking and coding at the same time. I'll try and get... I must have made an error on your name somewhere, somehow. Yeah, I'll do my best. I hope if you're not in next time, then there must be something programmatically wrong, so I'll have to take a deeper look. But I suspect it's just our database named wrong or something. That was won by the Butterfly Project, so they're going to get Shadow of the Demon Lord, perfectly appropriate for young children. And in come the next batch of gladiators. So this is also apparently a Shadow of the Demon Lord PDF. Our third fight here. I wouldn't say I've entirely fixed it there, Nexica. I've watched around YouTube. Robin getting hammered between Ian and Fuke. Sue and Mark going against each other. Nice and modified rally over there for Sue. Lots of booming gear on, nice to see. Still a standard shield, disappointed. Fuke with that wonderful square shield that he's been building at various points tonight. Being attacked from behind by Second Breakfast. Sue and Mark still going at each other. And now there's things happening in the middle. I don't know what. Second Breakfast did something. I'm not keeping up with this at all. I'm trying. Second Breakfast attacking Second Breakfast. Very solid strategy there. And kills himself with an Earth Shatter. That is victory for Robin Devils. Well done, Robin. You take that one. I think that was our third fight. And yet, it doesn't seem to have registered a win there. It now says we should be giving away the bundle. I think that prize probably should have been the bundle. What don't you see in your prize list, Chad? Is it
behind it then?
I don't know. I think it just missed one, but I'm not. See, I think that fight should have been for the bundle.
That is the bundle, yeah.
Yeah, but it's just awarded a standard PDF. I think it dropped one of the earlier packets for some reason. Oh God. Oops. Oh, you know what it is? I think it sometimes doesn't register the champion winning. I wonder if that's why it. No, it has done. I'm sure it has done throughout the night. So many things. Who was that?
Schwab? Yeah, that was Schwab Entertainment.
Okay. Alright, we're not going to start the next cut-off yet because I think I'm going to be a few minutes trying to just figure out just things.
Yes. Okay. Right. Shall I refresh on here?
Yeah, you can refresh on that, but we'll have to refresh again. But that does kill the sound, so it's a good place to
yeah,
start.
of course. I keep forgetting about the sound is still a thing. Oh, hello, Ronnie. Nice to have you back.
It missed the third fight. I think that should belong to them. I'm going to put a TBC in there. That means we have to watch the stream later and fix whoever should have won that.
Yeah.
No point giving me your name and saying who it was and all being in agreement because I have to put a back-end code in, not their actual name.
Yeah.
And as clearly demonstrated by the last battle, I apparently mistype your name sometimes because some people didn't get into that who should have. And don't need a break, just needed a moment there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start the break, the entries open for. You need to refresh that to see who it is, don't we?
I wasn't sure if you're ready yet. Yep, that's all up. So we've got Pickpocket Press, I've got them here as well.
Right, and go for Pickpocket. Enter. Right, go get your messages in.
Yep. So this is for. We've got two prizes, which is Low Fantasy Gaming Deluxe PDF, the Low Fantasy Gaming Companion, and Adventure Framework Collection. So a lot of PDFs in there. In terms of the third prize, you are going to be getting a Low Fantasy Gaming Deluxe hardback copy along with the PDF bundle. So very, very nice. Just so you've got an idea of what Low Fantasy Gaming looks like, here it is. Less magic, more grit. It's kind of cut off the bottom for you, but that's basically what it says on the book. They are essentially they've done Barbarians of Lemuria Mythic Edition as well. They kind of republished that. But yeah, it's a nice RPG with sort of grit. It's very dangerous, that kind of thing, wrapped around a familiar D20. So there's a big list of stuff in the book, and they've also done a flick through video as well. It just so happens. Here is the Adventure Framework Collection 1. excuse me. So this is a compilation of 22 adventure frameworks. So things like they're independent adventures. There are things set in cities, forests, mountains, underground, you name it. So here you go. The Hanging City of Nenchagi. Oh look, it's a public domain eyeball monster. Oh no, another public domain eyeball monster. Why can I only see 2 people in the chat? Oh, because in Thai it's because it's close. Right. Hey, do we need to do something if we won a prize? Yes, you need to go to your prize claim on your account, and if you need to, for example, fill in a postal address or an email address, then that's where you put it. The other thing about LFG is it's designed to be low prep, by the way, so nice and seamless. So this is the deluxe hardback copy and PDF bundle, first of all. Excuse me. Ooh, it's nearly 8 o'clock. Are you okay?
I think I've got it right this time.
Okay.
I just added a bit of line of code. I think when I copy and paste that little segment of chat out into my code and then start sort of editing it and turning it into code, YouTube puts a null character on the end of everyone's name. I think I must have included that last time. So what I've tried to write, bearing in mind, I don't normally strip null characters out of it. I don't normally need to, because I don't make mistakes like that, YouTube. So what I've done, I think I've written some code that will strip a null character, but I don't know.
Chad, the last prize was it just one of the core books?
The very last one was a bundle.
Okay, so it was a PDF bundle of Shadow of the Demon Lord core, as well as Demon Lord's Companion, Tales of the Demon Lord, and Terrible Beauty.
Yeah, I thought at the time it was just a Demon Lord thingy, but
we did
it should have been the bundle.
Yes, it was the bundle last.
It should have been the bundle. So yeah, I did move the winner. Oh, I moved the wrong person.
Oh.
That's why he's confused. He's wondering why he's got his big prize. So, did you win the standard one then, I guess, Chap Hunter? I guess.
I'm afraid I was out of the room. So
Butterfly Project must have won that, so that one must have been to be confirmed. Did the Butterfly... You know what, I'm just going to mark all of those prizes to be confirmed. And when I've had some rest, I just watch it back and figure out who should have what.
Yeah. We'll do it later. In the meantime, though, on to Pickpocket Press. So this is the LFG Deluxe hardback copy and the PDF bundle. So obviously the hardback will be going out. That's coming out to you directly from the sponsor, and you'll get the PDF bundle by email. That's going to drive you, I believe. So Ronnie has returned. As well as Desire, you're now. Fantastic. Okay. And we're off. Okay, so we've got Ian and Sue. There goes a fireball. We've got Mark Desire and Chaplin to the forefront, as well as Ronnie Bradley. He just took somebody down. I didn't quite see who that was, as well as Nexica. Sue Savage and Ian White over there. Weirdly, the pattern kind of comes in front of the avatars, but never mind. Who else have we got? We've got Ronnie versus Mr. Clanger. You're absolutely right. The plan is to check recording back to confirm, because the stream is recording, so we do have evidence of who won. We have some kudu coming in. Thank you so much for your donation. Keep them coming. We're up to £7,024. Thank you so much.
I just need to check. Is everyone who thinks they should be in, or did anyone get missed? Because I was just a bit worried there was something systematically wrong with Desire and Ronnie and
No,
people.
Desire is in.
As is Ronnie, yeah?
As is Ronnie.
Okay, I must have just made a typo, because that was when I was trying to commentate and code at the same time, Bill and stuff. So, okay, sorry about that.
It's cute.
Right, so yeah, Ian takes out Chav or vice versa. It's gonna. I don't know. I just walked in. I'm gonna walk out.
Fair enough. Ronnie's running away from Chav Hunter. Who else have we got? We've still got a few Kudu running around. Oh, they are quite weak. Oh, one of them is just coaxing away and just walking away. Let's see. We've got Ronnie, Ian, and Chav Hunter now. Just the three of you, and Kudu. Just the one. Very funny. If they were Lovecraftian beasts, would they be Cthulhu? Quite possibly. Okay, so the Kudu are down, so it's just Ronnie now against Douglas. It is going to be Ronnie! Well done, and thank you again for another donation. Thank you so much. Taking £7,025.30. And don't forget, if you are a UK resident, then you will almost certainly have your gift aid option as well, so feel free to add that. It boosts the funds to the project and also boosts a bit more coinage for you. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm in such a different frame of mind compared to an hour ago. This is really good, everybody. Thank you so much. Okay. So now we have got... So Ronnie has jumped podium there. This is the PDF bundle of LFG Deluxe, LFG Companion and Adventure Frameworks Volume 1. So we've got Ronnie, Sue, and somebody who was down in between them there. Oh, was that a shrug? Not quite sure. Okay. So we've got Sue and Ronnie going at each other near the back there. We've got Second Breakfast I saw with Douglas. We've got Desire, Second Breakfast there. Mark W and Mexico going at each other. We've got Ronnie trying to find something to do. Oh, that's a golden shield. By the way, the offer still stands. If you get an all golden gladiator, we will give you another Int Adventures dungeon pack of cards. But we still haven't seen a fully golden one.
Yeah, I want to see every slot gold, including weapon and shield. There are plenty of stuff out there. Question is, how often are these things coming up? I think to do it, you'll need to snap those auctions as they come up and kind of build a gladiator in your Ludus before you send them in.
Yeah, Ronnie, everybody's got duplicate gladiators.
You're getting a fresh gladiator each fight. Basically, because we can't introduce new people in to each sequence of fights, what we're doing instead now is each fight, your next gladiator joins. If your old gladiator is still in, then you get two. Two chances to win. It's more fun.
Yes.
Bigger fights.
We have Mark and Mr. Clanger with very heavy armour on Mr. Clanger with that big shield from the night before. Who else we got? Douglas McIntyre and Ian somewhere. Oh, they're not on camera. It's going to be Mr. Clanger. Well done to you. Thank you, Robin. Have a good rest. Good morning, Rondi. Things have been happening, and we are very behind, but you never know, we might actually be catching up. Maybe.
That's a bit laughable, isn't it? How far behind are we?
We are here.
So 6 a.m. and it's currently 8 a.m. for us in local time. So we're 2 hours behind. We did lose, what was it, 3.5 hours?
We did, yes.
Or something. It's a long story.
Very long.
Okay. So it looks like we've got one more of these.
Yeah, we've got one more of the LFG PDF bundles. So, okay, we've got Design Ian there.
Many Chav Hunters.
Yes.
Somebody's nightmare and somebody's fantasy. Sorry.
I couldn't quite see the gesture from the champion, but I suppose we'll find out very soon. Is it going to be a tiger? No, it is a public domain eyeball monster. Yes, I remember them all.
Huge amounts of damage on whoever that previously was in front of it. See, arrows going in against it, so it's taking some pain.
Still, well, it's shedding quite a lot of blood there, but there goes
the
chain
lightning, and it's chaining. Oh, this is going to be very bad for our heavily armoured gladiators.
Oh, down they go.
And yeah, I don't see the public domain eyeball monster. It's dead. It's dead. This is going to be a win for someone else. Whoever can stand up and survive the longest now, whoever has any stamina or health left at all, has a chance of winning this. At the moment, it's going to Douglas, but not necessarily. Oh, who knows? There is no way of knowing which way this will go. Every last ounce of stamina and health that you can get on your gladiator makes the difference in these kind of heavy slogs. So you know what to do. Get in the auction house and buy some stuff.
Well done, Second Breakfast. You take the last PDF bundle from Pickpocket Press.
Okay, what have we got coming up next?
Next we've got some Steam keys from Tin Man Games. Okay.
So, as before, you've got to get in between these manually inputted messages. Don't you just love YouTube?
Yep.
So entries will be open for a couple of minutes. You need to get a chat message in between these brackets. So the brackets are open now. Get your chat message in, and they will soon be closing. Quite a long time before the fight starts because I'm having to database everyone manually.
Indeed. So first up we have a Steam key for the Warlock of Firetop Mountain. This is a 2.5D interactive version of the same name, First Fighting Fantasy book by Steve Jackson and Ian Livingstone. So it's quite nice. You can kind of guide your hero around Firetop Mountain. You get encounters and things like that. So it's a nice little game. We also have Warhammer Underworlds Online.
Can I just say hello to Mementus212?
Oh, hello!
Welcome to the stream.
Nice to see you. I know
can
where you're
donate
from.
On this link up here, complus.live/donate. If you want to get into the arena, you are sort of qualified in the sense that you've got your chat in, but we've had a technical problem with YouTube. So what
No,
you'll need
YouTube had the technical problem. We didn't.
YouTube had a technical problem with itself, and they've kicked us off the API. So we're having to do things manually. So what we will need you to do, if you want to get a gladiator in the arena, which you absolutely can do and should do because it's a lot of fun cheering yourself on to your inevitable demise, you will need to make an account on complus.live. Right, that's the starting point. And then go into your account page and you'll see a button called Your Prize Fighter. Click on that and you'll be able to. Actually,
I was going to say we can just show them.
Show the process. So you need to make an account. I'm gonna close the entries for now.
Let's start again.
So, create an account. That'll do the whole email verification type thing. All right, and then go into the My Account page, and then click the Your Prize Fighter button. Now Jason doesn't have this button because he's already been through this process.
Yes.
But where it says Enter Prize Fighter 2 for Jason, you'll have a linked YouTube account. If you do that, and then complete that process, you'll be registered in our database, and then I will somehow try to figure out how to get you into the entry list.
Because we're doing this more manually now.
Yes. Death to YouTube, burn it with fire, more fire, more fire.
Yes.
And
lots of gasoline.
And then when you do donate, there's a really cool thing. So you haven't, by default, when you go to the donation screen, why don't you show this?
Yeah.
So if you go to the go home.
Okay.
And then just scroll that down there. Donate now. Right. By default, it's an anonymous donation, but when you log in, you have the option of declaring your donation as who you are. So what that means is, because the money goes directly to charity, we don't get to see it at all. And if you keep it on anonymous, all the charity tells us is how much money we've raised.
Yes.
But if you declare it, charity will tell us who donated the money. And what we can do with that is we give you some virtual currency to use in our prize fighter section, we've got a little app on our website for prize fighter where you can buy better gladiators and equipment. You can gear them up, dress them up, give them different bits. It's a bit like an MMO where you slot in different equipment to different slots on the gladiator. So if you declare it, we'll give you some virtual currency to use in there. We'll give you a little bit anyway, just to start yourself off with. We'll give you a couple hundred denarii, or 100 or 200, can't remember now, to get you going. We'll show you a bit more about how that section works after the next battle. So I'll let you get back to Jason now, because I need to go and database these names.
Yes, so someone said, oh, these video games. They sort of are, but we do have some sponsors that come on that do sort of fighting fantasy, choose your own adventures. We've had Destiny Quest in the past, we've had Ian Livingstone in the past, and once again this year we have Sora Master's Tales, which is a hybrid of choose your own adventures with roleplay. And you know, people who roleplay do sometimes, or at least have heard of things like Fighting Fantasy and so on. And Tin Man Games has been a long-term sponsor of ours. Exactly, it's very nostalgic. So we have the World of Fire Top Mountain Steam key first. Then we have Warhammer Underworlds Online. In fact, what I'll do is I'll bring that up for you on the Steam page. So essentially this is a strategic game. It's not like an MMORPG or anything. As you can see here, you assemble your warband. You kind of like prize fighter, you buff them up with what you want. You have like a deck building thing going on, which is really cool. So there is a bit of trading card elements in there. So it's a nice little game to have to keep you entertained during lockdown. Next up, let me just go back to here a second. Next up we have also a VR Steam key, or not Steam key, but a PlayStation VR game Table of Tales, The Crooked Crown. This one is for PlayStation 4 only, so this does not work on PC or anything like that, but it does work for PS4. Basically, it's quite a cool. It has a chess vibe because you're moving pieces around a board, but you're doing so within a fantasy world, which is quite cool. And it's not just a game of chess. There's a lot more rules to that, and as you can see, there's a lot of interactive things going on the board. So very, very colourful. This would be great for younger people as well if you've got a PlayStation VR, and as you can imagine, it is set in VR, so you can fully move around this, use magic wands like this to roll your dice, etc, etc. So that is Tin Man Games.
Okay, so pretty much ready-ish. So Lamentus 2-on-2 isn't all sort of linked up yet, so unfortunately we won't get into this fight, but everyone else should. Hang on. That wasn't an error, honest. Just give me one moment. Okay, that should be ready to hopefully to go. Yeah. Yeah. So just if because obviously it'll take a little time to do the website registration, I appreciate, but to get that set up, take part in some fights, and it's just a bit unfortunate, like earlier before YouTube caused us a load of grief, it was all automatic, semi. You'd have been in the arena already, but...
Oh, we've got Ruben Draconis as a tier 5! Woohoo! Upping his game there. Robin's back in as well. Have we got any new people? I think that's it.
It's mostly the same. It's just Ruben coming into this one. And Rodney, yes. Oh, thank you for the donation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much indeed. So where are we up to now? We're up to £7,075.
Oh, I think that was quite a big donation. I think it was a £50 one. Ooh, I think, rightly. Although I am very tired because I've been up all night.
Yep.
So we got some fireballs going from Sue there, although Sue's just gone down. Douglas McIntyre's taken down 2 majors, and we've got some Ankegs in the arena, unfortunately. And they can be quite tough if you don't have the right equipment against them. There's 2 against 1 there, although Douglas has taken one of them down. Yeah, Douglas has won.
Well done, Douglas.
You have won the Walk of Firetop Mountain Steam Key.
So the next one is the Warhammer Underworlds Online Steam Key.
Yep.
Should we try show it?
Yes. Here we go.
Alright, so as the gladiators make their way out, we're setting up for the second battle, and we'll see which way this goes. Loads more gladiators in the arena now.
Because McIntyre says rank 2 bling man worked. It is bling, but it's not gold. And you just salute there.
I think the salute is the Scorpions.
Yes, I was just trying to wrap my brains and remember, but again, we've been up for a very long time. In come the Scorpions. Everybody sees them as the more of a threat, so they're turning them into red confetti.
Absolutely. It's their job in life.
The poor things.
The Scorpions haven't won all night.
No, they haven't actually. I'd be very surprised if they had. We've got a couple of second breakfasts in there. We've got a couple of Mark W's. Ruben against Sue as well. Oh, and there goes some lightning. Who set that up? I didn't quite see. It did chain a little bit. I think that was second breakfast mage actually.
Yeah. It's just lightning their other character.
Oh dear. So it is Mark W versus second breakfast.
After lightning yourself, do you have any mana left? And I think the answer is no. Oh, it's slowly going down. It's painful to watch.
Yep, this is a slog.
Yeah, you had such high health, apparently, before
Yep.
this.
Oh dear. Slowly. Oh,
wait, what?
Somebody's punched the.
Oh, that was a healing spell. I thought that was a victory
Yeah,
there
me
for a
too.
moment.
It's like you haven't quite won yet. You know, calm down.
Yeah, you've got to actually hit this person who's attacking you.
Indeed.
Or are they just trying to taunt them into oblivion or something? Just trying to get another heal up. They did get another heal off. A couple of them, I think, haven't they? Isn't there? Several heals in a row. Oh, this is going to take forever.
We're supposed to be trying to make up the time.
Yeah, like Mark W's down. Look, come on, seriously, just get down.
There we
And he
go.
does. He quits.
Alright, okay.
Got shouted at and quit.
Well done, Mark W. You win Warhammer Online.
So next up is the PlayStation VR key. We appreciate not everyone will have PlayStation VR. If you don't, you've got a Christmas gift to give to someone. Yeah, or give it to a friend and so forth.
I know it says Steam Key at the bottom, but ignore it, it's not bad.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's not a Steam Key, but usually everything that Team Games gives is a Steam Key, so I guess it was just...
How does this one get delivered?
So you get this off the PlayStation VR website, is what it is, rather than Steam, which is for PC games. But it's a similar sort of thing, you just redeem it.
Oh, I see what you mean.
On the
Yeah,
website.
okay.
Yes.
Alright.
Table of Tales, the Crooked Crown.
Okay, I think the champion already made a decision.
Quite possibly, they're keen. So, who have we got? We've got some second breakfast, we've got some more healing going on from the mages there. Douglas McIntyre, Rodney Sloan and Mark W going one-on-one, although albeit quite briefly. We've got Ankegs coming in. Oh, that was a bit of a chomp. And down goes one of the second breakfast characters, although the other one's still standing.
It is as long this time.
No, it is Mark W versus second breakfast. Oh, and yep, they managed to kill the Yankee. But who is going to take the PlayStation VR key? I think it might well be Mark W just about. You definitely have the advantage with your armor. But it is also a bit of a hack. Oh, it is not. It is second breakfast. Well done to you. Oh, my throat is definitely going.
I'm sorry, I can't commentate.
It's okay.
Okay, so as before, if you want to get in on the action, get a chat message in now. Entries are now open for Benjamin Deskovich.
Indeed. So, Benjamin Deskovich, he is one of our long-running sponsors as well. He is an author of fantasy novels, basically. So he is giving away 2 PDFs of his novel Dead Letter, and then he's giving away Dead Letter and Dragon Choir together in another prize. So just to give you an idea of what they look like. So this is Dead Letter. So as you can see, very kind of cool and fancy. An outcast sorcerer is lost in the city of gold, boiling in a cauldron of lies. How very dramatic. Okay, and obviously just the text there. Very, very cool. This is Dragon Choir. When the days stretch and the land bakes, dragons will scour the sky. It's very good stuff, and again, perfect time to do some reading during lockdown and keep you entertained. If you're still in lockdown, of course, and not opening up or anything. Or you might want to read them anyway, because they're great books. Okay, so the entries for Benjamin Deskovich have been closed.
Yep, that means I'm going to start databasing.
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely, for those who are new-ish or still not familiar completely with Prizefighter, ask the mods and they will answer those for you if we're not able to, if we're busy scrambling trying to get things together. Okay.
Delay?
Be a little bit longer. So, what I'll do, let me go through a couple more prizes. Yes, it is fiction, Mark W, so they're fantasy novels. Let me go through some more prizes that we're giving away very, very soon. After this, we are going straight into role-playing tips, who are back this year, and they are giving away some really cool campaign settings, amongst other things. We have then got Roll for Initiative, who are giving away some absolutely stunning sets of dice. Then we have got Jonathan Green, who is giving away, again, some really cool ebooks and also a hardback with some extra cool accessories in there that we'll go through shortly. But we are done now. It is back to Benjamin Deskovich. Here we go. Bum ba dum. I keep doing sound effects. I don't know why. I'm just so tired.
Been going for that long.
I am just so tired. Oh my god. Okay, so
we've got 5 hours of this stream left, so that must mean we've done 19.
Yes, yes we have. So we've got Douglas with your hat, which I first thought was your hair. I just wish it was your hair. That would be really cool. We've got Rodney Sloan, we've got Ruben doing some kind of cool pose there because he is totally the most awesome of them all. We've got Sue in there, Nexka is back in, and Mark W. It's quite a small crowd of people. So now is the time to get your gladiator buffed up because the fewer the people are in the arena, the more likely you're going to win something.
Oh, we have like 21 people watching at the moment, so you know.
Get in the chat, people.
Yeah. Totes.
Just say anything within reason, obviously, but
when the entries are open.
Yes, when the entries are open. Yes, we know, Nexka, you've been wonderful being moderator. Thank you so much.
You saved our skin.
Yes. And you've kept us entertained. Thank you for the donation.
Woohoo!
That's another £10. So we're up to
Amazing.
7,085. We're nearly up to 7,100.
I wonder if we will actually do 7.5k by the end. It's kind of my new revised lower goal.
Maybe, or maybe 7,250. But anyway, we've got Douglas McIntyre against Ruben, who, like I said earlier, has gone right up to a tier 5 gladiator with very heavy armour going on. Pretty good at dodging as well, considering all the plate armour. It is Ruben! Ruben has got a copy of Dead Letter by Benjamin Deskovich, so well done to you.
Well done indeed. So, what's up next? Is it another of the same? Or
It is
different?
indeed another
of
the same, but we'll bring it anyway. There we go. So, Dead Letter by Benjamin Deskovich. Very good, very good.
Okay, so double the amount of carnage in the arena. So for those of you who have slightly stronger gladiators, you're more likely to have 2 in the arena now.
Yeah,
which
Sue
means
Savage
you're
has
more.
got another gladiator now.
Yeah, that means you're more likely to kill yourself.
Indeed. So Ruben takes his place on the podium.
Okay, and battle resumes. Douglas immediately gets hit twice at once from
Oh,
both
and Sue
sides.
Savage again with the fireballs.
That's a rhino.
Oh dear. you got what you asked for. The amount of people overnight asking for rhinos and red dragons. They got a couple of red dragons, but mostly rhinos.
Yeah. Yeah, the rhinos are a lot more common.
Yeah. And to those of you who've joined us recently, things like the rhinos and the scorpions, they're all completely random, so we don't pick them, it just happens.
Yeah, and when they win, the prizes go out to the kids in Uganda who we are money raising for. We haven't spoken about that much lately because we're so far behind schedule.
Yeah.
But we did in the period we couldn't be running Prize Fighter, so we talked a lot about it then.
Yeah.
We will mention them again.
Yes. That is a very golden shield, but I don't see much more gold on you, Douglas. You need more gold.
Yeah, absolutely. I still want to see an all-gold gladiator. There's an extra prize in it for you. You could win an Inked Adventures map and dice playing cards, and they are really cool. We showed them on the stream earlier. You can build old school style art dungeons with them, plus they're playing cards, plus they are a D20, a D6 or a D%.
So Second Breakfast has taken that Dead Letter PDF, so well done. Also, hello to Jared Plymont. Nice to see
hi!
you.
Welcome back to this year's stream.
Yeah, who has a question, what if the rhino wins? So the rhino and any other animal basically represents the Butterfly Project. So it's kind of like the humanoid tiger thing from last year.
Yeah, if you remember last year, the arena champion was our anthropomorphic tiger, Tony the Tiger. This year, the champions were represented graphically in the arena by previous people who've won. They call in monsters, and every now and then they jump in themselves and kill their friends from previously.
So this is the last prize from Benjamin Deskovich. This is Dead Letter and Dragon Quiet. So you get 2 PDFs, and it looks like you predicted that, so the champion's gone straight in. And the champion, oh dear, has got a golden shield and a katana, and is also quite heavily armoured. So we'll see what happens there.
Well, it's a gladiator that won a previous battle, so, you know, this is already a strong character.
Okay, so we've got, who've we got in a line there? We've got Second Breakfast and Mexica. Douglas is sort of just walking around a bit, and Sue's trying to prod him in the back. We've got Ruben having a go against the Butterfly Project with his Mage Gladiator. Sue's got a new gladiator there as well. Let's see. The Butterfly Project is just trying to pick people off, I think. Oh, but there goes a chain reaction of lightning. Not W. Why am I on fire again? That is a very relevant question to ask at this point in the stream, I think. So Second Breakfast is still in against Ruben, or rather against Ruben to the Gladiator.
Oh, there is a chance that somebody could actually win multiple prizes with this game mode, isn't there?
Yeah, Second Breakfast, you win that bundle.
Okay, I probably need to hope it that way.
Yeah, you will get that fixed.
But I don't know how.
What I do need is to fix my throat because seriously, water.
Honestly, I have to look at code that logs.
Okay,
open.
well, we did say we were going to talk a bit more about the Butterfly Project, so why don't we run a little bit of footage?
Okay, yeah, let's
just give ourselves a break.
Let's do that.
Because we can't do this for 3 hours straight, we'll be dead.
We've kind of got to, we're still about 2 hours behind schedule.
Yes, but we're catching up. Slowly but surely.
Let's do the shorter one.
Yeah, let's do the shorter one. Okay.
We'll be back in a few minutes.
Oh, hello there. Yes, Stromo here. Oh, I'm known by many other names. But one thing I must tell you today is to support the Butterfly Project?
Playing RPG has changed the way I feel the world.
Oh, absolutely. They're very lovely people.
Yeah, it makes me to view the world as the world of heroes.
So you must donate as much you can.
When you look at this game, at the beginning of the level 1, all of us were different, but we gather together and make an adventure.
Give as much as you can. I am. I hope you will do as well.
We're supporting COM+3 and the Butterfly Project,
which is a school in Uganda that educates children who are living in poverty and in isolated villages, and they use gaming to do this.
There are very many monsters in RPG, but the one I like most are the goblins.
I like goblin because it is nice looking. It is green in its skin and has red eyes, and it is shine like something made of gold.
I want to take a moment to ask you to donate to the Butterfly Project.
Everyone should get involved in the Butterfly Project. It's a great cause and well worth your support.
Every little bit that you can give to help those kids in Uganda learn through role-playing games, every little bit helps.
So please dig deep, be generous.
So if you can donate, please donate. If you can't donate, at least share it with people who can.
It's a really important and fantastic cause.
I've been playing a class wizard, and I've chosen the name Ezren. And as a wizard, I wanted to be the most powerful one, so that I can disappear or go into invisibility, and I can even teleport myself anywhere I want. And also I can have the most powerful spell. Let's wish. I can wish the reality to change, like if they have killed all our parties, I can wish that the parties were back, and then I can bring the whole party back. That is what I wanted to achieve.
And I want to encourage you to support the Butterfly Project,
which is an awesome project helping support disadvantaged young people learn through play.
Thank you so much for donating to the Butterfly Project.
It's a great cause.
And I will be so grateful to know that you've been a part of helping it.
And if you are able to contribute something,
please donate now.
These kids deserve as much help as we can get.
Get out there and support the Butterfly Project.
Thank you so much if you've donated already. And if you haven't, there's still time.
So in that character, I achieved a lot in the Golden Field when we were fighting the giant, and I was a hero there.
It has enabled teamwork such that players come and discuss together to finish a mission.
I like playing this adventure because I kill a lot of monsters and I gain experience points.
I want my character to become the greatest and the strongest.
I would like to resurrect people for the first time because it is my new spells. So I would like to resurrect people for the first time, and also to prevent death in the community.
Hello.
Hi. So I think you just skipped Ollie off the end there.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Ollie. He gets in at the start anyway. So we had scheduled, or if we were still remotely on schedule, we were going to repeat some videos from yesterday that I feel are really important, which is the I know that they're still there, but before the panel we need to, or ought to get in a repeat of the Butterflies in Lockdown and the Feeding the Community videos.
Okay.
So, and I think because we're getting close to the panel, if we basically do that now, then we can set the panel up and get connected whilst those videos are running, although we will have to change videos midway through.
We've got an hour and a half yet, babe.
Have we?
Yeah. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock.
I'd still like to get them running because I think it's important to remember what it is we're doing here and why, and that is we're raising money for the Butterfly Project. So we're going to air a couple of films now. I think you'll briefly see us in between them. The first one is there are 4 kids that have stayed on at the project while all the other kids have gone home. And the first one's just kind of like a diary of the things they've been up to whilst they've been on lockdown. And the second one is some of the work they've been doing in the community. And it does involve some interviews with members of the local community. And just a heads up on that, whilst we don't show any footage...
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. Whilst we don't show any footage that is in itself directly distressing, we are, there is some interviews with some people and they will describe their situation, and you may well, as I did, find that quite
harrowing.
Harrowing, yeah, definitely. And I think it's possible we may have cut some of the video off earlier when we ran it yesterday.
Yes.
So we'll make sure we run the whole thing this time, so you'll definitely see it all. And
it's a reflex. I see the outro, I click.
I can't remember if, because there was at one point in the edit I used it as a separator, but I may have taken it out. So we'll just at the end of the second video we'll just make sure it is finished. So have we got that queued up?
This is Butterflies in Lockdown.
Okay, so yeah, this is like a little diary of the 4 kids who stayed on. It's I know all their names.
We've got Arnold, Joseph,
that was the one I was struggling to remember. I'm so sorry, Joseph. I knew it began with J. I was like, what's his name? It's gone from my head. Andrew and Patrick have stayed on at the project.
I knew there was another beginning with A.
So this is like the little diary, and then we're going to follow that up with some of the community work that they have been doing.
Hello, my name is Patrick Ikonia and I am a Butterfly member. I'm a member of the cohort 3 and I'm at the Butterfly Center right now. Due to the pandemic, everything has changed so drastically that no one expected, because right now I'm supposed to be at school, but because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have closed down in Uganda. So everything has had to shut down. The Butterfly members who used to stay here, basically the C4s and C5s, who are the majority, had to go back home. The government has also shut down the transport system, and all non-essential workplaces, for example those who do not produce food or who do not produce medical supplies, have been shut down. And this in turn has led to issues arising whereby people do not have where they work from, and that has caused a lot of chaos because some people are going hungry because they cannot afford food. We stayed at the Butterfly project, Joseph, Arnold, Andrew and I, and we have been doing a few things, and they will be talking about what we have been doing at the center. Thank you.
Hi, it's me again, Dr. Arnold, and as you see, I've been working on the board game reviews, and I'm now editing some of them in the other extra time I have due to the lockdown. And as you can look at it, I'm almost finished with this one. It just needs some polishing. And I'm taking your advice, but it was quite helpful and has helped me like solve these video issues much easier. Anyway, thanks to Becky. Okay, as all of you have checked out my YouTube page, which is the Friday Nights in Uganda, I've been working on the board game reviews, and I've been reviewing a few of the games we have been playing here during our quarantine. And on the board game side, for us as Butterfly members, we have been playing most of the games we have here, and we wanted to try out all the games, and I have reviewed the ones which I've seen that we have enjoyed the most, or we have played the most, or the ones which had the best strategies in them, which I liked, and also given ideas and views of what we enjoyed. So on the board gaming side, we have played a lot of board games, and if you want to check out more of the board games we have played and the reviews I have made, you check out the Friday Nights in Uganda, which is my page where I'm going to post all the videos. Thanks.
My name is Andrew. I'm at the Butterfly Center right now, and I'm one of those people who remained at the center, and most of the Butterfly members are at their home right now. And what I do the junior athletics here at the center, and I do these young kids to come and run at the center. And right now they are at home because the government refused runners to continue. And at first they told us to run in a group of 5, but now the law has changed. Now we are not running. But I hope next year the Uganda Kids Platinum Ridge will be done. Maybe the laws will reduce, and I think that. And right now I'm working on my Instagram account called the Uganda Kids Athletics, and I'm still getting few followers to follow it.
As you can see, there are so few of them because of these lockdown rules. And see, right over here is Andrew, the captain, and he's trying to take these other athletes through the exercises because they didn't have enough time to run and all that, but they needed them to stay fit in shape, so that by the end of the COVID-19 crisis they can still do the running. So that's why they're doing the exercises. So as you can see, they just come in bunches of 2 to 5 because the government doesn't really allow us to have more than 5 people in one place. But we used to have like, I don't know, 50 on Sundays, and this place would be like full. But due to this incident, you can see that we are just few.
Hi everyone, my name is Joseph Otim, and I'm here to talk about the role-playing side. So on the side of role-playing, last year we did Con +2, and we were doing the adventure of Risen from the Sands, and it went well. And this time, due to the lockdown, we have been doing a bit of role-playing. We have been doing some role-playing, and I've been the GM running the adventure called Tombs of the Iron Medusa, and it is a higher level of 14 because wanted to try out a bit higher level and doing some of the challenging areas, because higher levels means it requires a lot of tricks and knowledge of the role playing. So this year we are eager to do Con +3 if possible, and we are looking forward to playing it live here, and then I hope you also enjoy it as well. Thank you.
That definitely ended that one.
Hello.
Hi. We've made a decision.
Yes, because we've had somebody ask how long the rest of this con is going to last. Now, Normally it would go to 12 p.m. UTC, and that was the idea, streaming for 24 hours.
Yeah.
However, we thought, well,
we had situations out of our control. YouTube turned us off for a bit on our API, broke all our systems.
Which
we
was
are behind.
horrendous. But
We are behind.
You know, let's carry on anyway, and if we run over, who cares, because we're still going to give everything away.
Yeah, everything goes today. So we could well run over the 24 hours. That does mean that we're going to have that big ramp up at the end at some point. We don't know when the end will be.
No.
Probably a little later than the planned 1 o'clock local time for us, which would be 12 UTC.
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to keep going. We are so tired. We started this midday yesterday.
Yep, but your extra donations, people coming back on, that is really motivating me anyway. I'm assuming it's motivating you.
We can do it, people. We can do it.
We can do it.
Where are we up to? Let's have a look. We are at 7,095, I think. 7,096 out by a pound and 30p.
Awesome.
Right. Now, the next video we are going to put up is...
Yes.
You might find, like... There are interviews with people who are genuinely suffering. And that's they're part of who we're raising money for today.
Is this feeding the community?
Yeah, feeding the community. Because one of the things that the project is doing, and if we do well today, they'll be able to extend this to more families. There are about a dozen families who are currently utterly dependent on the Butterfly Project as their only source of food. It costs about £13 to feed a household, a whole family, for a week. That's what it roughly averages out as. So what the project is doing, they're putting together these food packages because of the gathering rules. Some are doing collection. If they have a young child that goes to the centre, they get fed at the centre and then go home with a week's worth of supplies. But they're also getting those kids to do some deliveries on the route, delivering some of themselves, all sorts of things, just getting that food to people who desperately, desperately need it, and keeping that community alive. Because people are dying of starvation. And I do genuinely fear that we could be seeing the start of a great famine in Africa, possibly the worst famine.
For a long time.
Worse than, Ethiopia of the whole, Band-Aid type era. It could be horrendous. And because the scale of it could be so huge. So what we're doing here is we're trying to fight the storm. Because nobody else is helping these people. It's on us. And as I said before, they're gamers like us. You've got to meet them over the course of the convention. You've got to see, these are great kids. They're doing their best to keep their friends and families alive.
Yeah.
They need help. So let's speak to some of those people now and hear it in their own words.
Indeed. Here we go.
So during the lockdown, we have been at the center doing various activities apart from the board games and then the role playing. We have also been providing food and other essentials to the kids.
My name is Chola Kenneth. I'm a member of the Butterfly Project. This lockdown, we have been distributing things to those who can't afford the basic needs at home. So today, actually yesterday yesterday was the 8th May. We have bought 13 bars of soap, 13 kilos of sugar, and then also cooking oil, and it was 13 in total. So yesterday we distributed some, and today we are going to give some to Innocent and then to Gloria, and then others will be coming on at later time because we don't want to gather them here because we don't want to gather them here due to the present directive that no more than 5 people should be gathered in a particular place and nobody should be involved in distributing food. So we are doing it in a systematic way. Thank you.
I'm Lakot Agnes. I stay in Banda B1 in a Chori quarter.
Okay, so how is life there in Acholi Quarter?
Our life, it is somehow, but we are not well. We need some help. There's no, actually we are not okay. There's a lot of thief. Yes, people are stealing because there's no food. Yeah.
So okay, how are you surviving during the lockdown?
We children, they can go and pick a scrap. Yes.
My name is Stephen Akena. I'm a resident of Banda B1.
Okay.
The place is called Acholi Quarter, but it is in Banda Parish.
Okay, so how is life here?
Life here is quite challenging because of this lockdown. Because before lockdown, people were moving freely, they go to work, but nowadays because of this lockdown, people are just at home, so they are doing nothing. So you have to stay at home. So just like that. So the life is it is quite challenging. There is a lot of steps because at night, since people are not working nowadays, there are some people who move at night when people are sleeping. They went and break some people's door and they steal some things from them. But by the God grace, we are surviving. So like for myself, I'm a border rider, and because of this lockdown, I'm not working, I'm just at home, but the little money I ate is one helping me.
Okay, so it's like some days you eat, some days you don't eat.
Yes, some days you eat, some days you don't eat. Okay. So nowadays we normally eat once a day, no breakfast. You wait for the lunch and you don't eat early. You need to take time a bit, so then you eat. So when you eat, you wait for the following day. That is how we are surviving.
Yes, my name is Peter Abua. I'm the father to two boys being sponsored by Ben. They are Solomon Trevor and Gerald Otim.
Okay.
I'm staying in Banda 1, Paris. Yeah, that's where I'm resident.
So how is life there in Banda 1?
Life before this corona lockdown, life was social life. People were congested. It's a small area with high population of people. So before the lockdown, people were just congested together. It is a place of little hygiene, sort of slum area before the corona breakdown. But this time there are some changes.
Okay. So how have you been surviving during this lockdown?
During this lockdown, life has been hard and still even hard. The little money which I had saved, we were using it for subsistence. But now, even some assistance we are getting from people like Mr. Ben, and we send some help from relatives who are in the village.
So you can start by introducing yourself. Also, Kogaya Manyaga. Kati kino ekifo bakiyita bati?
Ekifo kyetulimu bakiyita Banda 1 ate wano yennyini bakiyita Acholi Quarters.
Okay. Obulamu mu kino ekifo buli butya?
Obulamu si bwe buli awo.
So mubadde musurvivinga kale mbale mubeerawo batya mu buno obuseera obwa lockdown gambe nga kana akawuka kawe katandika
akawuka katandika ekimu kyafuuka kubanga ajanjayika ennimi wadde kale nga tusabayigira kumanda awo nga siikamu obuno bundaazi tundatundako okufunaku
My name is Ocheng Festo. We used to come here, but because our dads were not working, our parents were not working because they were not getting money, their jobs were closed. But we used to come here, and our sponsor used to give us things like charcoal, the charcoal used for cooking food, and also he gave us soap, the soap we used for washing clothes. He gave us sugar, the sugar we used to stir in water, we drink tea. And also we thank our sponsor for giving us those things.
As you've heard from the various points of view from either our residents, the people who are currently staying here, or the kids who come here to run every day, or the kids who usually used to come for the program which we had of giving out food, charcoal and then soap, you've seen that the lockdown has greatly affected the country from the way we do our things here. So we hope for a better change in the next coming few months, and we pray that we find a cure for this COVID-19.
See, I was right.
Yeah. No, good.
I did not mess up.
I did
Hello,
take
welcome
it.
back. We've had some amazing feedback in the chat, so thank you.
Thank
so
you
much.
for that. We're going to open entries for role-playing tips now. So you know the drill by now, but some of you are new in. So basically, the YouTube API has been switched off to us. I have some thoughts on that, YouTube. So you have to manually type a chat message. Well, I have to manually database things. I'm going to database the people who get a chat message in between the start of me opening this chat, the entries, and then I will close them again randomly very soon.
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to show off some of the prizes. Well, actually, all the prizes. Well, some of the prizes. You be waiting. So this is from Role Playing Tips. So there's going to be 2 of his D&D 5 e-campaign, Demon Plague. I think there was supposed to be another word in there, but I lost my train of thought in terms of forming a sentence. I'm that tired. But essentially, this is a big. You've got a hex crawl and a sandbox, but also, as it says, an epic storyline. This is all 5e compatible. It's supposed to be designed for game masters, like new GMs. If you want to branch out and do a longer campaign or a more epic one, then this is for you. As you can see, there are 4 parts to this epic campaign. The Frozen Necromancer, oh hold on, something dialogue box came up. The Winter Druid's Legacy, Icefall, and I think there's an X, Zancrown's Prison. All very scary indeed. So it's a full-length campaign, takes characters from 1st to 20th level. That's pretty crazy. So it's a nice big campaign. There's a mega dungeon in there as well at some point. And this is what it looks like, so quite an old school layout. And it was done with a Kickstarter at one time. So that is 2 prizes. And then the third prize is going to be a copy of the Demon Plague PDF, plus, let me just get it quite right, lifetime access to the Faster Combat Online course. Or Faster Combat Online course, is probably the best way to put it. So basically, if you are a GM who is stuck with things like people taking forever to decide what they want to do in a combat, or if they're kind of fighting over an attack of opportunity and how long this fireball cone comes out and things like that, this is a great course which allows you to basically, well, not only speed up your campaigns, but make them more exciting, get environmental factors in there, and learn to think away from the grid. Not necessarily because grids are a bad thing, but getting bogged down in it and thinking about other things around the players in terms of theatre of the mind and stuff like that. So you get a lifetime license, so you can have access to the entire course, and I think it's a 12-week course, but you have it for life. So that is what's coming up next. And just to remind you what is after role-playing tips, we have Roll for Initiative. We have been sent some images of their stuff. They do have things on their website though, but I will get the images up for you shortly. But they're going to be giving away 3 full dice sets. So get those gladiators ramped up if you haven't done so already. We have been getting lots of donations though. Thank you all so much. It really means so much to us that you're getting some more donations in. It's amazing. But they are giving away 3 dice sets of their new diffusion sets, which is rather amazing. Then after that, we have Jonathan Green, who is giving away 2 ebooks of his Beowulf game, game book, and his 'Twas the Night Before Christmas as well. So we've had a few sort of horror things, and now we've got a Christmas thing to put in there as well. And there's some kind of cool accessories with that. Then a bit later we have got Feral Gamers Inc. as well. Not sure whether that's going to be before or after the panel, because we are now up to bang on 8 o'clock UTC, and in an hour's time we have the panel with our awesome chums doing the joys of gaming for an hour. So we're going to try and get stuff in, but we are still doing the panel on time. Just to let you know, and then any more prizes that kind of run over, they'll be done after the panel. I've suddenly gone very hungry. However, no time for that, because it is time to fight. So let me get this up as the chat is now closed for things. So this is the large prize first. So we've got the Demon Plague 5e campaign and lifetime access to the Faster Combat online course. So best of luck to you who are in the arena. We have only got a handful, but they will be multiplying with more gladiators soon. Oh yeah, I was just sort of commenting on the amount of people in the chat.
It's just if I mistype their names, they
Yeah. No, it wasn't a criticism of you, sweetie. Okay, so we've got Rodney Sloan back in. We've got Next Kid back in as well. Who says after that fight it's going to be sleeping time for you? Yes, you've been very well indeed. With your modding duties. So there is a head scratch, which I should know by now. I think is the Wildebeest. We have Sue the Gandalf stick. We have Second Breakfast. Yes, I could do the Second Breakfast, come to think of it myself. We've got Douglas McIntyre, who's just kind of knelt and gone down. There goes another fireball. And Ruben now at level 4, as he did win something earlier. I was close. It is Kuda. It's not Wildebeest, it is Kuda. So, we've got Ruben against Second Breakfast. Sue as well. Down goes Second Breakfast. Oh, and there goes Sue as well into her own fireball. But it looks like so it is Ruben versus the Kuda. This could be tricky because there are quite a few of them. They are weak, but they do run around in panic quite a lot. So, what is Ruben going to do? Is he going to do some kind of shockwave? Or maybe even lightning? Something like that would be pretty good to do right now. No, he's just going to batter them with his wand stick. But there's 2 left. Can he do it? Maybe. His health is still okay-ish. Oh, actually, no. Oh, yes, fine. Okay, so, one more Kuda who's running away from Ruben because he knows what's up. Okay, so, come on, Ruben, chase the Kuda down. Oh, and there goes a fireball and takes out the Kuda in very dramatic effect. That was a perfect ending, Ruben, and you win a copy of the Demon Plague 5e campaign and a faster combat online course. So well done to you. Whoop-a-tee-whoop.
I bought cakes in.
You did. I should probably not have any of those. I was sick.
Well, I can't eat all 6.
Well, don't. Don't have to.
Do my best.
Okay. So next up we have another copy of the Demon Plague 5e campaign. It's coming as a PDF. And Ruben has, I believe, gone up to the podium. Yep, there he is. I am sorry for the terrible sound effects. We have been up for a very long time. So Sue is going against Second Breakfast and Rodney Sloan, I think. There's another Ruben down below. They're doing something. Oh, there goes. Quite a big chain reaction of lightning there. We've got Mark W. We've got Second Breakfast. Douglas McIntyre as well with a mage. Everyone just running around trying to avoid each other. And here comes some Scorpions. So are they going to be taken down by the rest of the group? Yes. There's one Scorpion running away from everybody. Oh dear me. So we've had an Earth Shatter spell from somebody there and a healing spell from Douglas McIntyre, or one of the Douglases. We've got another Ruben, although that Ruben has gone down. Mark W has also gone down. We've got 2 Douglases left and a Second Breakfast. Who is it going to be? Lord Morbius, welcome back. I don't know if you've heard the news, but we're still going strong and we're okay. So, Douglas McIntyre and Second Breakfast.
We're okay might be stretching it.
I'm doing an okay in a British way, okay? Second Breakfast looking quite weak there. He's getting ganged upon by Douglas McIntyre's. Oh no, there goes an Earth Shatter spell.
Oh, you know what? The pirate hat probably just saved his bacon.
Why do you think that?
Because it's got the sea legs attribute on it.
Ah!
Which helps you keep your balance, and Earth Shatter knocks people to the ground.
Oh, I see. Yes, that's right. You can say something like that. Well, welcome to Douglas McIntyre. Well done, even. Not welcome. To Douglas McIntyre. You get a copy of Demon Plague 5e from Role Playing Tips. And next up, there is another copy left for anybody who shows enough skill in the arena. So everyone's lining back up again, not lining up, but kind of circling around again. Ruben's got another fighter there. Look, they're looking rather weak. A tier 0 maybe, or a tier 1. There goes Pirate Hat onto the podium.
Is that Douglas's name now?
Yes.
Pirate Hat.
And they're off. So we've got Nicholas with quite a weak Polon person there. Is that a kiss?
Yeah, we're going to get a tiger in the arena.
We are indeed. Ruben has managed to get a couple of people. Second Breakfast and Mark W there, who are, getting stabbed in the back by Sue as well. Well, swiped, probably the best way to put it. Sue goes down though because a metal mace was just too much for her.
There's a couple of Rubens chasing Mark W at a slow pace. Here's the tiger being taking down Second Breakfast number 1, and here's the tiger taking down Second Breakfast number 2.
Oh,
or is it the other way round? No, it's as predicted.
Yes.
Ruben goes down to the tiger, and then Ruben goes down to the tiger again. And
it
what
is
will
Douglas
do?
Versus the Butterfly Project. But it is
it just tore through everyone.
The Butterfly Project. Yes, it is very difficult to win. Usually in the second round against Butterfly Project, but this is the third round, so they get the final copy of the 5e campaign from Role Playing Tips. Okay, so next up, obviously not going to run it yet, but we have Role Playing Initiative, and they are going to be giving away first their triple diffusion 15 set of dice.
Okay, so entries open, roll for initiative.
What was
enter.
that?
That was me typing. So, what I really like about these dice, there are 2 things I like. First of all, they are about 25% bigger, is it?
Then 20% I think.
20% bigger than normal dice. And the numbers are bigger too. So all that means is when you're rolling on a table and the dice goes a bit away from you, you can still read it at a good distance away. And it just kind of, once you've used these larger dice, it just kind of makes more sense. So yeah, they're really good in that regard. Now these particular ones we're giving away is a new range, their diffusion range. Single, double and triple diffusion. This is the number of colours that are in an otherwise transparent dice. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going in reverse order with this one.
Okay, so this is the triple diffusion
Yeah.
dice set you'll be getting. And
Yeah.
this is the other thing I really love about these dice. You get multiples of the dice that you need.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, but they're throwing in a bonus dice with the two mousies.
Yep, which is called a pipsqueak.
Yeah.
Because of mousies. But yes, there are 15 dice in here with, as you can see, the numbers are so easy to read, really bold. And it's triple diffusion. It's kind of a theme of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, hence why it's called 42. But yeah, there's some sort of purple, pinks and black colours in there, making this really nice nebula looking die set. You have 3 d20s in there, 4 d6s, the percentile, you've got 2 d8s for your healing, I suppose. You've got a d12 and 3 d4s for your magic missiles. Boom, boom, boom. Next up is the double diffusion, which is Blue Jade shoes. So again, really big numbers in gold this time. They've got a lovely sort of slightly pearly look in there of kind of blues. And this is a regular set of 7 dice. And then the single diffusion is the cherry blossom. So you've got transparent with a lovely cherry blossom pink going on. So really, really beautiful stuff. And Sue said, I recently bought a new dice bag, so need more dice to fill it up. That's a good way of looking at it. Very logical. I like it.
We've got a lot of entries in this one.
We do. Well, it's dice. Everyone loves dice. You're like, I don't think I've heard of anybody in roleplay who said, oh, dice, oh god, absolutely hate dice. No. Everyone loves dice. So, I'm assuming we are almost ready?
Well, they're nearly, but not
nearly.
Quite.
Fair enough. Okay then. What time are we on? We are on 11 minutes past 8 UTC, or 11 minutes past 9 UK time.
Okay.
Alright, here we go then for Roll for Initiative's absolutely gorgeous dice sets.
So it's the triple diffusion first.
Indeed, it's the big one first. Sending in the May dice, says Douglas McIntyre. I see the fires have gone out as it is now completely daylight.
Become permanent.
Yes.
Now we've got those light sources, we can turn up different parts of the graphics.
Yes, indeed. So D&B Games and Ian Whitebacking, thank you for the donation. Thank you so much. £7,164. And we've got the usual bunch in. Fiuk wants to win the Cherry Blossom one. Well, that one's coming up in a bit. Let's see. They're all amazing dice, really. It's very hard to kind of pick a favourite from them. But anyway, we have got Lord Rubius being mesmerised by somebody. Oh, I think it's Douglas McIntyre doing that. And there's some chain lightning going on. Oh gosh, there's lots of different types of characters in the arena this time. Earthshatter, there's Sue with another major wand. Second Breakfast with a lot of armour there. Ruben with a big shield. You've definitely buffed up your characters since the last time I see. Very, very good. Dizia is back in again as well against Douglas McIntyre.
And that aura of magnificence going on Douglas McIntyre, that means they can all hear birdsong right now. We can't hear it, which is kind of a relief when there was 4 of them in the arena earlier.
Yes. Oh, ouch! Sue being very brutal against Dizia, but unfortunately going down first. It is a tiger. It is a tiger. Yeah, Mark W. Ruben is fighting up against one of the tigers as well, but unfortunately, no, he goes down. It is the Butterfly Project.
You know what, I'm kind of pleased about that because when I spoke to them 2 years ago, they needed more dice, so I sent over 10 sets of, I think they were orange dice. No, were they green? Were they Pair of Geeks green?
Maybe.
It could have been purple because purple's my colour. I don't know. Anyway, they just I sent them 10 sets of the same colour dice.
It could be a colour.
It was so it's nice like that they now get some cool ones rather than just some cheap ones because I was buying like loads of dice for them. No, I'm really happy that's gone to them, actually.
So this is a double diffusion 7-dice set in a style of Blue Jade shoes.
Uh-huh.
Very nice indeed. Yeah, a few of you are on lower tiers. Don't forget to buff them back up. We are going to be upping the auction frequency a little bit now that more people are back on the stream. It was a bit quantity during the night.
It's only 18 months.
No? Okay.
They need to get sharing the links. Tell them our epic story of how we saved the convention until we get more people to come in.
Absolutely.
Telling them that we're going to be ramping up to the star prizes at some point after the panel. So yes.
So we have Mark W against Lord Morbius and second breakfast, though Mark W has just gone down. Sue Savage as well, again with her mage armor, quite literally, because she's very well kitted out. We have got Ruben going up against Ian White, who's got a new shield. That's very nice there. D&B Games as well, also in there. Chipping away at Lord Morbius. They're running quite slowly now.
It's the blood, isn't it? Never mind. We'll put it back onto temporary.
Yeah. And suddenly they're much quicker again. So there goes a shockwave out from Sue. D&B Games trying desperately to get through her armor, but not quite. Who else is left? We've got Fuke, we've got Dizia. It could be anyone's game still at the moment. Mark W trying to do long range right next to Ruben. Probably not the best strategy with the bow. You need to kind of step back a little bit.
It was arrow to the face moment.
Yeah, it was a Legolas moment. You might as well just stab them with the arrow, because apparently that works. Oh, there's an invisible servant going on. I wonder who that belongs to.
I have no idea who summoned that.
Down they go.
I think it might have been Fuke.
Maybe, although there is another Fuke there. And Dizia has got back up. Okay, so we've still got a few people left. The Butterfly Project is down, however, so they're not getting anything.
No, they couldn't enter this.
Oh yes, of course they couldn't.
They won the first fight, which is quite rare. That doesn't normally happen.
Yes. Sue's gladiators just killed each other.
Well, one of them's still going.
Yes.
They got back up.
Absolutely.
Does that cover nothing?
There you go, there's one of them.
Do you know what I've been through?
Yeah, exactly. They've been through API removal.
So second breakfast and Sue Savage. Sue Savage now left with Mark W's Malay character with the spear, and she emerges victorious.
Sue Savage, she gets what she wishes for. More dice to add to her dice bag. Well done to you.
Despite killing yourself.
Despite killing yourself. So finally we have the single diffusion Cherry Blossom 7 set of dice from North
I think
Initiative.
Chad Hunter is really after, isn't he?
I think that might have been Fuke or possibly both
Fuke.
actually. But somebody really wanted
Yes,
them.
one of the two. Okay, so the gladiators waited in the arena for this melee to resume.
Drum roll.
And it's just going to be a big pile up in the middle because they haven't bothered to spread out.
Yes. So this is the last prize from Roll for Initiative before we move on to Jonathan Green for some games and books.
Big
So,
party in the middle, and it gets spread
Yeah.
out by Sue Savage casting
she's
Shockwave.
like, no social distancing please.
And gets herself top of the hate list of just about every other gladiator in the arena who's like,
Yes.
no.
So it's Ruben versus Desire going one-on-one. We've got Mark W trying to get in there, just trying to nip it. There's Fuke doing magic missiles to people. An invisible servant.
It's Fuke with the invisible servant.
I think so as well. D&B Games also trying to mingle with people, getting in a bit closer, but isn't quite sure who to pick first. Sue Savage with a shockwave sends Ian down. Douglas, however, gets back up and then falls down straight away. We got second breakfast and Fuke still standing, as we have Mark W still standing as well. Mark W really wants these dice as well, but who is it going to be? I suppose it depends on who the invisible servant wants to kill.
The invisible servant's only around for 30 seconds at the moment. I think it's just kind of waiting its turn, strangely.
Indeed, and
Somebody else has got back up. It's another second breakfast, but they haven't engaged in the fight yet. So
It
second
is
breakfast
second
wins
breakfast.
without having to fight themselves.
Well done to you. You get a single diffusion, 7 set dice from Roll for Initiative.
Woohoo! So that's those 3 giveaways now.
Thank you for your
we have-
donation.
Thank you so much. That takes us to £7,164, 30 pence. Thank you. So, what is the next giveaway? It's Jonathan Green.
Jonathan Green.
Okay.
He's not a relation, by the way.
He doesn't do the H, does he?
No. Well, okay. I just had a little moment. Prize Fighter vanished, but it was just being a bit slow. Okay, so Jonathan.
Prize Finder isn't slow. That's your graphic settings.
Okay, so the first couple of prizes that Jonathan Green is giving away. He's giving away 2 of these ebooks of Beowulf Beast Slayer. So Jonathan Green does a lot of these Ace game books, which are kind of a new school choose your own adventure type. So essentially, if you want to be in a realm of heroes and monsters and epic fights and sagas and so on, then this is for you. So you'll get an ebook as an attachment in your email from us. And then the other prize is... hold on, let me just go back a second, because I forgot to load it before. Is Twas the Night Before Christmas, Snowbook's Adventure Game Books. This is going to be a hardback copy. It does say paperback there, but it is a hardback he's giving away. And this is going to be, I believe, with some playing cards, but I'll double check in a second.
Yes, it is.
And
bookmarks, because these aren't standard bookmarks.
Yes, so this is another choose your own adventure where you decide what routes to take. As you can see, this is the more dark side of Christmas. Oh, it was the Krampus Night Before Christmas, I beg your pardon. I got the title slightly wrong. So you get a pack of cards, and you also get a bookmark, which will have your character stats on it.
Yeah, because it's like a Fighting Fantasy type thing. The cards are all themed to, in consistent theme with the book, so yeah, it's a nice prize. A few more entries for it.
Whoa. Very nice, very nice.
There's a couple more in there. It's good. It's good reading. He's one of the world's most famous Fighting Fantasy type authors.
Yeah, I mean seriously, and he's been on the stream. I think he's still on the stream right now. Potentially, he wasn't a little bit earlier.
Yeah, he was on early. He's been with us a lot of the session so far. So get in there. Don't let us down. Make us look bad.
Keep typing.
You have to type in the chat now to get into the stream. We've got 21 people on stream, so just type in the chat and you'll get a gladiator in the arena. My kind of stuff, says Ian White.
Indeed.
I'll be closing the entries for this very, very soon indeed. So get in there quick. Even if it's just a full stop, it doesn't matter. All you got to do is type something and press enter. Doesn't matter what it is.
As long as it's not swearing.
Well, that matters.
Yes. Don't want it says
Okay.
Fuck, but I'm in.
Don't want it. It's good. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But no point getting prize fighter. I've got to database these names first.
Oh, whoopsie.
Sorry.
Sorry.
YouTube denied us, remember? Yeah. It's a whole thing and everything.
Okay. Yeah.
Fun.
The Christmas, they both sound really cool, and if you've got family, you can read these to your kids. I think they really like it. And as somebody who grew up with Fighting Fantasy, because they were in my library, local library, we all, those who've read it, we get the nostalgia factor. So we want to ensure they introduce choose your own adventure books to the younger generation. Do we not? Because they're a big part of my childhood.
That, they breed role players. So if
Yes.
you want a group as your kids grow up, you need to get them doing this kind of thing.
Absolutely. I need to make another visit to the bathroom, I'm afraid.
Okay, I will try to multitask whilst I wouldn't really call this coding, it's more text editing. Certainly, it doesn't reach the standard of the rest of the code in the program, but hopefully it doesn't distract me so much that I type the wrong thing and I get all your names incorrectly, and I can work my way over here and do a bit of commentary for once. So, let's get this fight on the road. So, for Jonathan Green, 'twas the night before Krampus, or something. Oh, I have to click in, don't I? I know what I'm doing. Yes, it was the night before Krampus. This is the hardback book with the pamphlet cards and bookmarks that's got the character stats on and stuff. So it's like a nice coordinated set of awesomeness and adventure. So we have Ronnie Bradley, Ian White, Sue Savage, Pete Enterprises, Douglas McIntyre, Bill B. We have other people. I don't think I showed up Ronnie yet, did I? Morbius is in, Sue's in, D&B, Phil, Douglas, Ian, and Ryan. So Sue fights D&B over this side of the arena, and I think Sue's got a pretty hyped up gladiator there. I think she's going to come out on top. Meanwhile, nearer to our camera lens is Ian doing some magic missiles. I think they were aimed at Few. I see an Earth Shatter's just gone off and people are falling over. It was Douglas casting that one. Champion makes their decision. I didn't notice what it was, but a decision has been made. I think it's going to be... I don't know. I have no idea. D&B Games, Phil B and who else? Douglas and Sue are still in the running at the moment as the healing spell goes off for Douglas. Puke takes down D&B. Puke is on a mission now as Ant-Kegs come out of the ground. But just the one. I think there's little hope for Ant-Keg in this fight. So Phil B casting a heal and trying to go for the Ant-Keg, gone for the Wand character. Wand is always a bit of a risk. You need high mana for Wand, but if you do, they're really powerful. You've got a lot of mana gear, it's definitely the weapon to have. But if you run out of mana, you cannot melee with a Wand. It's getting hit in the back by Douglas McIntyre. Phil B's mage gave up. So Douglas and Sue now in the final two. You know what? Douglas does have a little bit of mana. Spells he's got loaded. Looks like heal. It's mostly heal. And you know what? That was enough. The tank heal bot can win. We have just proved it. So that's our first fight. So the next prize is for Beowulf Beast Slayer. This is an ebook you'll get in your email, which Jason, we were about and told you earlier. I don't know, I was coding, so I wasn't listening. So sorry. So yeah, we are getting ready for the second fight as we wait for our winner to take their place on the podium. So more gladiators in the arena now. The second batch join us. Douglas McIntyre takes their place. The fight is about to begin. So here we go. Fugue Enterprises. Magic missiles. Sue in the chest. Phil gets the shockwave going again. Ronnie Bradley is in this one, and apparently that is not a pathing bug that I wrote. I'd just like to point out somebody else wrote the pathing. I simply used their module and it's not very good. I absolved myself of all responsibility, wasn't it? At some point you have to write my own, aren't you? Right, so we have a bit of a train of death as people charge up the arena. This is usually for scorpions, but it can be for anything. Just depends on the number of people in the battle and the number of monsters. But it is scorpions. A couple of invisible servants out at the moment as well. So a bit of a bloodbath by the arena entrance as normal. One of Sue Savage's gladiators gets back up to rejoin us. It's Paulina, who immediately stabs a scorpion and and someone else. Ronnie trying to get the shockwave off as all the gladiators are all bunched up. I thought Fuke was about to cast a spell there, but then vast quantities of blood erupted from Fuke's body, and they appeared to take a horizontal position. I'm sure that's the best way to cast a spell, because you need to be upright. So, got a bit of a gaggle going on now. Avatars appearing on top of each other. Kind of hard to see what was going on for a moment, but we have Ian, Phil, and Sue. I nearly said Fuke. He was there. By the time I started saying his name, he wasn't. Ian is in the wrong place right now, so it's going to be Sue Savage versus Phil any moment now. The only real question on Ian is which method of dying does he choose? It's the giving up. No, got hit and then died. Couldn't finish giving up. So Sue and Phil attacking each other, and you've got to fancy Sue's chances on that one, really, haven't you? Because that's a tier 0 gladiator there with a pallet for a shield. So Sue takes victory. Whoop. Yeah, you brought shame to your ludus there, Phil, by bringing in a tier 0 to the arena.
Oh, he hasn't.
Did?
Phil
tier 0.
mate.
You'll never live it down.
No.
We're going to tease you on that all year in our Parageek 2 games.
Yep. I confirm.
Right, so fresh lot of gladiators joining those who still feel fit enough to carry on.
Keep calm and carry on, I suppose.
You know what? I opened the debug in order to have a look at that duplicate thing, and we've closed it again. We haven't actually got rid of the duplicates because I needed its logs. So I opened the logs and we've closed them, so I haven't got any, and I forgot. I'm tired. Somebody might win a prize Sue me. Can't actually see what's going on because the director hasn't been paying attention at all. Right, here we go. Everyone's in the same spot. It just wasn't the spot we were looking at. It's a rave, basically. They've given up gladiating, hired the Colosseum for their own purposes, and having a rave in the middle. There we go. Dying. Well, definitely a rave. So, Ian getting stabbed from multiple directions. That gladiator quits. And is this Scorpions? No, there's no champion anymore, is there?
No.
Did they win the first one? I can't remember. I'm no longer sure. People are attacking each other. That is general synopsis of what's happening here. Fireball going off and engulfing Douglas McIntyre. I have noticed that in fact the fireball doesn't always roll down to in the correct direction, but let's pretend that I'm the only person who's noticed that. So Ronnie Bradley has, no, it's not Ronnie Bradley, I think, is it D&B Games that's got the mage armour going? Could be Lord Morbius, I'm not terribly sure, one of those, it's Lord Morbius has the mage armour going, that's got that kind of sound in the background. I assume you guys can hear, I can't at all. Because we've got the sound off. Lord Morbius and Ronnie Bradley remain in the arena. I understand Ronnie is in the arena twice. It's probably there, that character. Don't know who the Invisible Servant is. Oh, Ronnie gets a shockwave off, bouncing Lord Morbius around, and gangs up on Lord Morbius from two sides, and now is fighting himself whilst a Hydra slowly walks up behind and lightning bolts him. And also him. And the lightning bolt bounces back on him. Ronnie was so dead there.
See Daisy.
The lightning bolt struck Ronnie, bounced onto his corpse, and then bounced back onto Ronnie's surviving character.
Oh dear.
So we have a Hydra and Douglas McIntyre in the arena. You know what? Douglas McIntyre's not that heavily armoured, so the Hydra probably won't use lightning bolt. It's going to kill him that way instead with flames. It likes variety. It's got 3 heads. It's got 3 spells. So that one will be going to the kids in Uganda. I'm sure they'll love it. Alright, I think that was our third fight.
It was.
Ooh, I did all the commentary. Yay.
You did, because I was eating a sandwich. I was starving.
Well, we still need to do the corn dogs, don't forget.
I still don't know if I'm going to be able to have anything like that.
Well, I've got to. Part of them rules. We have been American nighttime snacks, only I got cakes out because I couldn't be bothered to cook. But I'm going to do the corn dog challenge later, discover what they taste like, if they're as bad as all other American sweet food. Well, is it a sweet food or is it a snack food? Maybe it's
more
okay.
snack food.
Because they do quite good snacks, to their credit. Yeah, the hot dog. Is that actually
Anyway, that question. Anyway, so we have got in about 35 minutes a panel.
How long's that interview?
Good question.
Because I don't think we'll get time.
No, and the same for the following interview as well.
Yes. So what we may need to do, we can't do that lot, right? Kind of need to kill time.
Yeah, we can run a please donate, for example,
Yeah,
and
okay.
remind you all of why we're here.
Yeah, I think actually I should run a please donate because you need to set the panel up. So if we run that, it gives us time to do that, then we just chat to the audience for a little bit, get them all hyped up for our guests that are coming in, and in half an hour, in less than half an hour, we're going to have
25
a panel.
minutes.
Yeah, so please enjoy this little video that we've shown you several times, but we do this whenever we need to cover ourselves.
Hello there, Nostromo here. Oh, I'm known by many other names, but one thing I must tell you today is to support the Butterfly Project.
Playing RPG has changed the way I feel the world.
Oh, absolutely. They're very lovely people.
Yeah, it makes me to view the world as the world of heroes.
So you must donate as much as you can.
When you look at this game, at the beginning of the level 1, all of us were different, but we gathered together and make an adventure. So we started by working together, which has helped to create a very good relationship among us.
Give as much as you can. I hope you all do as well.
Hi, I'm Mike Mason from Chaosium, Call of Cthulhu Creative Director, and we're supporting Com+3 and the Butterfly Project, and we encourage you to donate and play some games, have fun, and help Com+3 raise some cash for the Butterfly Project.
I just wanted to thank you for donating to the Butterfly Project and let you know that every little bit that you can give to help those kids in Uganda learn through role-playing games, every little bit helps. Thank you so much for all of your contributions.
So please dig deep, be generous, and just think about what they're going through and how much better they might feel if they get a chance to play a game or two.
It has enabled teamwork such that players come and discuss together to finish a mission, and also it has enabled people to think, or thinking skills, whereby players come together and think creatively.
I like playing this adventure because I kill a lot of monsters and I gain experience points.
Hi, this is Dan from Atlantis Miniatures. Just wanted to say everyone should get involved in the Butterfly Project. It's a great cause, it sounds fantastic. We'll be getting involved and I hope everyone else does too. Thank you.
My name's Andy and I'm from DMB Games. If you could donate whatever you can to the Butterfly Project, it's a great cause and well worth your support. So please donate what you can. Thank you.
Hi, this is Jay from Feral Gamers Inc. Just to say, if you can, please donate to the Butterfly Project. It's very good. We all learn through play, and it's important that everybody gets the opportunity to learn. And if people are learning from playing games and all that stuff, that's brilliant. I mean, that's great. That's what it's all about. So if you can donate, please donate. If you can't donate, at least share it with people who can. A little thing, and if you're a publisher or anything, just do what you can. I mean, it doesn't take much; it takes no effort whatsoever, and it's a day in your life, and it could change the whole of a life for somebody else. And if it just takes a few hours of your time to change a whole lot of their time, then that's great. So please donate.
I want my character to become the greatest and the strongest in all of those characters, and I want it to go in the highest level, or to finish all the levels in RPG.
In the last adventure, I was playing Barbarian, human barbarian. So in that character, I achieved a lot in the Golden Field when we were fighting the giant. And I was
Thank you so much for donating to the Butterfly Project. We all really appreciate everything you do to help those kids. Thank you.
One that we are playing right now, and it has some aspects of Africa in it.
Hi everyone, my name is Elizabeth Terfadikun. I'm the owner of Angry Hamster Publishing, and I'm asking that you please donate to the Butterfly Project. It's a great cause, and the more games that we can get to these kids, the better. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Lynn Hardy. I'm the Associate Line Editor at Call of Cthulhu for Chaosium, and we're here to support Com+3 and the Butterfly Project, which is an awesome project helping support disadvantaged young people learn through play, which is incredibly important. So please be generous, donate, and enjoy your games. Thank you.
There are very many monsters in RPG, but the one I like most are the goblins. The thing that I want my character to achieve, I want it to reach up to level 12.
Hello, I'm Ralph Shaman of Pro Fantasy Software, and we are happy to support Com+3 and the Butterfly Project. And if you are able to contribute something and do a bit of charity for the event and the organizers, we'd be happy to see that. Otherwise, anyway, enjoy the convention and our software.
Hi, I'm Mark Whittinson, better known as Wit from DiceMachine.com. It's very, very important that you donate to this charity. Role-playing games as an educational tool is a thing that I've believed in for many, many years, and I think these kids deserve as much help as we can get.
I like Goblin because it is nice looking, it is green in its skin and has red eyes, and it is shine like something made of gold.
Hi, I'm Robert J. Schwab of Schwab Entertainment, creator of Shadow the Demon Lord, and I just wanted to say, get out there and support the Butterfly Project. It's important.
The evil it has is to be destroying the evil all over the world.
Hello, I'm Charlotte. I'm from Rattlecake Inc. and this is the lovely fella.
Hello.
Hello. We're thrilled to be sponsoring Com+3 this year and to help with the Butterfly Project. And thank you so much if you've donated already. And if you haven't, there's still time.
Come back through.
Please donate, because Butterfly Project is really changing lives and bringing help to people that need it. Just a little donation can really go a long way into supporting somebody.
I'm not hearing
you might even get yourself some cool dice.
It's noise cancelling as expected.
In future, I want my character to be strong and to be a great killer, to be a preserver of life, and to be turning the undead.
Hi, I'm Rodney Sloan of Rising Phoenix Games, and I want to encourage you to support the Butterfly Project. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Brian Willey. I'm with Villa Green Forge, the United States Outreach, and I'm here with Jason Green talking about the Butterfly Project, which is a school in Uganda that educates children who are living in poverty and in isolated villages, and they use gaming to do this. They have board game clubs, they run tabletop RPGs like Pathfinder and do LARPs, and every year they do an online con to help raise money. So I hope that you will contribute and give us a listen.
Hey, I'm Alan Barr from Gallant Knight Games, the producer of games such as the Tiny V6 line, the Zorro role-playing game, Cold Shadows, and other games. I want to take a moment to ask you to donate to the Butterfly Project. It's important that we remember as a community that even in the hard times, there are still those who need our help. And it'd be wonderful if you could just spare whatever you can to help donate and make somebody's life a little better. Thanks.
Yeah, I feel like one bugbear in one round. So one of the things where I like role playing it is from people's planning, group work.
I've been playing a class wizard, and I've chosen the name Ezren. And as a wizard, I wanted to be the most powerful one, so that I can disappear or go into invisibility, and I can even teleport myself anywhere I want. And also I can have the most powerful spell. Let's wish. I can wish the reality to change. Like if they have killed all our parties, I can wish that the parties were back, and then I can bring the whole party back. That is what I wanted to achieve.
Hi, this is Joe from Heroic Maps, and I want to urge you to donate to the Butterfly Project. It's a really important and fantastic cause, and something that we support wholly. Thanks.
Yeah, the monster that I like most, it is the goblin.
Hey guys, this is Kelsey Dion from the Arcane Library, and I just wanted to ask you to please support the Butterfly Project. It's an extremely important cause, and I will be so grateful to know that you've been a part of helping it. Thank you so much.
Hi, this is Justin Heathman from the Ultimate Games Master. We are really pleased to be sponsoring Con+3 again this year. So please donate now and give all you possibly can to this amazing cause.
I would like to resurrect people for the first time because it is my new spells. So I would like to resurrect people for the first time, and also to prevent death in the community.
Okay, carry on playing your...
Oops, I pressed that too soon. Oh, now I'm getting echo. Right. One more. So sorry. How about now? No, still getting echo. I think I might be getting echo back from Hangout. Hang on. I'll kill my mic. There we go. No. How is... I'm really sorry guys. We've got a little technical issue setting something up that we had working the other day. Yeah, basically I hear the arena, not you and echo. Okay. That's because I still got the arena running, that doesn't help. We're just setting up to try and get this to work in our panel, which involves doing a technical setup that we tested a few days back. How did we test? Because I am hearing my own voice on delay. They should be okay. Sorry, darling? My phone? No, my phone's not in the Hangout. So, you sound fake, at least compared to the recorded video. Yeah, fair enough, I'm kind of mumbling and tired. Microphone disconnectable. Right. Is that because it should be that sound output? I literally have no microphone. How can it be echoing back? So there's no echo for you guys. Yeah, the phone tone is a test. But you're not hearing an echo of me talking? Audience? No. Okay. Well, the audience aren't hearing it, so that's fine. I'll just take these off and all good. Weirdly, that's only happening in my left ear. How strange. All right. So that sounds good. We're just waiting for some panelists to arrive. Hence, I've gone onto the solo camera because Jason is upstairs in the green room, waiting to greet them as they arrive. But they're not here yet. So I have to. Oh, the first one is here. We have
Hello.
Of Modiphius. You might know him as a Con Plus 2 presenter.
Hello.
Who will be back for Con Plus 4. It's only because of lockdown that he can't make it. So he's going to be joining us. He's in the green room waiting to be let into the arena of doom for this panel.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, loud and clear.
All right, that's what I wanted to check. I was like, give me a second to make my microphone to work. Who else made it in?
Didn't think about this today. Can you hear Lloyd, people?
They're just sorting sound out downstairs. Sorry. Say that again. Volume. Oh, who else is
testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hi, everybody. How's it going?
We didn't plan this. We may as well just go over to it.
No one else is here yet, apart from me.
I'm assuming they'll all be here in about 10 minutes. Yeah. Although they might also be here at 11, so who knows?
You're also live.
Apparently, Becky's put you on live.
Becky, why am I on live? Becky, oh my god. Hi, everyone.
Feeding through. Hello, Kitty. And Kitty's joining us as well, apparently.
Hey, Kitty. How's it going? It's been a great day. I am so tired.
It's been crazy. It's been crazy, and I'm assuming you heard what happened. And...
Yeah, well, I woke up from my moderation shift as it happened, and I was like, oh my god, oh no, I just want to go back to sleep. This is the best. Hi, everyone in the stream. Hope you've been having a good time. I'm sorry I wasn't there this year to like give you stuff, but you know what? I kind of didn't want to die from corona, so like it's kind of important that I had to stay home.
Exactly.
Oh boy, what a fantastic year this has been. We've had drama, we've had prize fighter, we've had surprise dragon, we've had I need to learn how to moderate better. We've had all these things all the way through, and it wouldn't be the same without all of you people coming up together and being there with us.
What is that you're holding? A fan?
It's a fan, yeah. Because I mean, I have to stay awake somehow. It's been 24 hours. I'm exhausted. I'm pretty sure I passed out for like 30 minutes, somewhere between like D and Dice and like Ian White winning stuff. And I remember that clearly. And I was like, I woke up, I was like, wait, did I miss like an hour? Did an hour just go away? Good times, good times. It's what's great is that everyone is here and we're all having a great time, and it's great to see you all. I'm really glad you're all down here, like saying hello and all of that jazz. And I probably shouldn't be on the panel right now because I'm so tired. I just want to go to sleep. It's been so long.
Well, yeah. So we had to go live because there was one small, tiny oversight with the way that we're doing this. We're basically screen grabbing Google Hangouts here.
Yeah.
And that's all fine and dandy, except our system for PrizeFighter is set up to record all system sound.
Yes.
So although we hadn't made the scene live where we could see you, we could hear you on the stream. I'm sorry. I had a lot. The technical solution is very complicated.
I mean, no offense, but like, if this isn't a Con Plus 1 and you're not like coding as it's happening, it's not a real Con Plus 1, is it? Like, that's the minute you were like, "Oh, let me get my keyboard," I'm like, "Oh, here we go." Yeah, that's standard. It's just the way it normally is.
Hopefully, the audience can hear us talking. Okay, they should be able to, because we should be coming through the Hangout sound rather than the microphone.
Yeah, it's picking up in XSplit, so. Yes.
Yeah, awesome. So hey, at least the tech worked.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that tech worked is what matters.
Yeah, it just worked sooner than expected.
That is true. And it has been, and I'm not gonna lie, I have enjoyed every minute of this year. Like, Becky, PrizeFighter is freaking incredible. I don't know how you pulled that off again this year. I'm already staring at it and I'm crying, going, "Oh my god, there's so many new changes, so many." And I also know that that's not even like you at your final form, because you're like, well, I could probably just add like 100 other options to it. But you probably took it out because you thought it'd be too complicated.
Yeah, there was stuff I dropped because there just wasn't time because of the whole 6-week thing. So basically, when the 6-week thing happened, it was kind of half written. So yeah, in the 6 weeks we had to plan the 24-hour show. We had to get the sponsors on board, arrange the prizes, chase the sponsors, and also write a prize fighter. Like the half we hadn't done yet. So, and like the whole web app interface didn't exist at all. So that was on 0%. So yeah, there was quite a bit to do at the start. So about the first 2 weeks, I'd say, was solid prize fighter.
Damn.
But you know what? I had a really good grounding because I had the prototype that we had last year, which gave me a really good grounding for where to start from. And I spent a lot of time between last year and the start of this sort of crunch working on Prize Fighter and experimenting with things. Like one of the things that really annoys me currently with Prize Fighter is it's a little bit of a whitewash, right? Especially given the ethnicities of the gladiators involved, not that many gladiators should have that much white skin. So I looked at how to solve the problem. And of course that meant having multiple skin tones for the gladiators. So I'm like, I need a system to handle that. I spent 2 months writing that system, but I didn't have time to draw the graphics. So next year.
Well, next year we'll have the graphics, we'll have multiple arenas. I loved everything about that. I made sure not to take part, not because I wanted to, but I was like, I don't want to accidentally win something like last year. I was like, I don't want to take the chance.
You're not allowed if you're in the studio, but you're in the chat. You're allowed to win.
Yeah, but like it's not the same. Like I don't know. I know people don't want to hear us talk about like behind the scenes crap like this. I'm sorry, everyone. It's just weird to not be on the show. That's all. I kind of miss being with you lot. Like sitting in the living room, going, Becky, I'm really tired. Why are we doing this? It's like 4 in the morning. I just want to close my eyes for 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, you see, we set up the behind the scenes camera this year. So we had the second stream of the behind the scenes camera, which is, of course, what caused us all the issues. But purely because I wanted the audience to be able to capture those magic moments of Lloyd moaning. Listen. At least last year, I made it all the way through with only sleeping for 30 minutes. That was really good for me. Yeah, you didn't actually make it all the way through that, did you?
I mean, I did. I had like an hour, and I zonked off for an hour, and then I came back. That was pretty good for me. I mean, this year I failed miserably because, like, I'm pretty sure. I think at 5:30, I think I passed out because I woke up and it was 8, and I was like, crap, what time is it? I don't know where I am.
That's happened before. Let's welcome into the studio Elizabeth.
Hi, Elizabeth.
We have got Steffi on the way. She's just saying that she's apparently fighting with her camera.
Oh. We're not technically live because we couldn't not be live.
Okay.
Because of how we were doing it. So we are live, but we're just having a little pre-panel chat.
Yeah, we're early, so.
Yeah, but the audience is with us.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
And we love them very much. Hi, audience.
Oh, sorry if that's really loud, by the way. That's probably really loud for you because the chime is right here.
Oh yeah, sorry. You've got our donation machine right by the speaker. Sorry. So every time we get a donation, it's
gonna blow your brains out.
Yeah, I suppose just move it to the panel.
Big cash money though.
It's a little bit further away. Yeah, that will just chime randomly occasionally as people make donations.
Hopefully not occasionally.
It will chime very frequently because we believe in our audience. But you know what? So far, we have raised. Where is it? Where are we up to now?
Hit us with Big Daddy numbers. Let's see it.
Big Daddy numbers.
£7,174.30. That does include Com+2. Keep needing to add that disclaimer. So it's basically 3,100 during the course of this show.
That's pretty
Yeah.
good, man. That's really good.
That is incredible. Also,
Almost worth skipping sleep for.
almost. Let's not push it. Like I still need to rest. And also, it's been really great having the audience in. I mean, we're like hitting like 30 people on a normal basis, which is fantastic. And seeing everyone in there has been really, really good. Although I haven't been interacting with them, I have been watching it and laughing and watching the craziness continue all the way through. So it's been really great.
If you really, absolutely, definitely, positively don't want to win prizes, I can just make it not put you in the arena.
I mean, that's not a bad idea, because then I can actually post. But you know what? It's a bit late to do that at 10 o'clock. We're about to do a panel for an hour before my last 2-hour shift.
Exactly. But you know what? We're actually possibly going to go for longer than 24 hours this year as well.
Yes.
Because we're not going to stop until we finish giving away the prizes, and we're about 2 hours behind or something.
Yeah.
So hello, Steffi.
Hey,
hey. We're live, by the way. Technical invitation. We kind of had to go live. Sorry about that.
That's fine. That's fine.
But we haven't actually started the panel.
No. But everybody's here.
Everyone's here, so we should start.
Yes, we should.
So our plan, why don't you do this, because I'm trying to get this thing to work.
Well, yeah, sure. So, I mean, I didn't get introductions first. So this is a panel that's going on for an hour now until 10 a.m. UTC, and it is called The Joys of Gaming. And we have some amazing people from the industry who have come on to help with this. So let's go from left to right, and feel free to introduce yourselves. Tell us what you've published, what you've done, anything cool that you've done in the past. First of all, Elizabeth Chapradit-Cool.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Chapradit-Cool. I am the owner of Angry Hamster Publishing. Our most recent game is Afterlife Wandering Souls, which we're writing a supplement for now. But you may have also seen my work as the lead developer for the Crescent Empire for 7th Sea 2nd Edition. I also wrote the Book of Lore for Bluebeard's Bride and a bunch of other stuff.
Awesome. And next up we have Lloyd.
Hi, I'm Lloyd. I'm on the panel because they needed someone boring in here to make up for these cool people. Hi.
That was your choice to do that kind of intro. Then we've got Steffi Devan.
Hi, I'm Steffi. I'm a author and developer. I've developed the upcoming Legend Lore role-playing game for the 5th edition fantasy system. We're not allowed to say the actual name because of reasons. But I developed that, and I write a lot. I've done some work on Afterlife with Liz. I run a Patreon, and I'm very excited to be here. And I've actually met Lloyd at the UK Games Expo, and I can vouch for the fact that he is not boring.
Anything but.
No, he's not. Okay.
Yeah, we're going to talk with. I don't like. You do know us, right? So we can skip that because our audience will know us. So
I would hope so by now. Yes.
Yeah, we're the people that have been sat in this room since midday yesterday and currently smell sweat. So this panel is on the joy of gaming. That's what we want to talk about. So the idea is, like, we're just going to sort of throw some topics up and, you know, tell us stories and anecdotes surrounding the stuff, and let one thing lead to another. Feel free to, you know, run with a thought that occurred to you while someone else was talking.
Also, anyone in chat, if you want to ask any questions, feel free to put them in the chat below.
Yes, and please let us know if, like, there's issues with the quality on the call. We've got audience there who can, you know, tell us when things are going wrong. So, yeah, the joy of gaming. So let's start. Why don't we start with the obvious thing then? As what got you into gaming? Should we go in the opposite direction?
Sure.
Yeah, who was last? That was
So that. Yeah, that's me then.
Yeah. Been there a long time.
I got into gaming through I did the stupid thing where you meet someone on the internet and they say, let's meet up, and you go, yeah, sure, and you know nothing about this person. But I did that, and it turned out he was really great. His name was Rolf, still a good friend of mine, and he was really into role-playing games, Dungeons & Dragons, Ravenloft, Dragonlance. And at one point, he invited me. We actually met because, we were both playing the X-Files collectible card game back then, and we were the only people, apparently, in all of Limburg, that's where we lived, playing it. So we met on the internet on a forum to go, oh my god, I can finally play a game against a real person. So we met, and it turned out he was really into role-playing games, and he invited me. And then it kind of spiraled, because role-playing games are addictive. So then I just played everything all the time. But that's how it started.
So that when you said like Ravenloft and at the time my memory recognized the words and now slipped from my mind because of the X-Files. Yeah, well, I was thinking it kind of sounds like, oh, this is going to be second edition era, and then all of a sudden there was X-Files. But actually, X-Files is quite.
Yeah, I'm showing my age here, but yes, this was in the 90s.
Over the internet.
We did.
Second edition era, you were like a major trendsetter.
No, my university was a major trendsetter. They were all about let's get everybody signed up for email, and I had some awkward encounters until people explained to me how the internet works and what kind of people are on there, and then I got it.
The rest of us are still learning. You were ahead of the curve, definitely.
Yes.
So why don't we sort of throw that question, Elizabeth? Because I think if we ask Lloyd, it will be half past.
Guys, just because I'm not on the panel doesn't mean you can just shut me down like this.
Like, you need to rebel. You need to take over this stream.
Hey guys, Conquest 3.1 happening at my house tomorrow. Let's go.
I'm down. I'm doing another 24 hours.
Becky, you're just delirious. You don't know what you're saying right now.
Yeah.
He doesn't. Beyond the point of time, it's fine.
Okay, gaming. So, just general video gaming. My dad got me into video gaming, and then I did the same thing that Steffi did, which was very stupid as a minor. I decided to role play with people online. No idea who they are, and it's like, where are you from? It's like, oh, let me just tell this person where I'm from. Yeah. But I was into basically forum role playing, and that's really what launched me into the more tabletop setting. D&D was the first game that I read and never played because I didn't have anyone to play with. And then eventually, once I reached university, there was a bunch of people, and actually my two very good friends to this day, they were in the dorm room next to mine, and we were in this really terrible student house where actually the only thing that separated our two dorm rooms was a cupboard. So it was just like an empty doorway and a cupboard. And we would hear each other, obviously, and we were playing the same video game. So my friend Martine was like, oh, she's a nerd, because we were both playing Fable. So when I would portal, 15 minutes later, I'd hear him portaling in the other room. So one day at breakfast, he's like, hey, you like games? So I was like, yeah. And he's like, do you like tabletop role-playing games? I'm like, what's that? And he's like, you can play a vampire. I'm like, tell me more. And and then basically he told me about Vampire the Masquerade.
Like that.
What?
I really hope it happened exactly like that, the way you're saying it.
It legit, he wasn't as smooth as I'm making him out to be. He was more like, hey. I was like, hey, you like gaming? Yeah, because it was like breakfast. So there was it was very monosyllabic, But and then he told me about Clan Tamichi in Vampire the Masquerade, and I never looked back because it's the best clan ever, and fight me. Anybody.
Yeah, I will.
No, Steffi, we need to keep our business relationship in.
Oh no! Okay, but here's the good news. I used to be a huge Tremere fan for a very long time because that.
Oh God!
Yeah.
Oh.
But I have since switched to Clan Toreador, so maybe we could do an art project with Flesh.
Your clan is everything wrong with the game.
Excuse me, is that Toreador or Tremere? Wait, should I be offended?
Tremere. I love Clan Toreador. They're the most useful, useless clan ever.
I know. That is why I love them. They are so beautiful train wrecks who, why are you here? To make life beautiful. Okay, I guess.
That Steffi and Liz have collaborated with each other before on things.
Yes.
That's why they
including not vampire clans.
No.
Oh, I would love to be on a book where you write the Tremere and I write the Tamichi and just see what happens.
No.
Steffi's like, no.
Well, you hire me for a lot of things, and I would like to keep that going.
Oh, you are etched into Angry Hamster's like DNA. I'm sure if I told you like Steffi, you can't write a book, you'd be like, well, F you, I'm gonna write an Afterlife book anyway, and I'm sure people would believe it and buy it.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
But yeah, so that gaming.
Now, we rest a bit. I think they've got. So about you, Lloyd, you're such a major player in the convention scene. I don't think there's a single convention outside perhaps Australasia that you want a regular attendee at.
That is fair and valid. I can't argue against that. Mostly because I love spending money on traveling. It's the thing I picked up from my dad. Shout outs to why I go into role playing is because I wanted to meet more English people. And that was me being nice to say. I'm not saying I want to meet more white people because I had none in my life at the time. Long answer is I've always been fascinated by fantasy. I've always seen movies like that and didn't really understand what the deal was. And you'd watch like a few shows on TV and they'll reference Dungeons and Dragons and you don't really know what it meant. Because I never understood what they meant by dice and imagination, all that. So when a movie came out, I actually went out to watch the movie for my sins, which then regressed me a few 15 years as to never again will I ever put myself in anything with D&D involved. But then when I was I think maybe 19, I found a copy of 3.5 D&D edition in my local library. And I read it cover to cover and I was like, I think I kind of get it. I think I do. But I didn't really understand that. I was fortunate enough that I live in a day and age where I could also go to the internet and post up there and be like, hi, I want to play D&D. What is this trash? I don't get it. What's going on? And I got in from there, and then it just snowballed after that. And all the contacts I made from just playing games just got me to where I am today.
So how do you make the leap though from that first session to okay, this is something I want to do?
To be fair, I fell into it. I didn't really start it up. I organized something called Games on Demand at UK Games Expo, and also at Gen Con because I hate myself and I love torture. And the only reason why I ended up doing those things is that because I was at a convention playing a game, and someone came up and was like, Lloyd, I think you'd be really good at doing this because you run games and you're all right and you seem really chill. Would you like to organize this? So I went, okay, sure, why not? And I just started organizing a few things here and there. And then I just snowballed into where I am today. I work for Modiphius. I get to go to Gen Con and run games there. I do things I generally don't think I tried to get into it. It just kind of happened around me and I just went along for the ride.
Yeah, that does sound like you.
Also fair and valid.
Convergence of events.
Well, because it's a lot of people are I want to get into the RPG industry, and I've never been able to be I don't know how to give you advice about that because I wasn't trying, and I'm not gloating or anything. It just happened around me because I play a lot of games, and when you play a lot of games, the community is very, very small. It's even in America, it's very small, and it's especially small in England.
Yeah.
So if you just play enough games, you'll run into the right people, and the next thing you know, you're in there.
Yes, that's true.
I have the exact opposite. I tried so hard. Lloyd, you make me so angry. You're one of these people who are at school and it's I don't have to study for a test. I'm just gonna roll on in after drinking all night and just ace this exam. And there I am I can't go out for a month and I'm gonna get a C. It's just no. Oh.
I apologize. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a butt.
I feel I just need to meet you and then hitch on your coattails and just live easy street and drink cocktails and be fabulous and it'll be fine.
I think well, you know what, this is not me gloating, I swear to God. I think having a gregarious personality does help.
Yes.
And I spent a lot of my time being anxious about speaking to people and overcompensating for it by being over the top sometimes. And also, at the risk of sounding weird, there are not that many black people in the community. So once you spot one, you kind of know which one you're looking at, and it kind of helped a little. So
that doesn't sound at all.
No, that's true.
Yeah, like it's out there. Like when I meet other people of color in my like in my line of work, I'm always so excited and happy because I'm like, oh man, I don't know what you went through, but I suspect it's something similar to what I went through, and I totally respect that, and I'm so glad you're out here still, and I love that. I want there to be more diversity in gaming, and if I have to put myself forward to make that happen, I'm down to do that too.
Yeah, totally. I mean, because like, there are some fantastic publishers out there that you've got people like Parrot Gamers who are doing like neurodiverse authors.
Outgoing Press is great for diversity as well.
Yeah, and there's some great places out there, but then none of them have ever really captured the mainstream in the way that like the big names have. But it is nice to see that more women are getting into the mainstream places, but it's still not gone much beyond women yet. So hopefully that it'll just have to happen more in time, more saturation, and hopefully one day we'll get there. But what I'm curious of, and Lloyd actually kind of already answered this one, is like, how did you go from being into gaming to going, you know what, I like writing games? Because like Lloyd, I mean, I think just like everything in his life just happens around him. I think that's a fair statement to say. I think Lloyd doesn't pursue it so much as it happens to him. But the rest of us,
Lloyd is an event waiting to happen. Other people just don't know it yet.
Yeah, that's the better way to phrase it, definitely. But the rest of us, we have to work at things and and hopefully one day happen for us. So how did that happen for you, Steph?
So I always wanted to be a writer. It's one of the few things I'm actually quite good at. And I like role-playing games, so that's actually a natural combination. And it was Onyx Path, actually, who gave me my first break. They had an all-call, they still do, by the way, where you could send in a submission, 500 words of mechanics and 500 words of, flavor. So I did. And then I got hired on books. And the thing about the role-playing game industry is that once you have your first few credits and your first people, it gets easier because then you can ask, like, oh, could you introduce me to that person? Or the people you worked on for one book are developing another book, and then you can ask them. So I did find that once I was in, it was a lot easier. But I started with Onyx Path, and they're all cool, so I was very happy with that. I still work for them. They're a great company.
Would you suggest, like, if somebody really wanted to kind of get in, like, kind of, I don't know if it's even the right word to say, jumping that first step, in the sense of maybe doing a self-published game on drive-through or something just to get that first published? Or do you think it needs to be with a published house?
May I jump on this one?
Yeah.
I think maybe like 4 or like 6 or 7 years ago, getting self-published was a little bit tougher. Nowadays, if you can build a community and you can get the hype going, anyone can publish. I think getting your stuff out there is a lot easier if you can build a fan base for it. The fan base may not be very big, but you can start, as long as you're just constantly churning out and writing and getting better at the craft, you can get your stuff going out. Like I know a lot of people who just want to write games. They're not part of the big publishers, and they don't really go for anything too wide, but they just want to write games, and that's all they do. They just sit down, they write small games, and they put it out there for people, and they build that fan base. Once you build that loyalty, you can get out there and make something big. I mean, you're not going to get anything bigger than D&D because it owns the world, and that's the way we have to live the world we live in. But it takes perseverance, and it takes writing, and it takes practice, because people will, if you do write good stuff, people will come to respect your craft, and you just have to go with it.
Yep. And I will say there's a couple of community content programs like the DMs Guild and the Storytellers Vault. You need to read the fine print to make sure you're okay with terms of service. But that's a great way to get your stuff out in front of an already existing audience, because they have customers at the DMs Guild and the Storytellers Vault. And I know that, for example, Onyx Path will actually look at those community content programs for writers. They go there and they look at people that they find talented, and who put out good stuff. And I've actually hired several of them, like 4 for Legend Lore, that we found through the DMs Guild. So those community contents are also a good way to get started.
Cool. Should we bring it back over to our core topic, which was meant to be the joy of gaming? And I feel like we've accidentally gone off down the work of gaming.
Yes. Joy in the work of gaming?
Yes. I mean, presumably people do love their job somewhere in the world. I'm not sure they're sitting in
I love it when it's finished.
I love my job when I don't have to answer 500 emails about it.
Yeah, I love my job when I send off my work and can put that deadline away. Like, that's done. And then everything leading up to that is like, you know, you get a project and you get excited. Like, oh my God. And then you have to write the stuff. Why did I become a writer? I'm not good at this. And then you get to the final draft. Oh, this is actually pretty good. Then you can send it off and you're happy again.
What excites you most? Let's take this one to Elizabeth, because you haven't had a chance to finish. But what excites you most about working on a new project? Like, is it like the mechanics or the story, or even if it's not one you're working on? Like, when you play a system, let's say you go to a convention, you play a random system you've never heard of the most. What kind of things really draw you into that game and go, you know what, I think I might pick this up?
I think, well, at least like for me, like one of my most, when you say like the joy of gaming and you talk about like playing at conventions, like my most like eureka, oh my God, this is the most amazing game. I want to etch it in my heart and never play anything else. I had that when I went to Origins and I played Blades in the Dark for the first time. I just had like almost like a eureka moment of like, oh my God, this is everything that I wanted a game to be, because I'm a huge fan of the Dishonored franchise, the video game. And Blades in the Dark is exactly Dishonored. It is everything that you've ever wanted from, and like I had seen Blades in the Dark on Kickstarter. I'm like, I don't need that game. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like the art. It's black and white, blah, 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 blah. You know, just judgy roleplay jerk who's been playing roleplay games for too long. But then my friend was like, come play Blades in the Dark at Origins. And, you know, when you're at a convention, you're just hopping along and playing games because it's fun and you just want to try new random things. And for me, like, because that it simulated so closely to what I wanted. It was everything I wanted from the video game, but it was interactive. And that's what I love about roleplay games. And that was what got me so excited. It's like the world, but I can do anything I want, you know? Yeah, and like it's because sometimes like games like that have like this unknown quality like to them, like this je ne sais quoi or whatever, that just gets you super hype about them. And like when you say joy of gaming, like I think about that game, and I have since introduced this game to multiple people. I run it. I'm now playing Band of Blades, which is a follow-up with my Blades in the Dark group, and it's just, yeah, like I love it so much. I love introducing people, and yeah, when it can get to that genre and that theme that you love so much, like that's the joy of gaming to me. Yeah.
Just to interject with that one, what you said there is exactly what I went through, except for Lady Blackbird. Because until I played Lady Blackbird, I did nothing but D&D 3.5, and I had the stats, and I was like, yes, I love numbers. This is fun. And I know what fun is. This is fun. And when I played Lady Blackbird, I was like, I did not know what fun was until I played Lady Blackbird.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Just like that joy, like that moment where you're just like, you're strapped in and you're not even thinking about like the game anymore, right? You're just like, damn, this is good.
I get it. I actually get it. This is the beauty that I'm looking for. It's taken me 2 years to get here and a lot of character sheets, but I've got it. I just need to do it again for every game I play somehow. I don't know how I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
No, brilliant. We're just having a quick look at the chat.
Yeah, I was just seeing if we've missed any questions from the audience at all. So feel free to ask questions. But do me a favour, because we're obviously distracted by conversation and everything else. If you have a question for somebody in the panel, could you just write capital word question ahead of your question? I should be looking at the audience.
Yes.
I'm a professional. It's fine. So yeah, if you just capital word question, and we'll scroll through and we'll find those, and we'll ask our panelists before we part with them. But we've got them for another 40-ish minutes.
Yeah.
Whoop,
so,
whoop.
yeah.
I'm here to answer all questions as best as I can without sounding terrible.
So we talked about, didn't we, about or did we, making the transition from playing to designing? But I
Playing
don't
to
think,
writing, yeah.
Yeah, but don't think we heard what was that moment from Stephanie.
No, you did. I went from gaming to designing for Onyx Path.
Oh, sorry. I have been awake a long time. I'm going to use that super lot. So, like, I remember when I first got into gaming, and I was dragged along to this like youth club that just did basically role playing, but more the kind of Games Workshop type board games and war games and things, and there was a bit of role playing there. So I kind of did the role playing because I didn't really fancy the board games. And then it kind of turned out that I started going to this role playing club, and I accidentally became the chairperson, which was a surprise to me because previous to that I was only doing the newsletter, which was a surprise to me. So and like since then, because gaming, I mean that was Redbox era, and because I'm old, and since then gaming has changed so much I can't even begin to explain the scope of the difference in my own mind. But perhaps you might have more insight on this. I'm just like, because gaming has evolved so much from those early games to what it is today, where it's so multifaceted. You've got so many different niches in gaming. Like when I was young, there was like, I don't know, at most 10 systems in the world, and now it's like, well, there's 10 systems for doing exactly that thing, and then there's 10 for doing exactly that thing, and like that journey along the way, and the fact that it's kept us interested all the way is I think it's quite interesting to me. Like, despite all the changes it's gone through, and the fact that, I don't know about you guys, but I can quite happily play a really old school game now and be really enthusiastic to go and do it. And then when I play it, I remember that these games aren't actually sometimes very good. Because they've changed so much and gotten so much better. Do you ever find that actually?
Well, I mean, I think it's also like the group you play with as well. I still love playing OSR games, and like, oh no, I'm gonna step in this. This is live. But like, design-wise, I'll say subjectively, because everyone, subjectively, to my opinion, they're not that good. But I freaking love OSR, and I will play OSR almost any day as long as I have the right group of people, because the spirit of OSR is just, if you don't like it, throw it away and do something else, because no one cares. And go murder some things, and it's going to be awesome. At least the spirit of OSR games that I play. So like, yeah, like I think that indeed, like if you look back at those old games, like they don't maybe have the nuance that some of the newer games have. You know what I mean? Like if you look at some of the stuff that some of the Apocalypse World designers are doing, just in the way to like facilitate role play within the game and things like that. Like, your old school game isn't going to have that. But there is still like those games, when you look back at them, like they still kind of do have that spirit of like, just do whatever you want. It's almost closer to like what we did when we were kids, right? It's like, I'm going to play pirates, and I'm going to be an awesome pirate queen, and I can do whatever I want. And, we have a couple rules, like Steffi says, like, no, Liz, you can't throw rocks. And I'm like, well, fine. You know what I mean? Like, if we're making that rule, and Lloyd's like, well, actually, but we can hit each other with sticks. And it's like, okay, cool, let's do this. And like, I don't know, like, I just think it's kind of the group you play with. And like, there is evolution, but I still think that there's always going to be those games that kind of have those weird, kind of archaic rules that don't really make sense, but are still going to be awesome because of the people you play with.
Yep.
After, go on, please.
Okay. I think at one point what you could see in game design, because I don't like rules. I mean, I design mechanics and I'm pretty good at them, but the lighter, the better for me. I don't like rules. But at one point you could see across editions in D&D and in Vampire, they started to make the rules foolproof for people who would abuse them. And the trick is, you can't do that. People who will abuse the rules are going to find a way no matter what. but it does dampen down for everyone else who wouldn't abuse the rules. So I wasn't a fan of that at the time. I was like, why can't I do those things? Well, because if you do those things, then everyone can do those things, and then before you know it, somebody is turning a vampire into a lawn chair. and I get that, but you know, I don't. At one point, there was this trend of designing for the worst possible player at the table, whereas I feel that the worst possible player at the table is an out of character problem that you should solve by talking to him. And I think you should design for the best possible player. And we're going back from that now, and you're getting books that are lighter on rules and encourage more role playing and allow more freedom, and who indeed are saying, like, if you've got an asshole at your table turning vampires and into lawn chairs, then you need to go talk to him and tell him that is not the game you're playing, instead of, you know, hammering down the rules so that you can't.
Such low-key clan hate, Steffi.
Yes.
I hear you dissing my favorite clan. I'm just saying.
I totally understand the idea about rulings and how you want to put it. Oh God, I almost said rulings, not rules. Don't do that. Resist. And I've always come to the conclusion that I think the amount of rules you have in a game should depend on the kind of players you have. Because some players are full on, I want to be completely into the scene. I want the rules to be like a very tiny part of what I need. So give me your Cthulhu Dark, give me your like OSR, give me your streamlined rules light. I need to know 3 things so I can roll the dice and do what I want to do. Whereas some people on the opposite spectrum who are very much like Lancer, who are like, I want to be able to map out exactly how many inches I am away from the villain so I can throw bombs at them without hitting my friends and party. And it's finding the balance between your group to the bit where both of them are good and everyone is okay, and you give everyone what they want at a table that's the part about gaming that I mostly enjoy. Is finding the rules that both I like and I know everyone else will either like or tolerate long enough to get to the part they like.
Yes.
Yeah, go on.
No, go ahead. You were talking.
No. Please, don't let me interrupt. Go, please. I love you. I buy your books.
So no, I wanted to say I'm currently playing a Pathfinder game, and I've had that same thing. Whereas I'm very a Panzer storyteller. So I'm like, there's a villain in the room. There's a ledge. There's a sledgehammer somewhere on the wall. Cue scene, and I've got one player who is exactly like you just described. He's very meticulous. How far away is the villain? Exactly. How far away is who goes first on initiative? Like if the angle is up to the villain, how many feet is that? Can I charge? Like, I don't know these things. You're the GM, Steffi. Oh yeah, okay. Give me a second. Give me a second, and I'll make this up. But yeah, and I love that player, and I actually like how he asks me to come up with these things. But it is such a huge difference between how he plays and how I play, and I'm like, can I don't know. It's the ceiling is 20 feet up. 20 feet. How high is it? What kind of a ridiculous room is this? I don't. How large is the ceiling? How high is the ceiling usually? Well, not 20 feet. I have since discovered.
How many inches of insulation between the floors?
Yeah.
As someone who doesn't know the distance between feet and meters, I have also had this problem and been like, yes, it's like 20 feet up. Wait, what? I'm like, yes. Oh wait, hold on. I don't know.
You know what you need to do is you need to turn it on those people, because those people are normal. Like, I have a friend who does that, and he is very, very honest. Because like that's why he wants to know. He wants to know. He's like, is that 20 feet away? Can I hit that? So then you say, well, given the fact that it's about this size room, do you think you can hit it? How many feet away is it from me? You should do that stuff. You just turn it around. You say, how many meters away is it? Can you see it?
Yeah, but
say it nicely though.
Elizabeth, you also end up in a problem of things that you just don't know. Like when someone asks you, when you tell someone, yeah, I'm hoping to get the votes to become valedictorian in my school, and then everyone goes, wait, you don't vote to be a valedictorian, and you're like, oh no, I don't know how the American school system works.
That too. Yeah.
Help me.
Yeah.
I've got a question actually, sort of more for Steffi, really, based on something you said. That just to kind of be like, have you, when you've got that player that plays differently to you, have you ever considered designing game mechanics to change the way that player role plays, like using game mechanics as a force to
be reckoned with.
Not so much be reckoned with, but change the dynamic at the table.
I don't in this case, because I only role play with people I like. That's my fast rule, and I want them to have a good time, and he has a good time if he knows exactly how far away the villain is. So that is something I want to provide for him. It's just that he does need to ask me, because it's not something that is innate to my system to design that. So no, I don't, because I trust him. He's not trying to. It's not like he's trying to fuck me over and hit targets that he shouldn't be able to hit. It's what Liz says. He wants to know.
Yeah, that's what his enjoyment of the game is.
He approaches combat like miniature game encounters, where you have a field and you know exactly where everybody is. So and I want to provide that for him. I'm also one of those GMs who doesn't mind terribly if players cheat, so long as everyone at the table, including the other players, still have fun. But if you want to succeed at your dice rolls to have fun, and the other players don't mind that you always succeed, then I actually don't mind players fudging their dice rolls.
Steffi, just to ask a question. When you roll your dice, do you roll it behind the screen or do you roll it in front?
I roll behind the screen. I too fudge my dice, but as a GM, you're supposed to
keep an eye on this one.
I used to, but then I reached a point where the reason why I don't do it so much anymore is because I always want to make sure when I pick up the dice, I always try to think, because I'm weird like that. I try and go, what is the worst possible thing that would happen if I rolled this dice right now?
Yep.
And if it's too much and I can't handle it, I wouldn't roll the dice. I'll put it down and say something else.
Yep.
Because trying to put that into my mind means that I won't fudge so much. Because I'm like, if I pick this up, I have to take responsibility that a player is going to die.
Yep.
Before I roll it.
Actually, ironically, I roll high stakes rolls. I roll in public so that it's
yeah.
So if I know that somebody might die, that is the roll you're going to see, because then I want to be, that's up to the dice, because I'm now choosing to roll when you might die. So we're going to be honest, and I like the tension that creates. But if it's things like how many spiders are there in the room, and I'm supposed to roll 1d6, and I've already decided that there's 3, I could say 3, but I'll roll and then lie.
I would just say 3 and look him in the face and be like, yeah, I said 3, what you can do about it? I'm the GM. I'm God. I'm God. What you gonna do?
Yeah, exactly. But no, I roll deadly rolls. I roll in plain sight.
Yeah.
I think you have
I'm a little full of thought here, except I say 9.
I roll 9 and 96.
But we've got some questions from the audience, so I'm just going to put these to the panel, and just whoever wants to answer these, step forward. So I haven't read these beforehand, so I'm going to find out what they are live. So Jared Plymon asks, do you have any stories of serendipity when you tested stuff you created and found stuff you never imagined you'd look for? Interesting question.
Yeah, I mean,
also, before we do this, can someone double confirm what serendipity means for me? Because English second language.
Sure.
Isn't it like a convergence of luck?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, yeah. No, I think that probably describes it better than like it.
It's a film as well.
It is, but it's a word.
Yes. Yeah, this is the occurrence and development of events by chance in a happy or beneficial way.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Sorry, I had to double confirm that meaning of that just to help me out. Continue.
Do you have any stories of chance luck coming together in a meaningful way when you tested stuff you've created and found stuff you never imagined you'd look for?
Yeah, I mean, I think I had that recently with Afterlife. I think anytime you're playtesting a new game and mechanics you've created, there's so much that playtesters are so invaluable in that way that they actually, I don't think are credited enough to the design of the game. Because you're testing something that's very new. You're kind of bringing it into the world, and like you can't think of everything, right? Like before you actually play a game, it's all in your head. So I had that with Afterlife. So I had designed this whole game where, like, basically the premise of Afterlife is you live through past memories. and you play in the realm of the dead, and that's where you start, and you can never go back to the realm of the living. And I was playtesting it, and then at the end of like the first time I playtested, my friend Andres was like, "Oh yeah, you could totally use this as a follow-up to a campaign where players died," and I was like, "Oh yeah, you could totally do that." But like for me, that was like, it seems like such a logical thing, right? It's kind of like this serendipitous, like, oh yeah, of course, but like until someone had said that to me, I hadn't framed the game in that way at all. Like, of course you could do a session of Afterlife afterwards or something like that. So for me, that was a very cool recent moment. Well, a couple years ago, but recent moment.
Yes.
So we've got another question here from Lord Morbius. What was the most delightful gaming experience you ever had? And what was the most dreadful experience you ever had?
Oh dear.
Oh dear. So
what's the rating of this stream?
Yeah.
I need to know just how far above PG-13 we can go.
Yeah.
I would say you can infer, but should use family-friendly language. How about that?
Gotcha.
So my worst was actually, it wasn't a tabletop role-playing game, but it was at a game shop, and I was playing Vampire the Eternal Struggle, the card game. And I was the only girl at the table. And Vampire the Eternal Struggle, for people who don't know, is a game with several players, and it's a bit like Magic. You can target the person. I think officially you target the person next to you, but you can also, or they house ruled it. They house ruled it so that you can not target other people, but you could help them out or hinder them. And I was the only person at the table. And basically, of the boys at the table, there were two kinds. There were the kinds who went after me viciously, and the kinds who completely ignored me because they didn't want to hurt the girl at the table. And it wasn't nasty, but it was weird. It was weird.
For me, I'm gonna go with my best first for now, just to balance that out. Lady Blackbird, I'm running it. It's like 2010 or something like that. And I started off, I'm reading this paper. I'm like, what even is this role-playing game? There's like only 16 pages. I don't understand any of this. I'm going to the pages, and then the players are like, okay, so we break out into the corridor, and they're like, so what do we see? And I look at the thing, and I look up at them, and I look down, and I look up, and my brain is drawing a blank. And then I go, it says over here you're in the military. Yeah, you know the design. What do you see? And me saying what do you see like broke something in my brain. And I was like, whoa, I could just ask people to tell me stuff and just go with it. Okay, maybe it can't be that bad. And that was the premise of the entire game. Every time I got stuck somewhere, I went, I'm not gonna put any effort into this. I'm just gonna ask you what you want the world to be, so I can use that to make the world more alive. And like that game of Lady Blackbird I played, which was we played it like 3 times in a row and played the same story to its like complete conclusion. It was one of the greatest games I've ever played, and I just absolutely enjoyed it because I stopped trying to replan and prep for everything and let the players generate the world along with me. And that was like incredible for me. I'd never done that before, and it kind of changed the way I gamed.
Look forward to Parageek's video re-explaining that 8 times now. In the
oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I don't. Let's go with you. Best and worst.
Oh well. Worst experiences is probably a very long story, and I've already done a video of it in the distant past. Actually, two bad experiences. Unfortunately, both by the same GM, but one was a Supers game where he kept making it so we couldn't communicate properly with our superhero allies, and he kept like making really weird reasons up as to why our ideas wouldn't work for some reason. And the main reason is because he didn't actually think of those ideas that we came up with. The other one was Cthulhu that didn't actually finish the convention. Basically only 2 of the characters actually made any difference and were actually relevant for the scenario, and the others just didn't work at all. And the other players couldn't really do anything for that reason.
I think you've hit one of the things that I hate the most about certain games. If I play a game and I have a character, and at the end of the game I look at the game and I feel like that character hasn't done, accomplished, or even influenced anything throughout the game's world, like the entire game would have gone on without them, I get very angry and stressed out. I feel like if I'm playing a role-playing game, the camera is on me. I'm in that movie. The movie shouldn't start the same way it ended, and if it doesn't, I should have at least had some parts to do with that. I think that's why I don't tend to play Cthulhu very often, because Cthulhu has that feel of you're just there for the ride. You're not really doing much, and I don't enjoy that. I want to be able to make a difference, because I game to not be myself, and I want to be able to make changes to things and say the right words and have people believe me and be a leader or be strong or break past everything that would hold me back, but not my character. So when I play a game and I'm like, at the end of the game, I'm like, and everything we did now didn't matter because I might as well have just been a talking sexy lamp. I don't feel right.
No, I've got that too. Especially at Vampire, I'm like, I know that I'm a neonate and that there are many, many vampires in this world who are older and more powerful, smarter than me. But I would like to point out that in this entire world of vampires, there are 4 PCs, and I feel like they should matter.
Yeah, well, the Cthulhu game for me, it was a bad experience. It put me off playing, but there's a few, at least it's like my favorite system now.
Yep.
So if you do get the characters to work properly, which you should do, yes, while it's a game where you may not feel larger than life, because obviously there are great old ones and Albert Horrors, you still feel like you're at least making some difference, at least for the time being, before everything goes crazy.
Well, you have to write the story for the players you've got.
Yeah.
I've always said that, and it goes right back to OSR. Back when you were doing dungeon crawls, where there was no purpose to a dungeon other than the fact that apparently the world was full of them, you still had to put stuff into the rogue to do, the secret door and the trap, because otherwise the rogue would get to roll any dice that session, because that was the dice that they rolled. And which is kind of what was broken with Traveller and Pilot, but that's a whole different round. Much better. But because when the pilot did roll the dice, I'm sorry, I'm off. When that pilot did roll the dice, that was the campaign broken. But for me though, I think I just want to bring a positive in, which is like I think for my best experience, because we've been a bit on the negative, and I've got a few of those. I am aware that negatives exist, but I want to give a positive, because we've had a few negatives, and I think for me like one of my proudest moments really in gaming was when I knew I'd achieved something really amazing. It was really, really satisfying. It's when I ran a session of a game I'd designed myself, and I tested it with a group of players who are notorious for always wanting to be the GM. This is a group of GMs who always want to go off and sort of say, I've got this one run, I've got that one run. And like every player in that group wants to be the person running the game. And what they wanted to play was another system of the game I've designed. So, which was great for a little while until they went back to type. But for a while there, that was truly satisfying. So that was a positive. That's a positive.
I've got a best story, but I want to hear Liz's story first.
Yeah, Liz, let's go.
I can't. I was trying to I'm not going to tell the worst story because I think it's very similar to you other ladies maybe also have an experience like this in gaming, and I don't think that I can share it in a PG-13 way, but I'm going to go with my best experience. And that was that me and my best friend, we played a group of friends, we played like a 6-year-long Chronicle, and me and my best friend had the most epic love story ever. Basically, her character had found kind of this broken man in an asylum, and ended up she found out it was a vampire game, and she found out that his mind was wiped, and she got his mind back. And I was playing the guy because I was a GM, and then it turned out he was something else. And then at the end, the last session, basically, it was Gehenna. The world was going to crap and everything, and she was going to die. So they basically held hands and walked into the sun together. And it was the most romantic shit ever. Me and my best friend, we would write letters to each other, as our characters. We legit fell in love with each other in this game. And it was the funnest thing ever. We still talk about those characters. Oh, remember when they did that? Remember when they did this? It was it's such a special moment to have with someone that I care about so much, basically. And I don't think we were talking about it, and we're even though I've played her romance option in other games, we can never recreate what we had, because it was just such a special moment, and it was just that relationship, and those characters are done, and I still think back on it and I smile so much. Like, it was so good. And we'd get in fights. So we'd get in character relationship fights, and the other players would just like sit back with the popcorn, because it's not just like a couple getting in a fight. It's like a supernatural couple getting in a fight. So like, they're bringing in, it's like, yeah, but then when you saw those like reanimated corpses, you did this, blah, 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 blah. And it was a lot of fun. I love it so much. That's such a good memory.
You left the stove on and you let the zombie eat me.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why did you pull her out of the portal that was going to hell first? You know what I mean? Because she's my best friend. It's like, I'm your lover.
I wish I could capture having a relationship with someone in the game. I think that's probably one of my weaker points, is that I can show friendship, but I can't really do romance very well. I'd love to be able to pull that off.
Really creepy, aren't you, when you try and do
Well, no, it's not that. It's just that I do movie romance, because that's so. All of my references, people are like, Lloyd, where'd you get the ideas from? Because I watch a lot of films. And that's why I put all my things from, like, all my ideas come from movies and books. And in movies and books,
you have sex and then the woman compliments him. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean that's it, right? That's how relationships work, right? You don't like have to like. Is that not how it works? That's what TV tells me it works. And I try and do romance, and I pull from that, and I'm like, this does not work in a roleplay setting. You can't just do that.
I don't think you can try, because we weren't trying to have a romance. Like, she wanted a servant. She wanted to take the broken man she found, because she wanted a servant. So she's like, I need a competent servant, and therefore I am going to fix your mind so that I have someone who can help me better. And the story took off from there. So it was like falling in love in real life. I don't think a lot of people go to a bar and be like, I'm gonna fall in love with this person so hard. You know what I mean?
But TV tells me that's how it works. I just turn up and I say something like, sorry, I saw you looking at me from across the room and I just had to speak to you. And then they're like, get in my pants! I mean, that's not how it works, no? Okay.
Yeah, but movie romances are like hella stalkerish. Yeah, they are. They're like creepy.
Well, like every movie romance is a police song.
But Liz, were you already best friends when you role played the romance?
No, like we were just like, we actually met because we wanted to play a game. And I met like these 3 awesome ladies who like dragged some guys along, and I wanted to run a game. And we weren't best friends then, but actually, like, we kind of became best friends through falling in love in game. Like, it was just so funny. Like, it's so weird, and there's none of those feelings between us outside of gaming. Besides, for like, I love her and I'd kill someone for her, but I don't feel romance towards her, But I do feel romance towards her character, totally.
Yeah. So I would think that out of character trust is vital in role playing a romance, because one of the things that I would probably also help that you were both girls. If a man came on to me in character, I would have reservations unless I knew that man well.
Really?
I would, yeah.
I instantly make the character gay.
Yeah. No, yeah, because the thing is,
I agree.
Yeah, because it can be weird as a woman in gaming, and if a man who I didn't know came onto me in a game, I would wonder if he was trying to do something outside of the game.
I mean, I don't think I've had I think I've had maybe 1 or 2 characters flirt with people or females playing another gender character or female characters, but most of the people I tend to flirt with are usually been other guys, because it's so much easier to be like, hey, how you doing, without going, this person knows I'm not creeping on them.
Yeah.
They know full well they know that this is entirely based on the character, and I'm not creeping on them. And I feel safer in that environment to make that statement without worrying about it.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. And I wouldn't mind the people that I'm currently playing with flirting with my characters, because I know they don't mean it. I mean, they mean it in character, but I know they're safe out of character. But yeah, that would be a thing for me.
I guess it's also the setting as well. But like, I don't know. I like flirting and romance in games. Like, as long as we've established especially like at conventions, right? Like if you're like playing a game of Monster Hearts, you have like sex moves, right? So you're like, we're playing a game of Monster Hearts. We talk about boundaries, and then you go from there, right? Like, and then like, yeah, I don't know, but like I totally get that, and I've heard so many horror stories. I don't blame you at all.
I wouldn't mind in Monster Heart or other games that you sign up for and you know that flirting is part of the game. But yeah, if we're doing a dungeon crawl and then somebody comments on like I don't know. But yeah, I sometimes feel weird. I don't anymore because I curate who I play with. So
nice.
I'm good.
As someone who has spent most of their life playing with strangers and running games with strangers, I do not put Monster Hearts on my top 10 list of games to play at any convention because I am not ready to try and be like, okay, well, I kind of want to bang you, but now I feel really awkward about it because I just spoke to your mom. Like we had this game, right? We had this game where I've known this lady for a very long period of time. Like I've known her for like pretty much most of my gaming life, and her daughter was there, and her daughters were playing a game together. Her daughter starts flirting with my character, and I'm trying to be like, "Yep, I'm taken away," but in my head, I'm like, "I have known your mom for like 11 years. I have known you since you were 16. I'm not comfortable with any of this. I don't know. No.
Yeah.
No, shut it down.
Yeah.
XCOD. Right now, I am sorry. I can't even look at you drinking alcohol. How am I supposed to flirt with you? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's valid. Actually, one of my best stories is actually a convention game.
Ooh.
It was at the UK Gamers Expo 2 years ago.
Ooh. Was it me? Was I running it?
You were not running it, but you do play a part in the story. So I met with an Irish friend at the convention who I rarely see, and I love her. So I was really excited to see her, but we were both running games for Onyx Path. And she scored the last ticket to the organized play that Lloyd did, and I had no ticket, but we were like, let's give it a try. So we went into the room. We were late. The games had already started. And because she is what I'm shy, but she is another one of those gregarious people, and she's genuine and she's not overcompensating like I am. She's genuine. So she went to talk to Lloyd like, "Oh, I've got the last ticket, and me, and my friend, could you give us in?" And Lloyd was super busy. He was like, "Yes, I guess I can. Here is a table. Have a seat." So he put us at the table, and they were playing the Dresden Files with John Allen, who you know, and Matthew Bryan. And another dude, and we had such a great time. And for me, the joy of gaming is people. I would rather play a really crappy game with good players than a good game with crappy players. And so we were sitting at the table, and I immediately started making up stuff about my character. And Matthew immediately went along with it, and he was like, "Oh yeah, we know each other, and she's my informant." I guess he was a journalist. Matthew was playing a journalist, and your character can be my informant. And I was like, "Yeah." So we made up all of this stuff, and I think we were more involved in our characters than we were actually in the game. And it ended with a confrontation with vampires, and I was locked in a car. Everybody was going out to fight the vampires, and I was like, I'm in the car and I'm locking the car, I'm staying inside. And Matthew's character was, "No, I want to go out, I want to fight these vampires." So, "No, it's dangerous out there. Stay in the car with me while we're safe." And vampires were tipping over the car, and we were falling off cliffs. And I was like, "I will protect you. Stay with me. We are safe here." And then it turned out their character was a fucking black cord vampire who would have been fine kicking everybody's ass, and here I was like the slip of a girl, like 1 meters 50, like, "I will protect you." And we had such good fun, and actually we then made a pact to play at least one game on the mount every year at UK Games Expo.
Oh
yeah, because that was just such an instant connection, like, "Oh my god, I love you so much, we should be in every game where we meet once a year."
Well,
yeah.
after Lloyd finished that game, he made them take it going into the bar and bumping into us. And we said, "Lloyd, you promised you'd run Firefly for us this weekend." So after he finished, we made him go back in and run one final game. And you saw how exhausted he was at the end of that game, right?
We are still eternally grateful for that game.
It was awesome.
I'm glad. It's fun. Look, listen, it's not like you make me do crazy things like stay up for 24 hours for a charity stream.
Yep.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's good. That's great.
I've rarely seen Lloyd refreshed.
I just like sleeping. Is that so bad? Is that so bad? I love the gaming community of the UK because if there's anything that always brings me joy is that our community is very small. And I mean, like, I'm saying it's small. We have like 2,000 people at Expo, and I'm like, that's a lot of people, like way more than that even. And because it's so small, you do run into essentially your heroes and the people who write books and the things they read up, and you get to play games with them if you are inclined and go to these conventions. And being in the UK, like going to America and going to Gen Con, and people explain like, oh man, it's really strange having to meet all these like cool people. I'm like, you guys don't normally meet your heroes? I do all the time. Like once a month, I go to Concrete Cow and I'm sorted. It's just really nice to have a community that is so small in the UK that I can have stories like this that are shared universally. Because like the thing is that like 4 of us, at least, I'm not sure if Elizabeth was there or not, 4 of us were at UK Games Expo 2 years ago, and we all have different stories in the same room that came out from that. Because it's the UK, we can do that. It's just the way the world is, and I love that. That's great.
We are, though, sadly, I say out of time. I would love to continue this conversation on, but unfortunately, we made a pledge earlier today to finish giving away all this stuff, and we are a couple of hours behind schedule, which means we'll probably have been non-stop for 26 hours at least by the time we finish it. So it's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
And I hope we get to do it again and catch up at the next expo.
Can I say something before we go? Just quickly, first up, Elizabeth, I love Familiar Sotera. I just wanted to point that out because like I don't think I ever get a chance to say that ever. So like throw that one out there. I think it's great. And so I love you. Thank you for writing that. I play tested it with Lowell like maybe like 2 years ago, and I backed her Kickstarter. I was like, yes, let me get this. That is great. Also, thank you everyone in chat who turned up. I think the OSC people were here, like Dirk and Mark, and I wanted to say hello to them too while they were here, and I had a chance to do it. Okay, now you can go.
So yeah, if you have any closing thoughts, feel free to follow Lloyd.
No, I think I had a lot of fun, and I look forward to meeting all of you when we can leave our houses again.
Thank goodness for that.
Yeah, my only closing thought is like, man, Angry Hamster Publishing needs to go to the UK Game Expo.
You do? Yeah, where have you been? Give me, listen, I will make a space at UK Games Expo for you, just for you to run all of your stuff. Give me Witch, give me Afterlife. It will be great. We'll have a great time.
And I will get you at a table with John and Matthew. And we should get Lloyd there too. It'll be an event.
Good luck getting me on a table at UK Games Expo.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll find a way.
Oh boy.
Right. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for taking part today. And we will catch up with you, I'm sure, in the future.
Yes.
So everything's back to normal. So yes, we have technical stuff to do. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
Okay.
See you later. Bye.
Bye.
I was gonna run a smooth advert.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I didn't do that very smoothly.
No, you didn't. So I entirely blame you. Which means I get to go to the bathroom and you have to recover.
But I need to loo as well. Right. Okay, so yes, things are right. So what I know I need to do. All right, I'll get back for what is just doing now. We have a giveaway coming up for. Sure, somebody knows. Where are our prizes? Here's the telephone plan. I honestly have no idea what's next. We did role-playing tips, Roll for Initiative, Jonathan Green. It's Feral Gamers. We have a video for that. But I think we do. We have a video, which is great because it gives us a chance to go to loo and stuff. So let's get that playing. I've forgotten how to do everything. Right. This is smooth, professional. No, where's that? Oh, there it is. I'm looking for that button there. Yeah, you see, this is the standards you've come to expect from us after all these years. We'll see you in a few minutes after interview with Jay from Feral Gamers, who's been on the stream for quite a lot of the con, and then afterwards we'll give away some of his games.
Hello everybody, my name is Jason from Compass 3 and I am here today with James from Feral Games Inc. How are you doing today, mate?
Hello, I'm fine, thanks. Yeah, good.
Awesome. So since we last met you for the first time really at the expo last year, you've been very busy with lots of new supplements. I've been noticing a lot of new things out on Drive-Thru, for example. In particular, Ghost Ops being like that was kind of your main system certainly last year that you were promoting. You've released a lot of new stuff for that. Now I know that there's a big Facebook group as well that like there's a lot of stuff going on in that group with regards to Ghost Ops. With these new supplements, did they kind of give you any inspiration, or did they even have any influence on what you were writing, or is it more a case of you know already what you're going to put on the paper?
Well, there's always influence. I mean, I do tend to put a lot of questions up in the group, asking what people want, or in particular what they want to see. And what they talk about obviously influences what I write, because a lot of them are ex-military or current military. So they do have some influence. I think one of the things I did last year, which wasn't available when you last spoke to me, was Joint Task Force, which actually isn't written by me at all. It's actually written by a member of the group who's actually a retired Marine sergeant. So yeah, some of the stuff is actually written by other people, actually in the group, and all we're doing is really just publishing it and sticking it out for them, really, which I think is great. I mean, if a community can get involved with the game, then that's a bonus, really. If they can produce stuff and they can get their name in print or in a book or on a PDF and be proud of what they've done, that's another bonus to us, really. I think it's great to see people being excited about what something. A lot of people don't get the opportunity, or have us too scared to, or don't think they've got to be good enough, or whatever the reason. So by encouraging people to do things, it does help, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's something I strive towards for everything we do, really.
And it's good as well that they have the opportunity to kind of give a bit of their experience or their expertise and kind of make it a collaborative effort.
Well, at the moment, I'm currently working. I'm going to be currently working on Ghost Ops Second Strike, which is the second printing, the second edition of it. And that a lot of that's going to be based upon feedback from the groups and from what people have played. A lot of people have sent me information how they've home ruled their games, homebrewed it and stuff. And from all of those things, I'm going to be basically getting together and redoing the game completely. A lot of it will stay the same, so it'll be compatible with everything that's been released before. But a few things will change based on feedback from the group.
Okay, cool. Now, I was a little bit surprised when I saw that it is kind of mainly around the fudge system or fate system, because for me anyway, seeing sort of there's lots of specifics in there about sort of military details and stats for this, so I thought it would be more kind of maybe a bit more crunchy than that. So what made you decide to go for something kind of larger than life like Fate?
Well, it's more fudge than Fate, I guess.
Okay.
Because it doesn't have a lot of the things that make Fate different to fudge. So, for example, in Fate you have aspects and stunts and that sort of stuff which doesn't exist in Ghost Ops.
Okay.
And also don't exist in fudge. So it's more of a kind of a fudge derivative, I guess. But I really went with it because it's quick. And I wanted something that felt sort of cinematographic, felt like you're in a movie, right? So it kind of felt kind of movie-based, or very much like in a computer game where things are very fast and quick, and you don't have to sort of sit there and rolling dice to see if you do this and do. It's meant to be quick, and I think that was a very important aspect. And when I was trying out various systems for it, when I first started writing it, for some reason, fudge just seemed to work. I like the concept of the fudge dice. It tells you exactly what you need to know very quickly. It's quick, and it just uses 4 dice. And that's it for everything. And that just seems to me to be... it just seemed to click with the system completely. Just seemed to click. So yeah.
Cool. Okay. In the meantime, as well, I've noticed a few more books, as I mentioned, going up onto the shelves or the virtual shelves, but quite a lot of them seem to be either new OSR systems or OSR based systems, and you've even done like a supplement for Ghost Ops if people want to go out, all OSR. So, what made you decide to go down the OSR route for some of your newer stuff?
Because it was easy, I think. I quite like OSR games, and I'm currently in an OSR game at the moment, but I kind of like the OSR because it is simple and it's fast, and people seem to like it. And I think for certain things, it kind of just kind of lends itself. I think the main one has been kind of From the Ashes, which was based upon the sort of wizardry and sorcery sort of book, which just adds a kind of setting to it, really. And it was kind of people seemed to like it. And then recently after that we did Delve Second Edition, which is kind of a mix between D&D and D100, really. So it's got a D100 system. So I wouldn't say it's very OSR. It lends itself a little bit to D&D with the progression system, how you level up and so forth, and there's elements of that in there, and that's really because I felt it added sort of familiarity to the game for a lot of people, even though it uses a D100 mechanic, which in itself is very simple anyway. And then recently we've done Hunters of the Chalice Lands, which was my fusion of 5th edition and OSR. So you've got your proficiency bonuses from 5th edition, but you've got your basic non-skills, roll your stat from the OSR. We're throwing in things like talents, which are kind of like feats, I suppose, but they're a bit more kind of more interesting, I think. And that seems to be going quite well, and people seem to like it. I mean, I do like the OSR. I do think sometimes it's a bit oversimplistic, and it can be a little bit quite deadly. But at the same time, I wanted to kind of create something that was kind of deadly, but not to the point where it was ridiculously deadly, like some OSR games are, where you're going to die anyway. Like DCC, for example, where funnelings, you basically take 20 characters in each, and most of them are going to die, and whoever's left alive is the one who kind of gets carried on to the next level or whatever. But I kind of just, and a lot of people ask for it, to be honest. For Ghost Ops, for example, a lot of people were asking for a D20 version, and I didn't want to make a D&D sort of 5th edition derivative of it, but I thought an OSR one would be quite nice. And there's not many OSR games out there that use guns, really. So it was a bit different. So
yeah. Well, yeah. Speaking of Chalice Lands, because that was one of the ones I spotted first, and that's been out for literally a few weeks, hasn't it? You've only just released that.
I think,
yeah. So that again, it's OSR, but it's got a very kind of epic, almost kind of Greek Odyssey type vibe with that. How did you come up with the Chalice Lands as a place?
I was reading a book actually by, I can't remember the actual author's name, but I was reading a book, and it was kind of set in this sort of land where these tribal people were kind of herders and stuff, and they had a herd, and this herd was being attacked by monsters, and it was all very tribal and things. And I think that's a really cool idea for a place, for a land that was kind of bit different, where the whole of the land is kind of tribal rather than just an element of it, And it kind of came from that, really. I kind of liked the idea of having a small location which had 3 different aspects to it. So you've got the mountains, you've got the sort of the central sort of Great Plains, and then you've got the kind of desert. And it's all very gritty. It's slavery. There's people who take slaves. There's monsters. There's all this kind of tribal stuff going on. Everybody's kind of connected to their ancestors, and you can call upon ancestor spirits to help you and stuff. And the shaman rather than mages. All the characters are kind of very sort of Arabic, almost sword and sorcery looking, in a sense where it's kind of similar to what you'll see in the Conan sort of game. And I kind of liked that because it seemed quite simple. It didn't seem too complicated. And I felt that kind of, I don't know, I just felt like in the mood to do something like, and a lot of times I just feel, oh, that's quite a good idea. I like the idea of that. And I'll just make a game based around it, really.
Yeah, and I suppose, okay, you've got like the sort of staples laid out in the rules and in the setting, but you're kind of giving GMs to do what they want with it.
Yeah, the idea was never to do too much, because I want the GMs to basically control the world themselves. So there's like one city in the Great Plains, there's one city in the desert, and after that they can do what they want. They can throw what they want into it. You know, that's the whole point of it is that I almost want my GMs to do that. I mean, there is a supplement for it as well called the Land of the Sun Dragon, which is very much samurai in Japanese. So you've got your Ronin and you've got your monks and so forth, and they live in a completely different part of the land. But there's going to be another one coming out soon, which is based upon pirates, where you can actually travel from the Chalice Lands to the Sun Dragons. So you can actually have characters from both going into each other. But I kind of just want something that it's just a base, really. It's a foundation for a world that people can just throw in what they want.
Yeah.
How they want it, really, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. And you did mention about Delve, and I wanted to ask you about that. So it's now out in 2nd edition. Apparently it's received a lot of good press, which is fantastic, and I even spotted somebody who had, with your permission, kind of converted it over to a Fantasy Grounds setting application, which is amazing. But an interesting concept, the whole thing of being kind of washed up on a desert island, and you kind of go from there and try and work out where the hell you are and things. Again, where did that come from? Because it's not your usual sort of D&D-esque type setting, really. It's not you start in a tavern and go off on a quest somewhere.
No, I mean, it was because it isn't. I mean, it was kind of like a lot of times when I do stuff is because it hasn't been done, and I think, well, why hasn't it been done? It's kind of obvious, really. Like Ghost Ops started like that. I mean, Ghost Ops, hold on, you've got 4 people in a group, all working with different skills, working together towards the same goal. Why hasn't this been done before, right? So the whole point of being washed up on an island, I felt, well, how would that come across? That would be kind of different, you know. That would be kind of unique and a little bit different to what you'd normally see. It was just that I like kind of writing these kind of off-center games, really, I suppose. And it just seemed like an interesting concept. What would they do with nothing? You know, they had nothing. It's not like you've just come, like you said, a tavern or something. You're always going to have something you can buy gear from, and everybody's always fully equipped. But what happens if they're thrown into a situation where nothing left? I mean, it was either that or become a prisoner, right? And like Skyrim or whatever, and end up having to escape and have nothing. But I thought, well, if they're shipwrecked on an island that is impossible to get to, kind of lost, like, where they have to find what they have, that makes it kind of interesting, because you're going to have characters running around with a frying pan as a weapon, and or whatever. And it's a situation that most people don't get thrown into in a role-playing game, really.
No, absolutely not. It is very interesting. And as you mentioned, it's sort of D100, D10s based, more than anything. So again, what made that change? Because as you said, it's not entirely OSR. It's kind of more. It might have a bit of a gritty vibe of OSR, but with regards to the mechanics.
Because I like D100 systems. I grew up on D100 systems. The first role-playing game I really ever played was RuneQuest, which is a D100 system.
Yeah.
And after that was Rollmaster, which is another D100, then Cthulhu, which is another. So I grew up on it, and it seems just natural for me. And it feels like you have more options in the D100, even though D20 is kind of a D100 sort of condensed. D100 just seems like you have more options with it. You can play around with it more. And I just like D100 systems. That's really and it's an easy one to pick up. You roll the dice, if it's under, you've done it. It's as simple as that. There's no great mystery to it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And I know that you've got a few sort of supplements out for Delve. So you've got like a companion book, but you've also got these sort of selection of God, the Ever Dead and Other Tales, so like adventures and stuff. Those titles really give off a Monkey Island type vibe for me. Was that the idea?
Well, it meant to be kind of a bit tongue in cheek. To take the whole thing a little bit. I think sometimes role playing can be a little bit serious. It's all a bit kind of we got to. Whereas these are a little bit more kind of. They are very Monkey Island. You've got the talking statue sort of thing. He's called Eric and lives in a wall, but has all the mysteries of everything, but won't tell you unless you bring him an egg or whatever. Right? And I kind of like that. And it's kind of a bit like Fable as well, if you remember the original Fable game, where they were a bit like Monkey Island, where you'd find weird things that I think there was an actual door that talked, and you had to bring them stuff, and it was like And I love that. I love that kind of fantasy. You know, I think that kind of thing is quite funny, and I think it can be kind of very entertaining. And I think that's an important aspect of role playing. I think that a lot of games kind of miss out on is the entertainment factor, to get people to chuckle a little bit, have a little bit of a laugh, and play with it. You know.
Yeah.
Another thing with Delve being how it is, you can stick anything on it because of that. You know, because everything is possible. There's no restriction. You know, sometimes in some games you're restricted by the law, or how the game is, or how the world is, or how dark the place is, or whatever. Whereas with Delve, anything works, really. Just throw anything in it. And if you've got a talking, you know, flower that insists upon taking people on with fights, and he's got a little sword and stuff, you can do that. You know, you can do what you want. It's that's what the fun of it. And I enjoy writing it because it's fun. I throw things in it. And I've got there's another game coming. We've got a new adventure coming out called The Ruins of Windtorn Manor.
Okay.
It's going to be available hopefully in the next couple of weeks.
Ooh, okay.
Which is set on Delve. It's set on the island of Delve. So.
Fantastic. So it'll be out actually by the time Con+3 comes around.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So, that's really fun.
Yeah. I was going to say, because you know, I assume that you would have enjoyed writing them, and you just confirmed that. So what was your favourite one to write?
Game or?
Yeah, as in from Delve, like the Gark.
Oh right. I don't know. I think I enjoyed all of them because they all have the same kind of flavour to them. I think Gark the other day was fun because it was kind of the one I originally was going to plan doing on its own, and then the other two sort of came along and got thrown in with it because I didn't want to stop. But eventually you run out of dungeon, really. You have to start another one. I don't know. I enjoy all of them, really, for different reasons. Like I'm enjoying this one I'm doing at the moment, Windtorn Manor, because it's funny for a different reason. And it's different, and it's weird, and it's a bit strange, and it's more haunted and stuff. So yeah, I kind of enjoy them all, really. I everything I do, I kind of enjoy. Otherwise, I just wouldn't do it, I don't think.
Yeah, good attitude to have.
Reasons. So, I don't know if you know, but we did a Kickstarter. I did a Kickstarter recently for Stranded.
Ah, okay.
Basically, the sci-fi version of Delve, where you're in a ship and you crash land on a planet, and then you start off like you do a Delve, checking your pockets, seeing what you can find, and you have to basically make your way through a sort of a junk maze of spaceships and satellites that have crashed on this planet to come to a town. So it's kind of sci-fi version of Delve, but it's going to be bigger, and a lot of problems I found with Delve, a lot of things that people have come up with, I'm going to change. So it's going to have a lot more options in it. There's going to be a solo rules in it as well, so you can play the game solo.
Okay.
And this has started me thinking about doing a third edition of Delve as an update and just uploading it, fixing some of the problems with it and stuff. But yeah, so that's coming out this year as well. So if you like your sci-fi games, then that's the one for you.
Brilliant. Cool. But just to round off this, but keeping with the desert island theme, if you were trapped on a desert island and you happen to have a load of RPGs books with you, but unfortunately only one of them survived, you know, from the sea, etc., which one would it be? Degenesis. Okay. Why is that?
Because there's 2 books, firstly, and there's a lot to read. But yeah, Degenesis, just because it's amazing to look at. I can sit and look at the books for days, just as an art book, and because it's just a great read. But if you meant one of my own games, if only one of my own games survived, which one would it be? I think it would probably be, I don't know. I kind of like them all. Some of them I don't like, so I wouldn't pick those. Some of them I do like. I don't know. It'd be a toss-up between Delve probably and Ghost Ops, I reckon. I think if the main thing would be if I could have a role-playing game and a notepad and pen, that'd be good, because I could read a role-playing game and then write one.
Yeah, yeah, that too. Just make it your
own. So that would be good. So yeah, that'd be good.
Brilliant. Well, thanks very much anyway, James, for talking to me today, and thanks for coming back as a sponsor for Con+3. We really appreciate it.
I'm pleased to do it. I mean, it's not much. I mean, I'm not rich or anything, but if I can help in some way, that's always a good thing, I think. And I think it doesn't cost anything to help if you can. So it's all good.
All good. Thanks very much.
No problems. Hi, this is Jay from Feral Gamers Inc. Just to say, if you can, please donate to the Butterfly Project. It's very good. We all learn through play, and it's important that everybody gets the opportunity to learn. And if people are learning from playing games and all that stuff, that's brilliant. I mean, that's great. That's what what it's all about. So if you can donate, please donate. If you can't donate, at least share it with people who can. A little thing, and if you're a publisher or anything, just do what you can. I mean, it doesn't take much. It takes no effort whatsoever, and it's a day in your life, and it could change the whole of a life for somebody else. And if it just takes a few hours of your time to change a whole lot of their time, then that's great. So please donate.
Hello!
Now you get the chance to win them! So we've just been jiggling around the schedule a bit, so if you looked at the schedule before, we have moved things around a bit because we had 2 more films to play, but we didn't want to kind of do them back to back, because originally this would have been a break-in, a load of giveaways. So we're going to run with the Feral Gamers giveaway now, and then it's going to be DMB Games, followed by Thaumarillion, Midnight Syndicate, Kakapopa TCG, then you'll get a Chaosium film, and then it's going to ramp right up. So... I mean, hugely.
Yes.
Like, loads of big star prizes. So get your big gladiators ready, because you are in for a roller coaster ride of... then it's going to ramp up. We've got DMB coming up right after Feral Gamers.
Very true, yes.
This is all going to be big stuff now. Like, this was originally planned to be the big finish, and we're just coming into that sort of sequence of stuff now. So...
if you haven't buffed up your gladiators, now is the time.
Yeah, now is the time to start, overbidding each other and stuff. There's some really amazing stuff. Resin dungeons, scenery,
soundtracks.
The board that we had out earlier, the gaming board thing, that's going to be given away in this sequence. So we've got
huge vouchers from Chaosium. We've got an absolutely massive dice collection of about 7 sets. We have got some huge bundles from Paizo as well.
Massive bundles from them. The Hero Forge stuff, Atlantis Miniatures, and of course, the Hall of Fame.
Yes, which will happen at the end.
Which I have to do a bit of code for, because I think 2 of them might not be waiting. Anyway, let's do a giveaway.
Okay, so we are back to Feral Gamers. So everyone is ready. Oh, why is that off center? Let's sort that out. Why is that?
Possibly because I set the panel up wrong. So we might need to re-grab that page. Won't take long, guys. Won't take long. Why don't we just get the camera back? We'll quickly fix.
Just a little glitch.
My error. That is just fatigue. Sorry. I did it wrong and then forgot all about it.
But we hope you liked the panel, and thank you to those of you who donated during the panel. It was good fun. Yeah, see, nice quick fix. We're so professional.
Yeah, nearly fixed. Just finishing touches and push live.
And boom.
Boom. Here we go. So this is, let's get it up on the thing. Hunters of the Chalice Lands and Land of the Sun Dragons PDF bundle. Indeed. Which I'm spitting. I don't know anything about, so I hope you do.
No, we don't have the sound on, so Becky probably doesn't know that much about it because I did all the interviews. But yeah, these 2 are in a bundle. It's OSR style stuff, this, but it's its own setting.
Cool. Right, so
Hold
that
on.
hasn't worked. Right, now that'll be fine. What that is I've probably mistyped a name that's tried to affect someone that doesn't exist. Yeah, look, I've mistyped. If you enter, I've spelled it correctly. I bet you there's an unknown character on the end or something. So I have this check now. Hopefully, if I mistype someone's name, or as is the case there, see I press delete and nothing changed. That's because when you copy and paste it out of the YouTube track, it puts an invisible character in there. So that what I did is I made it cause an error here so I can track that and then just go refresh and Fugue doesn't miss out on his chance to win the prize. Yeah. Rather just delay a moment and sort that out than somebody miss out. So that was my attempt at trying to make sure I make less errors. I think somebody else is. Oops. That's not doing it, is it? I've mistyped more than one name, haven't I? Oh, blast.
Oh, dear.
Okay.
Meanwhile, let's see how much we have. We have £7,181.80. Thank you so much for your donations.
Same problem, different person. That was Mark W. would have missed out. Clearly, I've got some typing issues at this late stage of the game.
Yeah, well, we're all tired. And we're nearly at 24 hours straight.
Sorry, so look, it won't take long. You'll be straight into an amazing giveaway in just a moment. So stick with us because the next thing we're giving away are some resin dungeons. We've got it's so much. We're ramping up now for the big finish. So if you're watching now, you are
in for a treat.
You're in for an amazing treat. We were saying I'm amazed you can still read the screen.
Yep. It is quite hard, but
not just reading the screen. I'm having to code every battle bar. Right, so here are our gladiators. That's everyone who managed to get in the window it was open for. I think what we'll do is we'll go into the final battles. Like we'll do them in quick succession. We'll have the same entries. We'll just get everyone that we can to enter at once for all of them when we get to the last kind of batch, as it were.
Absolutely.
We'll knock them out in quick succession.
Okay, so there goes the champion with their gesturing. I'm wondering if it could potentially be something like tigers or maybe lions. No, it's not enough. Not the Vikings.
No, sorry, not Kudu. I meant wildebeest. You got me doing it now. But it is Kudu.
Ah.
Oh, you see, I just don't trust myself anymore. Yeah, it's because there wasn't that many gladiators, so it scales the number, you see. And that's why they can react differently. If there's like loads more gladiators, they might actually feel the need to team up and kill all the Kudu. Which can happen. You'll be back in the game soon. So basically, since for people who missed what happened, YouTube cut us off on the API, so I'm having to manually enter people. So what we're going to do, I think what we should do is basically we'll do 2 batches. So after this battle, we'll open up game sign-ups for the next several battles that we will do in quick succession.
Yep.
We will do 8 battles in quick succession.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, do make sure you don't miss out on the next sign-up window. And then we'll have a film for Chaosium, and then we'll do the last lot, and that will be the huge finish.
The Star Prize Bonanza.
So make sure you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fugue. We love you.
So yeah.
Second breakfast wins, however.
Yep, that's the Delve RPG.
No, that's the next one.
Oh god, I think
it's the what's that? Sunless Citadel. That's D&D. The Sunless Lands.
Okay, so this next one will be the Delve RPG PDF bundle.
Indeed. This one is you are washed up on a desert island. Or is it a desert island? You don't quite know. You're going to have to explore it and find out. And that is how your campaign starts. So, Lord Morbius is back in with his ridiculous over-the-top Albert.
Fantastic. I do love the over-the-top Albert.
We need some more of those. Is there a quick start for Ghost Ops? Good question.
The author's in the chat, so look out for Feral Gamers Inc. RPG responding to you shortly.
Speaking of which, in our swag bag we have many free quick starts, which you can obviously get from public domain, but they are there for you. So if you sign up to our newsletter, then you will get our swag bag.
Which does also include some stuff that is exclusive to the swag bag. So you can sign up to the newsletter on the website. Anyway, we're supposed to be commentating on this, or excitedly, in comes a rhino to crush you all and turn you into kibble and feed you to tigers. So, Desire is the one who survives whoever they were fighting against. Mark Double and Fuke Enterprises having an argument over one side of the arena as Phil B gets back up.
Yep, and then we got two Desirs.
Two Desire 007s hammering each other, and I've no
Douglas
idea
gets
who won.
back up.
Everyone's still in.
Yep, everyone's still in.
Not quite. So we've got Mark W, Desire, and Douglas McIntyre, and Second Breakfast still in for this battle. And I think this is going to go, I reckon it's going to go Second Breakfast.
But I've already had my second breakfast.
Oh, really? Oh, we're gonna have those American things.
Oh, not those again.
We said we'd do it. Alright, Desire fighting the Rhino for the win. This is for the Delve RPG PDF bundle, and it's going
To the
kids.
Butterfly Project.
It absolutely, it's going to the kids in Uganda. They're going to get a copy of that. So the next one is another bundle. This is Ghost Ops RPG bundle.
This is massive. This is worth over $100.
Ooh, so you get like a load of books, yeah?
You get pretty much everything.
Everything Ghost Ops. Awesome. So it's our gladiators getting themselves ready. Quite a big party in the middle of the arena now. Police will be along in a minute to break up the social gathering. We haven't done that joke all night. We did so well.
We have done incredibly well.
We made it 22 hours, and 22 and a half hours before we made a social
I did do
police
one
break-up.
joke earlier about a mage doing a shockwave, saying social distancing, please.
Oh, I was more about police breaking up, with it. Yeah, okay. We've kept it light on the COVID jokes. So, well, no, there isn't really a way to joke about COVID, frankly. But social distancing's fair game. Right, so Lord Morbius being taken out by Fuke, or not. There's so many Fukes, I don't know where I was looking. I was looking at that one. I think Lord Morbius emerged victorious from that particular battle, and is now trying to line up to Desire, I think. Maybe?
Yeah,
Or
but
just
also
just
getting knocked over as well.
Yeah, it's just easy just to fall over. I think. Douglas McIntyre fighting side by side with himself.
As you do.
Yeah. And emerges quite victorious there.
We have an invisible servant somewhere as well, but that goes to Desire. Congratulations.
Desire, you have won a huge bundle of Ghost Ops stuff. So, I'm going to open... I'm on that keyboard. Wow, okay, I didn't even know what keyboard I had. Right, I'm going to swap position then.
Yes, good idea.
Right.
To get other stuff for this one as well. Because I have some images.
Yeah, we've got quite a lot of stuff to show you, but right. Open, what am I doing? Open entry window. Many prizes at once. This is a biggie. Do make sure you put your you just say something in chat between this line and the next line.
How long is this for, this sign up?
This is for several fights at once until the Chaosium stream.
Okay.
Right. So yeah, you do want to be in this. There's resin dungeons. There's the metal suitcase, which can only be shipped to Europe. So if you're outside of Europe, you get a voucher instead.
I'm just loading this.
There's the Thaumarillion vouchers. So we've got 3 €30 Thaumarillion vouchers. We've got the Midnight Syndicate, which is a band who do atmospheric music for games. So they're in there. And they are all going to be part of this particular game sign up. So make sure your name's in there in this gap, because I'm going to be closing the entries on this very, very soonly. It's like a gaming suitcase, you know, the kind you put the foam inside, Ian.
Yes, but we should at least show people some stuff first as well, so they get convinced to come in.
But it's over a page already that I've got to go through.
Okay.
So
All right.
I'm going to close this window. If you haven't entered, it's your loss. We're now going to show you the stuff you'll be winning.
Okay, so, oh wait, I need to go to that screen first. So the next stuff is from D&B Games, who's very kindly been coming into chat. So, first of all, he's giving away a Dungeon Starter set of Cracked Flagstone, and a Dungeon Starter set Fieldstone. There aren't any images at the moment because they are coming soon.
There are images on other things of those sets. It's just there aren't pictures of the starter set. If that makes sense.
The third set though is very special as it is brand new and unreleased. It was supposed to be released for a convention recently, but again due to COVID it couldn't happen. And DB has also agreed to put in some dungeon generator cards and sort of PDF bits to match. But here is what the tiles look like from this new set.
In a way, in many times I've actually, I would prefer that personally because I like to do stuff myself, keep it all my own style.
Didicus. Okay. So that is DMB. Thomarillion, we have some little bits of furniture over there which we can show off. If you just give me a moment. Yes, I know which ones I'm showing off.
Let's just go to the web page at this point, I think, if you want, because I can't guide you at the moment.
Okay.
Well, it's up to you.
Or I will go to handheld like I was originally going to. Devices are available. Ah, okay. Well then I'm not using that anymore because apparently it's not available. Never mind. Let's go to the website instead. Totally smooth and professional.
I think we've given up on professionalism on this stream, we're just replacing it with...
No, refuse.
No,
right,
okay.
so this is the Thomarillion online shop. So you get 3 $30 vouchers from Thomarillion to spend on anything here you like. So you've got lovely little things like this Dunkelstadt door. It's so cute, this door. And I mean, look at it with sort of the anchor shapes there. It is very adorable. What else have you got? You've got things like a cell door, if you want anything like that for a prison cell. There's even things like a mobile portaloo.
Yeah, so it's basically, there are a number of different categories.
Stove.
It's like exterior elements, interior elements, accessories for buildings, the buildings themselves, and scenery modelling stuff. So you just get everything you need for basically terrain modelling there. They do a couple of minis as well, but it's mostly terrain related stuff. And yeah, boats as well, and all the different accessories and stuff you might put in the boats, all that kind of stuff. There's so much, so much. I do love their shop. I have spent a fortune with them over the years, happily.
Yes. Okay.
And every single Thomarillion piece I have is painted. That's how good it is.
Yes. Midnight Syndicate, what are they giving away again? They are giving away the first of our star prizes. If I can find them. What can I find them on there?
It's 3 CDs, isn't it? It's a physical post of 3 CDs, but these are atmospheric. You know what? Because they came in right at the end, we might have accidentally filtered them out when we added that filter. Because I think we just added them straight on the website, so we never updated that column.
Yes, quite possibly.
It wasn't that one, it was the... over to the right. Scroll. It was the yes, no on the database on site thing.
Ah, right, okay.
That's where we filtered it.
Ah, yeah, got it.
It'll be blank or no, probably. Yeah.
Okay. I was like, I'm sure I didn't delete them. Okay.
No.
Yeah, here we go. So, they are giving away a collection of actual jewel case CDs of the 13th Hour.
I've just moved the spreadsheet away from you, haven't I?
Yes, I can't read now.
Just testing your professionalism. See, now we can get that filter back on when it's convenient for you to do so.
Yes, you just moved it back too far. So the 13th Hour, Raven's Hollow, which is a reissue, and Carnival Arcane.
Awesome. So yeah, they'll get posted out to you from the band direct.
Yep. And Kakapopo TCG are giving away one of their new suitcases.
Yeah, he said it was like a steel suitcase. So this is the kind that you have like the foam insert and you cut out the gaps for the stuff you want to store safely and securely in it. So you can use it for minis, metal dice, terrain pieces, or anything else, maybe cards or something like that. That's how we described it to us. I haven't actually seen it. Did you do a Kickstarter on it? Was it the one that just kickstarted, or...?
Yes, it was.
So we could pull that up.
Yes, I do have it somewhere.
So now you want to turn that filter back on. It's called the Sentinel, Guardian of Spells, Creatures and Artifacts. So this is only actually for Europe. If you're outside of Europe, he'll give you a voucher to his shop and you can get some cases, card cases, the storage cases we had last year. He does these metal dice, which are awesome, called the Table Breakers. So there's other stuff you can get, purely because I think it will cost him too much to ship it outside of Europe, which is a bit sad that we can't offer that everywhere. But anyway, let's start the giveaways.
Yes.
Everyone's in the database.
So D&B games are up first.
Yeah, so we're starting with the Resin Dungeon starter set with the cracked flagstone design.
And Joshi is back. Hello.
And it's loading them all. Okay, so I think everyone should be there, but that list...
That's not very many.
Can you abort that? That clearly hasn't loaded everyone. Yeah, just refresh. That is not everyone, and I'm not doing the Star Prize run with not everyone there.
Shall I run a little video while you're dealing with that?
I don't know what's wrong with it.
Oh dear.
I just looked for Chav. I didn't see Chav Hunter at all, and yet Chav Hunter, his name is clearly in here.
It must be the silly invisible characters that YouTube is putting in to cause us problems.
It's just never into it.
Well, there is in a few hours' time. Let me put up a video.
Okay.
We will be back soon.
Oh, hello there. Yes, Stromo here. Oh, I'm known by many other names. But one thing I must tell you today is to support the Butterfly Project.
Playing RPG has changed the way I feel the world.
Oh, absolutely. They're very lovely people.
Yeah, it makes me to view the world as the world of heroes.
So you must donate as much you can.
When you look at this game, at the beginning of the level 1, all of us were different. But we gather together and make an adventure.
Give as much as you can. I am. I hope you will do as well.
We're supporting Com+3 and the Butterfly Project,
which is a school in Uganda that educates children who are living in poverty and in isolated villages, and they use gaming to do this.
There are very many monsters in RPG, but the one I like most are the goblins.
I like goblin because it is nice looking, it is green in its skin and has red eyes, and it is shine like something made of gold.
I want to take a moment to ask you to donate to the Butterfly Project.
Everyone should get involved in the Butterfly Project. It's a great cause and well worth your support.
Every little bit that you can give to help those kids in Uganda learn through role-playing games, every little bit helps.
So please dig deep. Be generous.
So if you can donate, please donate. If you can't donate, at least share it with people who can.
It's a really important and fantastic cause.
I've been playing a class wizard, and I've chosen the name Ezren. And as a wizard, I wanted to be the most powerful one, so that I can disappear or go into invisibility, and I can even teleport myself anywhere I want. And also I can have the most powerful spell. Let's wish. I can wish the reality to change, like if they have killed all our parties, I can wish that the parties were back, and then I can bring the whole party back. That is what I wanted to achieve.
And I want to encourage you to support the Butterfly Project,
which is an awesome project helping support disadvantaged young people learn through play.
Thank you so much for donating to the Butterfly Project.
It's a great cause,
and I will be so grateful to know that you've been a part of helping it.
And if you are able to contribute something,
please donate now.
These kids deserve as much help as we can get.
Get out there and support the Butterfly Project.
Thank you so much if you've donated already, and if you haven't, there's still time.
So in that character, I achieved a lot in the Golden Field when we were fighting the giant, and I was a hero there.
It has enabled teamwork such that players come and discuss together to finish a mission.
I like playing this adventure because I kill a lot of monsters and I gain experience points.
I want my character to become the greatest and the strongest.
I would like to resurrect people for the first time because it is my new spells. So I would like to resurrect people for the first time, and also to prevent death in the community.
Hello, we are back, but we're still fixing things, although we've worked out what's
Fix
happening.
Wasn't my fault. We had a new
No.
person join, and of course there's no chat database entries for me. So basically, when we couldn't read the new YouTube chat, I just wrote a script to load existing YouTube chats, and then a new person joined that hasn't been part of the convention before, so I'm having to fake their details. And I'm nearly finished faking their details so that they can take part as well.
Very close. So just to remind you, we are doing 4 giveaways, or 4 sets of giveaways: D&B Games, Thomarillion, and then 2 star prizes, as in the beginning of the star prizes, Midnight Syndicate and Kakapopo TCG. So we've got 2 of the star prizes, a little, let's say a teaser for the other star prizes that are coming up. We then have Chaosium after that, and then the star prizes we've got are kind of ridiculous in an awesome way. But I have been told we need to test this, so let's see if it works. If it will go begin for you.
There it is.
We have got Valkyrie RPG giving away
it
some
worked.
amazing dice.
It worked, I've done it.
Yep.
So should we just go live with that?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Right, well, here we go.
Here's our first batch of star prizes. So in quick succession then, we've got a lot of gladiators in the arena now.
I just want to see the magnitude of how many there are this time.
Well, it's not a massive amount. They have bigger fights at the start of the con. We've got, like, when you look at the number of people online, I think we're like getting a large number of them in. But there's just not as many online at this point of the con because of all the disasters we've had. So you guys have a very high chance of winning a series of amazing prizes.
Absolutely. So this is the Resin Dungeon Starter Set Cracked Flagstone from D&B Games. Again, they are repeated this year. But even so, they are absolutely beautiful sets of tiles that come from the dungeons, ruins, anything where you need just some quick fitting tiles. So, a few enterprises getting back up. Oh, we've got Ruben with a rather terrifying over the top Albert there. Oh, there goes some chain lightning.
Lots of lightning. That has killed a lot of gladiators at once. The champion's like, what the hell's going on? People dying left, right and centre, and then getting back up because that's what they do. More lightning, that's what we needed. Lots more lightning. That is basically an electrical generator. That is what is happening. It's just it's like Tesla having a good day. It's just free energy for everyone. I think this is pretty much giving it to whatever the monsters are, because like everyone's just dying.
Basically.
What have we got?
Still up there.
Ankeg. So there is a chance. There is a chance that this could be won by Mark W. Ruben's gone down. It's Mark W. and some Ankegs and second breakfast. I'd love to be able to give one of these to the kids, because I think that would be amazing. This could be their chance, but it could go to Chris Falcoinen or Mark W, both of whom are still alive. Well, Mark W isn't, but Chris is, and some Ankegs. I think there's quite a lot of Ankegs. There's no stamina or health left on Chris's Gladiator, and a sea of underground Ankegs march towards him. Meanwhile, somebody's got back up. Who's that?
It's Ruben.
It's Ruben. Ruben and Chris. Well, okay, just Chris then. So yeah, 2 Ankegs, is it? No, 3. There's a third one somewhere.
Yep, Chris is just casually walking
no
around
stamina
the Colosseum,
at all.
no stamina,
Down
and
he goes.
Straight down.
Down he goes. So I think we're going to have an Ankeg off. If somebody can get up before the Ankegs finish killing each other, they could win this. Otherwise, this is going to the kids in Uganda, and then the rest of you get the opportunity to fight over the remains. This will be posted out direct from D&B Games. Don't worry, we have a UK address for you to send it to, if you're still watching. Oh, hello TNB. We're doing a series of Star Prize giveaways. Your stuff is being given away right now.
It did indeed go to the Ankeg.
It did. So that one is. We'll have a UK address for you, D&B, but that is going to Uganda. I'm going to add D&B into the Star Prize thing. Is there anybody else who should be? Yeah, Raphael Kiera is in here. I'm going to. Anybody else need to be very quickly added?
Joshi.
Joshi. Okay, so D&B, Raphael, Joshi. Where's Joshi? Joshi Kimmel. Yeah, I found you. Is there? Oh, the chat has moved it. There we go. Right, got you. So anybody else recently joined needs to be added in. So we're having to do it by hand now, and we're trying to like rapidly go through these. So if you're in, you're in. You're not being removed, but I need to get you in. So if you're not in the field, you need to get our attention. Now is the time to do it, because, well, because we're rushing through.
But also these prizes are absolutely amazing. You'd be a
So
fool to miss out.
actually, yeah, no. Well, D&B, I'm sorry, you're in the battle. Sorry. Oops. At least you will be when it next refreshes. So this is the
Cracked flagstone
It's
starter
running a
set.
little slow, isn't it? Should we just remove? We've removed. Let's turn shadows off.
Yeah, it's daytime.
Yeah. No, we can live with that shadows.
Not
can't we?
important.
Just get a bit more performance because it's rendering a lot of gladiators at the moment and running a stream.
Yeah. Okay, so the Ankeg is now on the podium, which means that the Butterfly Project will not win any more from D&B.
So this is for you guys now. You're fighting over. Did we do the cracked flagstone set?
Yes, we did.
It didn't register the prize for
Oh. This is
do me a
the-
favour. Pause the battle. There's a speed.
Yes.
Yeah. Just click it to pause. Right. Yeah. Go back to main camera. I'm just going to sort out that prize.
Yep.
I just don't want to mess it up at speed.
Yes,
We
it should
have
be the-
paused it. Don't worry. We have that capability.
It should be the Fieldstone. Crap Fieldstone.
Yeah, so that goes to the Butterfly Project. We noticed it early enough to catch it this time. Right, so now I can do a bit of code.
There's hair dripping over my face.
Yeah, look at it. Get prize. Boom, that has updated it.
Yay.
Make prize fighter push live, and we will resume the speed.
There we go.
Fixed in flight. Oh, that's kind of probably why it's going slow
Can
as
I
well. We've
just
got the
say,
debug open.
Becky is so friggin' amazing, everybody. Can you please give us some love for doing all this? Because none of this is me at all. I don't know any of this.
Okay, so fighting for the dungeon, it's Buke and Ruben. Came so close, Ruben and Chris actually. Chris was even closer, I think, last time.
Yes, he
So the
was.
pair of you were. Chav Hunter fighting
Sue.
someone, and Sue is also their second breakfast. Mark W is still in. that is Ruben getting back up to rejoin the fight.
Yeah, Ruben was thinking about it then. We have got Ian versus Fuke, and Lord Morbius is still in. We've got Second Breakfast as well. Second Breakfast is in a load of fights recently. It's really cool. I suppose it was around Second Breakfast time. Well, actually, no, it's 11 says for us.
Depends where in the world you are,
I
yeah.
suppose so, yes.
Ruben stabbing Second Breakfast in the back. Who is that stabbing them in the front? We don't know. We will find out if they win.
I wonder if that's another Ruben.
I've no idea who that is. Matt, it's clearly meant to show it. It's not a bug. It's an undocumented feature. We don't know who Ruben is fighting, but Ruben lost to them, whoever they are, and it was Douglas McIntyre.
Congratulations!
So yeah, it basically happened sometimes. It didn't show the angle. It wasn't visible. I'm sorry. Ruben came really close again.
Fuck loss.
Oh, I wouldn't want to be within 100 metres of that house right now. The screaming.
No! Yeah.
Alright, this is the big one because this is the new dungeon set, isn't it?
Yes, this is the brand new one that's never been released.
So, right, so we've got gladiators leaving. Oh, can't change it.
No.
So, genuinely can't, because Fire's on doing it. Shadows are off, blood is on temporary. Could turn blood off. We can reduce gladiator count. We could turn some sound down. We've got different sound channel controls, but I don't think that particularly help me. We've not got dropped items on, have we? No. Alright, so this is the resin dungeon of a brand new unreleased dungeon set. And some dungeon cards to match with the pieces that you get, so that you can sort of build layouts with cards first and decide what you get, how you're going to build them, or you can do it randomly with card decks and so on. So, one of you is going to win this. One of you with an icon up the top row. I've no idea, there's just lots of people.
Yep, there are lots of people fighting out to the death, just like a gladiator arena should consist of. We've got a few lower tiers as well, actually. Second Breakfast having won a couple of things earlier this morning. You need to up your gladiator again. Or get a new one.
I think also the other thing we should maybe consider doing, because these are getting to be quite large fights, maybe we should raise the gladiator cap and just accept the fact they're running a little slower.
Yeah. Okay.
Just so people aren't missing out because of the cap.
Yes.
Yeah? So what are we doing now? Just max gladiators, just change that to, let's make it 50.
Yeah.
Just in case. So if these fights run a bit slow, we don't mind. We're going to stick with it till the end. You're going to win a load of prizes. It might run a little slow. We can, there's one more thing we can do. We can drop the frame rate to speed things up. But we'll try to keep it the same. And just, let things go a little slow. Doesn't matter. We just want these big epic fights to finish off the convention.
So it's Ruben versus Dizir, and Chav Hunter Joshua Kimmel just about gets back up there. Oh, it could really be anyone's fight at the moment. Gosh, that halberd is so huge.
Yes,
yes
it is. But it's a slow weapon, so that does sometimes mean you have to take a few hits. Maybe a bit of armour on there would help a little. So Mark W, Chav Hunter and Ronnie Bradley still in the arena. Ronnie Bradley moaning that he's got tier 0 and should have had only tier 5s. I can't answer to that. All I know is every time I investigate that sort of thing, it's really maybe there's a bug, I don't know. Chav Hunter takes it, I'm certainly not investigating it now, because it seems to be working for most people. And, if you get one tier 0 win when you got 2 tier 5s, there's still a good chance of winning. So
Chav Hunter won.
Yes. Chav Hunter won. Anybody else need adding into the battle? Anybody just turning up that needs to be added in? Master the game. Let's get you into the list. Anybody else needs to be added into the list? We're not removing people now. We're just adding more names. So if you have recently joined the stream or
Feral
come back
Gamers
in,
Inc.
Feral Gamers Inc. I think I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Feral Gamers Inc. is there, but I can just make sure I'm typing it right.
It's all one
Feral
word.
Gamers Inc. RPG. No, RPG is a different word.
Yeah, there's no RPG.
You know there's no RPG. There's RPG clearly on the name every time I write.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay, I didn't even see that. Sorry.
Attention to detail. Woohoo! Right, let's get that lot saved and joined. Right, so now we are ready to run the next lot of giveaways. This is Thomarillion. You get a €30 voucher for thomarillion.de. We're giving away 3 of these.
€330 vouchers.
Yeah. That's enough to get a few bits, get you started. You know, it's about to top it up if you want a bit more in there as well. So.
Oh, Jared, seriously?
Jared who?
Jared Plymont. How do you get added into this list again?
You just missed it for this one. No, I can do it. Well, you won't get in this battle, they're already in. Yeah, you just have to get our attention when we ask, ideally, rather than after.
Rather than wait.
Alright, so you will be in the stream at some point coming soon. So, of those that made it in time, Rafael Carrera mastered the game. I saw Sue Savage in there. Pretty much everyone's in there. Everyone's in there except Jared. I'm sorry you missed it, but you will be in the next one. Thank you for the donation. This is going to ramp up now. There's going to be more and more gladiators. It's going to get more and more insane. Why did you tell it on the side?
Because I did press the wrong button.
I love you. Douglas just went down to Chav Hunter. Christopher Quainan is fighting D&B Games. Ian White is getting electrocuted from somewhere. Lots of people are getting electrocuted from somewhere. There's a great deal of pain coming in the form of electricity. Ian White firing a magic missile. I think that was at Few. Somebody's got mesmerised going as well, which I think might have been Sue, could have been Chav, not sure now where all the majors were. Chav emerges victorious from that little battle though, as Joshie Kimmel tries to do a sword swallowing act with Christopher Valkoinen.
A bit of loading going on.
It's a tiger. One solitary tiger. Well, that stands no hope with all these gladiators, frankly.
Fiok, the time over here is 11:05 UTC.
12:05 for us, but the stream time is 11:05. But the schedule's completely out the window, so it's 12:05
Yeah,
for us.
so we are going to be running over, but who cares? Because seriously.
Yeah, but we're catching up. We're going. You
Actually,
know what?
yes,
Not
to be
me.
fair,
We are massively catching up.
we might actually finish on time.
Yeah, because we're just adding names now. We do have one more film to run, and what we're going to do, we're going to keep the names in, so you're not going to be removed, but we will do, we will check to see if more people need to be added in.
Yeah.
So if you are in the gladiator list now, you will be in every fight until the end of the convention. Alright?
Go you.
But we are on a kind of a rush to finish this convention, not too much past its 24-hour end time, because we are a bit behind
So,
schedule.
Chav Hunter took the €30 voucher, so that's fantastic. So you get some nice little furniture accessories to go to town. To be honest, I was mostly in bed at this point.
I
so
think Chav Hunter won one of these last year.
Did he now? Wow.
And I think he's just bloody done it again.
Well, you can't have too many. Can't have too much furniture.
Because I seem to remember, because not everyone who got the voucher cashed it in, to my knowledge, at least when I spoke to Tommy about it, they hadn't. But I think Chav Hunter had. I think he bought something. Yes, I won them last year, but had problems redeeming my code. Shouldn't do, because it's a manual, like you just write a comment in the checkout, you should be able to redeem it, no problem, just because Tommy will do it by hand. What Tommy, it's not like a normal e-commerce site that takes your money. Tommy will sort of collect your orders together, works out what the shipping cost is, says the shipping for that order will cost me this, and you pay exactly that. But of course, if you're trying to get your shipping under the voucher, then I suppose maybe that would possibly cause no shipping.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. So, yeah, the fight goes on. D&B Games is fighting Joshi Kimmel. Yes, I know it's slowing down a bit. We've got a lot of gladiators on screen. The poor little computer is struggling to cope a little bit with all the heat and the streaming and everything else it is
We
doing.
have been going for almost 24 rounds, people.
Yeah, so we could close the debug console actually. That would help. It has been useful, but I think for now we can close it.
Yeah.
That will speed things up a bit.
There we go, that's better.
Yeah, it's just when things go wrong, it's really annoying having not had that open.
Well, hey.
Yeah, but we only need to worry about that when I've added names, really.
Chapman says, I have problems with the emails. My email blocks them for some reason.
Oh, what, from us or from Tommy? Oh, well, I mean, like, well, that's an email issue. Not a voucher issue, importantly. So I see a couple of Chris Valkoinens, I see a Sue Savage and Ronnie Bradley, a Douglas
I
McIntyre.
see many wildebeests, and have you seen how the avatars are ticking off the screen?
Nobody else is seeing that, but because for us there are now more gladiators than there is width in the screen, we're kind of seeing some of the overlap, but not all of them.
But this is exactly what I wanted to see, really crowded arena right before the end. This is good, guys. This is good.
It's mostly because they've all got 3 gladiators.
Yes, but details. Okay, so I have no idea what's going on at this point. There are a lot of people just shuffling around, trying to get away from these wildebeests that are just crowding in like there's no tomorrow. How much money have you raised? Asks Master the Game.
£7,186.80. That is what we've raised. We're desperately hoping, like we spoke about this when we had the disaster earlier. We thought we still might be able to make 7,500 if we're really lucky. Maybe we can do it. Maybe you guys can get us over the edge and get us to 7,500. It would bring tears to my eyes if we could do that, but at the same time, you guys have already been amazing and fantastic and given lots of donations, and I completely understand if I've bankrupted you already. However, I might have one last stab at guilt tripping you into doing that, because it does look close. If you can get us to 7.5k, if you can help, thank you. If you can help, please do. We are now at £7,190 and 5 pence. Thank you very much for that donation. We are getting closer. We just need a few £100 more. I won't do the horrible thing I did last year where I withheld the star prize until we hit a big target. But now it's all on you, tweaking enough gladiators to improve your chance of winning.
Hannah is back in the chat. I believe you fell asleep a few hours ago.
Okay, let's get Hannah back in the list, because we're having to do it manually now.
Welcome back. So, except for 5 hours, that's not too bad. So, we've got a few people left. We've got a couple of feral gamers. We've got Fiuk, we've got Ronnie, and we have 2 Mark W's. Although someone just went falling flat on their face there. I feel like Hannah is my kryptonite, says Master the Game. Ouch.
We have a lot of paired off people here, so I think we might see a Ronnie win.
Phil B says, can we get in on this soon?
Can we get in on this and get in on what?
The fight? Is Phil B on there?
I believe he's in the list.
Yes. So what do you mean then, Phil? It is Ronnie versus Chris and Fiuk and another Ronnie.
Is it missing you out, Phil, or are we just misreading the chat?
Okay, we've still got a few people still standing. And Feral Gamers is getting back up again as well. Amongst the corpses of wildebeest.
So it's Feral Gamers and Ronnie Bradley. D&B Games is considering rejoining, as is somebody with a pink avatar. I can't read it. As Ruben. Yeah, Ruben.
Yes.
But
it's gone to Ronnie.
No? Yes.
Yes, it has.
Oh, it's because Jared Piedmont's in front of us on the camera. I thought, wait, what?
Congratulations, Ronnie. You get a €30 voucher from Solar William Games.
Okay. I think we've got one more of them, haven't we?
We do. A very funny Ronnie, it would be Britain if there wasn't the two Ronnies. Because there were two of you in the arena. Okay. Oh, look at that slow motion stride.
I'm sorry, it is going to go a bit slower. We are sending lots of gladiators into the arena. Everyone can now send in 3 gladiators. Make sure you've got plenty of good gladiators in the Colosseum, and get the tier 0s out of there. I've just seen somebody's Joshie Kimmel sent in a tier 0 here, so you've run out of good gladiators. You need to stock up and buy some new ones, because this is how many gladiators are in the arena now, but 3 of them can be yours. Unfortunately, I haven't made the AI team up with yourself, but you still get 3 chances to win. It's just that one of them might be killed by yourself. At least, unlike last year, where we had set starting positions, at least this year we've got truly random starts. So, yes, this is madness. This is prize fighter. It's like, damn the frame rate. We will throw it all in the arena. And when you haven't got blood and dropped items and shadows and all the other cool things that we've had on at various times, so...
Ruben asks, will you give us a break at some point to re-equip?
Can they not re-equip when we're running fights? I think they can't.
No, they can't. Well, there's 2 places we can...
You will be. You will be. We're doing 2 more fights after this, then there is going to be a break.
Yeah. That is your last big break before the big stuff.
And then there'll be like a small break to re-equip. But very quick as we go into the final one.
This is the last €30 voucher.
It is indeed, and after this there's going to be basically 2 more battles, and then Chaosium. We've got an interview. Yeah, then we're going to run an interview with Chaosium. We've got Mike Mason and Lynn Hardy, who are just giants in the world of Call of Cthulhu and many other Chaosium products.
Mostly Cthulhu, though.
Mostly Cthulhu. They are, like, a lot of people say Sandy Peterson is Mr. Cthulhu USA. Well, Mike Mason is Mr. Cthulhu UK. So yeah, he's huge. And Lynn, of course, is another massively influential figure in the world of Cthulhu. So we have Ankhegs in the arena. We have a terrible frame rate, and we don't care. We just want lots and lots of carnage and no idea what is going on for these last battles.
Well, those Ankhegs aren't going to last very long, are they?
It doesn't look like it, because there's so many. The gladiators have in fact teamed up to kill them.
Right, I'm going to trample all over them. Okay. There's one just sort of coming up, but gets immediately dispatched by about 5 gladiators there, and the gladiators now resumed back to attacking themselves. We've got Ruben, who's just impaled Douglas right through the chest there. We have got Chav Hunter aiming a bow as well at Ruben and Sue. We've got Chris coming in on the flank. What else is going on? Second Breakfast is coming in. I suppose in one way, because they're all going a bit slower, it is a bit easier to keep up with you all. But oh my god, there's a big clump over here. It's like a rugby match. We've got D&B Games, Ian White, Sue's gone back there, as well as Chris and Ruben. I hope you see we have Trians Cthulhu of the new monsters. We will see, Master of the Game. It just depends what Becky can come up with. So, who else is... Oh gosh, everyone's sort of either laying down, trying to get up in the middle. So we've got Mark W, Lord Morbius, and a few other people that I can't quite see or tell apart because you're all wearing similar armour. Hannah, you will be added on the next fights after this one. This is Silmarillion. Next one is Midnight Syndicate, where you will be added. Okay, we've got DZ attacking Feud. We've got a few groups now sort of spreading out a little bit. DB is trying to run across a big area, which is probably not the best idea. Same with Chris. Feral Gamers is very low on stamina, so he's just chilling in the background. Who else have we got there? Oh my god, so we've got a few people in the middle there. We've got Chris versus Feral Gamers. We've got D&B Games over the left. We've got Ruben. We've got Douglas McIntyre and Mark W. Although I think Mark just went down. Yep, there's just so much armour just spread all over the floor.
So Ruben, Ian White, Douglas McIntyre, thank you for the donation. Ronnie Bradley, Sue Savage, Second Breakfast, and Feral Gamers, I think, and Chav Hunter. I think that's everyone that was left. It's now less than that. and as the frame rate slowly crawls towards giving us a resolution to this fight. Sorry, it has slowed up a lot with this madness going on screen.
Having said that, I just thought if someone had a YouTube channel called "Thank You for the Donation," that would make things very confusing.
Yeah. What we can do, I'm actually tempted to just try experiment. We can, well, I say experimenting. I know it works.
We're up to £7,200.
Only 300 to go for our revised target after the YouTube disaster. So if you can help, please help, because it will make the world of difference. That an extra £300 would be enough to feed about, off the top of my head, that's approximately 25 families. I think just over for a week. That's a lot. So, that's just what £300 can do. So please, if you can help us get there to our target, please do. So meanwhile, I think we should experiment, just if we can raise the game speed a little.
Yeah.
So if we set that to, so basically it's going to raise the frame rate. That's double. Okay. So it'll just help it move along a bit quicker. We'll probably need to set it back down to normal for the next fight, because it kind of slows up as there's all these corpses. I didn't put a finger into remove the corpses. So Mark W against an invisible servant. Rubens is considering rejoining. He's stood up, but he hasn't yet rejoined. Sue Savage is also making the same decision and has rejoined, and so has Ian White. Rubens still looking on and has now rejoined as well. He's gained enough stamina back to rejoin. As has Ronnie Bradley.
So Ruben, if you stand up but don't fight, that means that your stamina is so low that you haven't got enough to run around for a bit.
Yeah, you're resting, so you've not yet declared yourself back in. It's basically a slightly better version of the original bug. Yes. Where you were, I've got enough stamina to stand up. I've run out of stamina, sit back down. So they stand up and they wait until they recover enough stamina from that move.
But it is Chris
Valkoinen wins this. What will we
it's
fighting
the €30.
The ruling voucher.
The ruling voucher.
Awesome.
Whoop, whoop.
Thank you for that donation.
Thank you so much.
We are on
the same.
The same. I know what it is. We got
Is it Nick Day or something?
No. It's the names are starting to drop off because it's over 24 hours. So not every chime is a new donation.
Oh, so it's actually a bit of a sad chime. Even though it sounds
It is. Oh, I didn't send the updated list to the back end. I'm so sorry. Somebody missed out a chance there. Okay. But those names are now added in. Don't think we've had anyone new joining us for a bit.
No, I didn't see anybody.
Yeah, so I'm just going to have a quick fix on the Lametric. Sorry, the donation chime thing. Because we had a lot of donations in just before the convention. It basically does the chime whenever the data changes, right? But because some people made donations just before the convention, because we're all behind schedule and really should be looking very fondly upon our beds right now, the donation controller is sort of seeing some of those early donations drop off. So I'm just trying to find the right file. We're just looking at me code. Yes, fantastic. Hello, I'm coding again. Something else that needs fixing. All right, where is the thing? Donations. Let's set it to, I don't know, last 2 days. That'll do. So it's going to chime again in a minute as names get added back on, and then it will sort itself out. So next up is a pack of 3 CDs of atmospheric music for your gaming sessions, provided by Midnight Syndicate. You will get the 13th Hour CD, the Raven's Hollow CD reissue, and the Carnival Arcane CD.
Yes.
So let me just set. Oh, you have set the speed back. Thank you very much. You're on top of it.
I do.
We desperately need to drink.
Okay, no worries. Yes. So Midnight Syndicate are quite an old name. They've been around for a while and they've done some fantastic music, mostly horror and sort of gothic horror music, but also they have some stuff from Dungeons and Dragons. D&D also has a series and he says they are fantastic. So there are 3 of these to give away, all in one go. So the 13th Hour and Raven's Hollow are more kind of your haunted house type thing. Carnival Arcane, as you can imagine, is still horror, but it's got that kind of carnival feeling to it. I think Bioshock, or a series of unfortunate events, something like that. And these are fantastic CDs, really good quality. And you're getting proper physical jewel cases as well.
Yeah, they're actually going to post them out directly from the band themselves, and they'll go to you. So, and then after this, we're giving away the fancy gaming briefcase thing
from
Kakapopo TCG.
Okay.
Which, if the winner is outside of Europe, you'll be getting a voucher instead.
Oh, we're not sharing the
We're not watching it! Oh my god!
Oopsie, sorry guys.
Sorry.
We're like, should we be seeing a fight? We can't
Yes.
see Oopsie. There you go, sorry. So much of a spot of it. Because we were all so engrossed. We're both engrossed in the fight now. But yeah, so Kudu are stampeding in here. We have a lot of them in the arena.
It's a huge quantity.
Oh, there's some more messages I think coming through. Okay, so who have we got still? Lots of people, all amongst the
Most of
Kudu.
them antelopes.
Yes.
So we have DMB. We have. Oh,
That's
who's
so
that
nice to see.
avatar? That is. They're off screen.
That I think is Desiree's
Oh yeah,
new avatar.
Desire 007.
Yep.
Ronnie Bradley, Fugue Enterprises, and Jared Piermont. I actually recognise that avatar from last year, so I didn't even need to look at that one.
It's not a fight, says Ronnie. It's organised slaughter.
Well, I wouldn't call it organised.
No, it's not. We're not controlling anything.
And the Kudu definitely aren't in control. They're still in a massive panic. They actually stay in panic for ages before they calm down.
Indeed. There's still so many of them.
Yeah. But you know what? They are losing. They haven't won tonight, the Kudus. They can do. It does happen. Christopher Balcoinin considers rejoining this battle.
I don't know if the Butterfly Project are going to win. They are weak, the Kudu. And you have plenty of armoured people.
Heavily armoured people.
Heavily armoured people.
Like, if we were seeing more of the leather armour characters and stuff, and I think one of the things we learned from this is that the leather armour was, like, the auctions dropped the prices too low. We put we put too many things into the auction house too frequently. So we're basically seeing people on fairly high-end gear, because of course the prices came down naturally, and didn't make the cut again. Stupid work.
You should still be on it anyway.
You should still be in the list. Pretty sure. Let's make sure we see the Mr. Potato Head thingy from Doctor Who. Just gonna maybe
Okay.
Louis.
Meanwhile, we are thinning out a lot now. It is Ronnie, I think, who takes it. Yes, it is Ronnie. You get the 3 CDs, which I'm sure you'll look, because I know you like the horror and your gothic soundtrack, so well done to you.
Fenland Ghost is back in, so let's make sure they are in the list. So we're having to manually add people into the chat, so if you've just arrived recently, let us know, so that make sure you get our attention and that we add you into the list. So, because otherwise you won't appear in the battle. So Phil B, you're definitely in. Fenland Ghost, you are in. Anybody else who's just arrived, just get our attention in chat. You might have to write it more than once because our attention is divided and we've been doing this for 24 hours. So,
well, 23 hours and 33 minutes.
No, 27.
27 minutes.
We actually started at 2:30, but okay, 2:30. Trying to get it to work with the first YouTube disaster stream. We tried to begin 2:30 before.
No, it was still 12:30. We tried it at 12:30. We still went on time.
We had to make new streams.
Yes, but we still did it on time.
Yes, we got on the official time early to that, but I was considering we were actually broadcasting half an hour before. It's just YouTube didn't work.
I see.
Yeah, that's how I see it.
Shall I maybe?
Yeah, let's speed it up.
Yeah.
Let's speed it up now. So we're gonna put the game to double speed.
So this is. Oh wait, hold on. No, I don't want to do this fine. This is no.
Oh, whoops.
No.
Have we already won the briefcase?
No, I don't think it's been moved around. Maybe.
Oh yeah.
Hold on 1 second.
I can sort that. There we go.
I was going to say it's like why people still fighting. Yes, I know. I know you can't see. That was again an error. I'm sorry.
Oh god, we're getting too
really
tired.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Right, let's calm down. So first of all, adjust speed. Adjust speed of gameplay.
Yep. There.
Right. Secondly, we need to refresh because that's got the wrong prize. There we go.
There we go.
That's the prize we're after.
Now
let's show people what they should be seeing.
The prize fighter. There we go. I know how to do this.
Let's begin the battle.
Okay. Here we go. So Capcom TCG, they are giving away one of their brand new briefcases.
Yeah, but as we said before, if you're outside of Europe, you'll be getting a voucher instead. They do loads of other products, you know, card storage cases, metal dice, all sorts of wonderful and quirky designs. So there'll be something like you can get. Alternatively, maybe you'll spend it on the voucher and pay the extra for shipping for the gaming case. It's the kind of case where you get the foam inserts and you can do stuff with it. It's just had a successful Kickstarter, so I gather it's a pretty good case. Unfortunately, I don't know much about it, but he's a really good guy.
Yeah.
And he actually found us. We never actually contacted them. They came to us. This is just going to be a standalone fight, and then we'll be going to a little bit of a break. Give us a breather before the final big showdowns where we have a series of massive prizes. And we are trying to get up to £7,500 from this next fight. We've got £300 to go till we hit target. If you can help, so we're going to do this big massive finale, but I think we might make you listen to stuff about the charity first.
Absolutely. But in the meantime, we have. It's not too bad in the arena at the moment. There's no Butterfly Project coming in for now, anyway. We've got Mark W just taking somebody down there. Jared and Chris and Feral Gamers and Joshi and Mark W and Raphael coming in. We've got Douglas McIntyre doing some sort of spell over there, rather nice. Who else is there? Oh yeah, Master the Game, of course, Ruben. I think that is pretty much everybody who's in at the moment. We've got someone from the Butterfly Project who is in. It is a Rhino! Right, you know what to do since you love rhinos so much apparently. If you can take down this Rhino, I'll be impressed.
Oh, they'll do it easily.
Well, they're too busy fighting
It's
themselves.
just been shockwaved on its way in.
That's true. Phil
and then
is
is
doing a lot of
mauling Phil
shockwaves.
from behind.
Yes.
Phil has been all about the shockwave throughout this convention.
Hey, it's a good spell.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you have just joined us, don't forget, get our attention. We need to add you into the list of gladiators. Unfortunately, you have to do that by hand. So say hi in the chat and we will add you in. It's Mark W and Hannah considering rejoining. No, it's the Rhino. It's the Rhino. Yeah, so this one, what did they just win?
The steel briefcase.
Steel briefcase. Okay, cool.
Fabulous.
Right, so we are going to go to a little video now because Jason had a chat with two people who we've gotten to know quite well because we actually appear on their Twitch stream. So if ever you want to see us play Call of Cthulhu, we are on the Chaosium Inc. Twitch stream with Mike Mason, Lynn Hardy, and Gemma. But right now, this is going to be an interview where you talk to Mike and Lynn about Call of Cthulhu.
Hello everybody, this is Jason from Complus3 and I'm here today with two Chaosium giants, Lynn Hardy and Mike Mason. Hello to the both of you.
Hello.
Hello, hi.
So, I'm going to start off with something that you've probably come across quite a lot in face-to-face conventions when you're on your exhibition stands. Because Cthulhu is a system that has a lot of stuff, a lot of meaty stuff. You've got a lot of different settings, supplements, and then there's all the kind of background of Cthulhu as well. So, of course, Lovecraft's writing, books, etc. And then you've got anything sort of pop culture. So there's a lot of stuff to Cthulhu. So say you get somebody who comes along to your stand who's a bit kind of bright-eyed in awe. How do you explain the premise of Cthulhu and the premise of the game to somebody who's completely unfamiliar with it?
Go on, Mike. Take it away.
Well, basically, I think ultimately Call of Cthulhu is a game about mysteries and solving mysteries. So that's what I would initially talk about and say it's a game of mystery and horror, basically. But you create a character based on a real world kind of profession, like a private detective or a journalist, or it could be anyone really, and you are drawn into some form of mystery to solve. So if you enjoy detective programs and mysteries, then this may be the kind of thing you like. It's got a horror kind of theme to it. So as well as that, you've got exploring the unknown, the strange, the weird as well, which kind of combines together. So if you enjoyed things like the X-Files or Fringe or Supernatural or Buffy the Vampire Slayer, then you're in the kind of right wheelhouse for kind of Call of Cthulhu in terms of what it's about: people getting together, encountering some sort of challenge and trying to overcome it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, very concise. I like it. And interesting that you compare to kind of more modern stuff like Buffy. But as we know, there are a lot of different settings for Cthulhu. Obviously, 1920s is kind of the big daddy of them all. And that's kind of maybe the default setting that people start off with. But what is both of your favourite non-1920 settings for Cthulhu at the moment?
Ooh. I'm going to lean towards Gaslight, purely because that's the next big project on my slate. So I'm kind of looking at that. Obviously from my gaming background, I've done a lot of sort of Victorian and steampunk gaming over the years, so I have a soft spot for certain elements of the Victorian era, not all of them. So yeah, that's probably my favourite one.
Yeah, I mean, I would normally probably choose Gaslight as well, but as Lynn has done that, I won't. And say that in the main, I really enjoy playing modern day scenarios. I mean, the Call of Cthulhu rulebook is designed to kind of allow you to play in the 1920s and the modern day. So one book does kind of both settings. And the modern day just allows you to kind of really draw upon, current and contemporary kind of fears and situations, and kind of throw them up in the air and mix them around and catch people out almost. Expect the unexpected. So while in a modern day everyone's got cell phones and can kind of communicate all the time, that really helps the game kind of move along, but also can be a problem. So working out how the mythos interferes with mobile phone signals is kind of fun as well. So but modern day, I think it equally presents some interesting kind of dynamics and challenges.
That's really interesting, because I thought you were going to go for Pulp, which was one of the reasons why I went for Gaslight.
Well, I don't consider Pulp a setting. I think Pulp, the Pulp Call of Cthulhu, Pulp Cthulhu book is set in the 1930s, but in the book it makes itself very clear that this is a set of mechanics and a type of style of game that you can apply to any setting. So that's the whole intent of the Pulp book, is while there's a kind of a baseline setting for the 1930s, you can apply it to Gaslight, modern day, 1920s, Dark Ages, wherever you like. That's the whole point of Pulp. You can pulp up whatever style of game or setting you want to.
I'm just thinking the idea of modern with Pulp could almost be a Hot Fuzz type setting.
Could be, yeah, could be, yeah. Why not? Why not?
I
mean, now you got me thinking. I'm thinking like Deep Rising as well, and things like that. As,
we're
cool.
going to have to do a Hot Fuzz convention game now, aren't we?
I was just thinking as well, especially with Stranger Things and that phenomenon coming along a couple of years ago. What about it is still modern, but the sort of 1980s vintage? Have you run any games in that period before?
Well, yeah, because I was writing games in the 1980s. I think so. I mean, I think one of the strengths and beauties of Call of Cthulhu as a game and a system is you can apply it to anywhere and any time. So if you want to play in a game in the 1970s or 1980s and kind of riff off Stranger Things or that kind of style of genre, Call of Cthulhu kind of is very easy to encompass that, because the rules work with that. There's no change, and it's just about the dressing that you have on it and the kind of characters that you have the players create. So they create all teenagers or whatever it may be, and you present the world of the 1980s and set a scenario in a mall or the school, high school or whatever, and just go with it. The game supports that style of play. Equally, it would support a kind of a more kind of Victorian Sherlock Holmesian style of game, which is quite different to Stranger Things, but the same mechanics do the same things across those genres. It's just how you present them and weave the plot together, to kind of emulate that kind of style of genre, really.
Yeah. And I know that you've released a couple of newer supplements, so they've only been sort of through one edition before, like Harlem, Berlin as well. Was it your intention to expand on the settings or create sort of more diverse areas of play for people?
Well, always. I mean, it's interesting because Call of Cthulhu is one of those games where people are always a little bit wary about writing their own stuff, which is great for us and great for our writers, because mysteries can be quite hard to put together. So, why not explore all over the place, widen people's horizons, give them interesting and strange places to play in, and develop that side of things. So they're not always just in sort of like the Arkham area, because it's a big, scary world out there. So go and investigate it.
If you're playing Call of Cthulhu for some time, again, the point is to drill into the horror in that sense, and horror tends to be fear of the unknown. So playing outside the comfort zone of your familiar surroundings and moving the game to a different culture or country or time kind of amplifies that unknown to some degree, and allows you to kind of play with that to develop different styles of plots, meet different kind of characters, and different events happen. And so you're exposed to these different kind of situations through different cultures and people. That kind of adds to the richness of the game, and that feeling, you know, that kind of, it's, you know, in a sense, it's, you know, it's no different to, you know, those kind of classic films where people are, you know, travel to a exotic location or somewhere different and have to kind of navigate their around, you know, a stranger in a strange land kind of thing. And that can be, you know, quite exciting, and you can, you know, pick up a few things on the way, you know, with it being a historical game. You know, you can learn some stuff inadvertently while you're having some fun.
And that was one of the really interesting pieces of feedback I got from someone on the Berlin source book, was the fact that his players were actually more weirded out by Weimar Berlin than they were by the mythos. So they were actually quite relieved when the mythos turned up, because they kind of they got that. Whereas the setting itself was just so completely decadent and strange, they just really didn't know how to deal with it, how to cope with it, which was really interesting to hear.
Absolutely. And something I've learned firsthand as well is, of course, a lot of research goes into writing scenarios and settings, as well as, you know, people might pick things up and playing them. And you know, weekly, you're always sort of mentioning little things that you're looking at, both of you. So, give me a couple of things that you've learnt recently, or a couple of things you've had to research where you think, oh, I didn't realise that was a thing, or I never knew about that.
Scandinavian forest spirits, and how they tie into various fairy stories. That was one. Various legal ages of consent in the United States as well.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's kind of surprisingly ridiculous. I mean, not long ago, I was researching, you know, distances within Russia in the 1920s. So in terms of how long does it take you to get from Leningrad to Moscow in the 1920s? You know, what's the train time? What was the drive time? How long does it take, you know, to walk from this location to this location? And then to things like, you know, what is the what are some of the most you know, deadly spiders in the world, and how do I turn, you know, real world kind of scientific information in terms of, you know, how fast a venom works and how fatal it may or may not be, into game mechanics. You know, what does that, how many d6 does that mean I roll for damage, and how, you know, how do I take a spider bite that could be fatal but for 80% of the time isn't, and try and map that into the mechanics so it can be fatal but not most of the time. You know, those kind of crazy things I spend my time thinking about.
We have the most interesting internet search histories.
I bet you do.
And it always amazes me how I'm not on a list somewhere. I mean, I probably am on a list somewhere.
You probably are.
Actually, after the last couple of weeks' search terms, they've been particularly weird.
How much time do you think goes into researching for things like scenarios? And is it something that you tend to do first, or can it depend on what you're actually writing or what you're writing for?
Writing a scenario is like a length of string, and everyone does it differently. There's no standard way to write a scenario. Every writer has their own approach that works for them. For me, in terms of that kind of combination of creativity and research which goes into a scenario, a lot depends on, you know, when and where I'm setting the scenario, because sometimes you can set the scenario and need no research whatsoever, because it is essentially a kind of a fantasy creation, you know, an original creation. You're dealing with really normal things, so it's just set in a cabin in the woods. You don't really need any research because they're not going to go and do anything outside of the cabin. It's all very focused, and so you're just dealing with the action. Whereas, you know, setting something in the middle of Paris in 1927, you kind of need to get an idea of, well, where will they need to go? Does that mean they're going to need public transport? How long does it take to get between these places? How easy is it to get into certain places? And what happens if they start, you know, a gunfight in the middle of the street? What are the police likely to do in that case? So you can't. So the scenario events or locations inform your research. So for me, it tends to be I'll make a note. I'll get the kind of the idea of the action and a plot of the scenario down, and then when I come to kind of fill that in terms of fully write it up, when I get to something that's clearly I need a bit of research, I just then kind of stop and then go and research that one thing, write it in, then move on, and then I kind of stop-start approach to some degree. That kind of what works for me. How about you, Lynn?
Oh, it very much depends on what I'm doing. I mean, something like Children of Fear, I had enough idea of which part of the world I wanted to set it in, so I went and did a whole load of research. I'd already done a whole load of research for another book, and the idea was originally to try and use some of the research that hadn't been used so that I didn't have to go and do a whole load more. That failed spectacularly because I kept finding this weird thread that kept appearing in these various parts of the world, and that was actually more interesting than the plot I thought I was going to do, so I kind of switched and had to do a whole load more research around that instead. So that time I was listening to the research telling me, and sometimes I will just pick a guidebook, read through, see if there's any weird and interesting things that pop out that might make an interesting scenario, and then go with it. Sometimes if, we're sort of like revising scenarios that other people have written, it's what Mike said, it's very much a case of, oh, right, okay, I need to check this, I'll go and do the research for that to make sure that what's here is correct, that it works with the rest of the plot. Or it's, you have a plot idea, as Mike said, so you go and research a specific place and location to make sure that it's going to work in that. So it changes constantly, but as a trained researcher, I have a very bad habit of disappearing off down a rabbit hole, and Mike has to yell at me occasionally to stop it.
The other thing I should say is, between scenarios, perhaps, in my own reading, I read a mix of fiction and non-fiction, and so particularly the non-fiction side, I'm reading something, and as I read it, it actually presents me some information. I think actually that would be really cool in the scenario, or that develops the idea for something in a potential scenario. So I'll make a note. So I've kind of done some, I kind of use my, own reading time to kind of do a bit of research, generally, and then that will go into my notebook to then refer back to and think, oh yeah, that was in that book. I'll go back to that book and now pull out the things I really need in terms of the research elements to inform the scenario that I now want to write. That's, kind of a bit horse before the cart, but it can help.
Yeah, it does. And because you never know when something is going to turn out to be useful. So I mean, I am surrounded by notebooks filled with notes from various projects that I can go back to at any point in time if I remember that there's something in there that might be useful for whatever it is I'm looking at next.
Okay, and hopefully now people have got more of an idea of just how much work goes into, books for Chaosium. But some in particular are infamously mammoth, say Masks, for example. So for somebody who's got the finished book in their hands, who thinks, oh, I'd love to run this, what tips would you give to a keeper who has run scenarios before? Maybe they've done a few one-shots of yours, but they've never done something as big and as gargantuan as Masks, such a long-term campaign. So what would you say to a keeper running that for the first time?
I think is not to be daunted by it, is to just understand that all a campaign is a series of linked scenarios. So if you've already run a few scenarios, it's just the same, except that they're linked in some way. And so the main kind of advice is just read the whole thing, get an idea of what the actual plot is. What is the grand plot? Understand, so that scenario, I see that links to that scenario because they learned this, and then that points them in this direction, and so forth. And then once you've got that kind of grand idea of what the big plot is, you can then just look at each scenario in isolation almost, and just focus and understand, well, this scenario is about a murder, this scenario is about a missing thing, and then in terms of preparation, you only need to prepare for the session ahead. Because once you've done your big read of understanding how it all connects together, you kind of know, you understand that, okay, I need to ensure that they get these clues, or they need to find these clues to to move them forward. Once you've got that, you can just focus on the scenario itself and just treat that as you would a normal one-off scenario to some degree in terms of understanding, what the events are going to take place. I think just, piecemeal it down, make manageable chunks is really what it's about.
Yeah. And we did try to put extra support in masks for people who weren't necessarily used to running such a big campaign, so that, the hints and tips are there and the key things that they need to know about are there.
Awesome. So let's move on a little bit to upcoming things, which Lynn has mentioned a little bit of. Gaslight. I've seen people on social media going, "Oh, what's going on with it? What's going on with it?" And of course, I'm very excited for it. So, what have been your highlights working on Gaslight? I'm not going to ask you about sort of release per se, but what have you enjoyed working on for Gaslight so far?
Actually, I haven't really done a lot on it yet. I wrote a couple of chapters for it beginning of last year, and then because schedules change depending on priorities, it kind of got put on the back burner for a while. So I've got another couple of books I need to do, and then I will be diving right back into it. Because a lot of it's already been written. It's a case that I just now need to work out exactly what we've got, what's missing, and then start putting it together and bringing it into a coherent whole.
Okay.
So I'm quite excited because I'm not entirely certain of what is in the secret folders on Dropbox. So I'm getting I'm looking forward to reading them all.
For me, I did a bit of work on Gaslight before kind of passing on to Lynn. One of the things in early editions of Gaslight that isn't very well presented, or even presented at all, is actually understanding the joy to be had of playing non-upper class characters in Gaslight. A lot of the earlier Call of Cthulhu stuff was very focused on playing upper class characters, and actually the fun in the Victorian era, you can play those, but playing all the working class kind of characters, it presents a whole new kind of layer and a range of possibilities that really make the game really interesting. And so I think opening up the kind of social strata of Gaslight more than it has been done before is one of those areas that I've enjoyed kind of looking at and then kind of doing some initial work on that Lynn's going to then kind of pick up and run with. So
yeah, I definitely agree. There's kind of an inclination in the golden age of the 20s, you're at least well traveled, or a few people, and you might have a bit of money in your pocket. But especially with say if it's set in London in the Gaslight era, the poverty there, that's really good that you're putting a lot more opportunity to play the poor, say a Docklands work or something like that. Cool.
Yeah, why not be the Baker Street Irregulars? These gutter snipes and urchins who are going around and getting involved in mysteries and things. So yeah, that's certainly something we'll be building on.
Brilliant. And also I've been seeing plenty of art popping up for the new Malleus Mastrorum edition. It's looking amazing. So I know that Mike's been touching on that. So is that going to be something that's coming out in the near future?
Yeah, that's kind of currently in layout. Really, we're just finishing the kind of last bit of proofing on the text, but essentially the book is entering into layout now, and it should only be I'm going to say around about a couple of months just to kind of get it all together and get it ready. But within 2 or 3 months we should have the first PDFs ready, and then print volumes to follow. Around again another sort of 2 or 3 months after that. So that's I'm looking forward to seeing those, because seeing the art in is going to be really exciting. And I spent a fair bit of time putting this new edition together, so it'll be nice to see that realised at last.
Yeah, it really was a mammoth undertaking on Mike's part. It is gigantic, and it's going to look absolutely stunning.
Awesome. So is it something that you've just tried to refine in this edition, or is it a case of I know you've added new monsters, but are there things like new mechanics in there and things, or
not new mechanics as such, but there's two two major things I've done is for both monsters and the kind of mythos gods, I've added in material around how you create your own versions or your own unique kind of monsters, and I've presented a number of ways to do those. Through kind of asking questions, what the kind of questions you need to ask yourself, and providing some kind of formula for kind of deciding how big a monster is and what it can do and what powers it might have. So that's one angle that's kind of new to this edition. And the other thing is, I particularly with the gods, what I've done is they've all been kind of redeveloped from the ground up, rewritten to really encompass a much wider range of ideas and possibilities. And so they kind of present as, here's information about a particular kind of mythos deity, but it's full of lots of plot ideas and scenario seeds and information on the people that, the cultists that may worship this particular deity and how they may differ from a different cult and what they may do differently and so forth. So it kind of opens it up a lot more than perhaps previously, and gives a lot more kind of lots more ideas really for keepers to kind of just to use them in games or to create games around them, basically.
Okay. So starting to wind down towards the end, but keeping on the subject of monsters for the moment. Of course, people will have their favourite elder gods and so on. I've got my own anyway. But what are your favourite minor monsters if you were, say, just running a one-shot or one particular that you like just because of how it looks or how it behaves?
Go on, Mike, you go first. I need time to think.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if it's a minor monster, but I really like star vampires. I like the fact that they're invisible, and I like how horrific they are. When they start feeding, they fill up with the blood they're sucking out of their victim, and you can then see their shape. I think that's really kind of horrific and cool. But a really minor monster, I guess, would be something like the Sand Dwellers, who don't get a lot of looking from time to time, and for many years they were kind of underdeveloped and nobody really knew what to do with them. But the authors on Secrets of Australia, the Terra Australis book, did a lot of work on Sand Dwellers and to kind of introduce the idea of what their society may be and what they're interested in, and that I thought that was really interesting. So I think there's a lot of possibilities to explore with Sand Dwellers that have yet to be explored in that way.
I mean, I've got a soft spot for the Great Race of Yith, but they get used quite a lot. In terms of just sheer creepy factor, I think rat things. There's nothing quite as revolting as a rat with a human face. But you can use them as nice little jump scares on people.
Yeah, they don't. There's a few of them in an occasional scenario, but they're not used greatly, and yeah, I think there's a lot of potential with the rat thing.
Yeah, it is quite often sometimes the underdog, as it were, that is the creepiest. Awesome.
What's yours, Jason?
Yeah.
To be honest, I really like a lot of the minions in Carcosa because that's just my favourite kind of mythos branch, if you will, with the King in Yellow. So things like the Biarki, even though they're quite the kind of classic creatures, just an idea of this devilish flying bat thing. I think it's something that would put terror into the normal person because it's been used in history or something similar for so long. And one of the highlights in a game I ran based around Carcosa was when a character was kind of driving a car, stopped the car when they saw this creature, and then got a critical hit using the windscreen wipers on it. So it turned out to be quite a funny scene, but at the same time, yeah, it was great. It was good. Okay, so finally, just for a bit of fun, I know that you two are avid tea drinkers, and you've kind of converted me a little bit to back to tea a little bit. But if Cthulhu drank tea, what would he drink?
Well, it would kind of have to be some sort of green tea, I would have thought. possibly Formosa Dragon. That's not green tea, that's actually a black tea. I think there is a green tea version of it as well. But yeah, either Formosa Black Dragon or some sort of weird green tea. And there are some very weird green teas out there. Genmaicha, something like that. Just sort of like not quite what you're expecting.
I'd say either something like, is it mate or mate green?
Yes.
Mate, which is allegedly slightly hallucinogenic, or probably I'd probably go with something decisive like Russian caravan tea, a good dark tea, full of strength to invigorate him as he rises from relay.
Yeah, you get the involuntary shakes and everything.
Awesome.
Well, thank you so much, you two, for being interviewed today. And thank you, of course, for the generous voucher donations. That's amazing of you.
You're very welcome.
That's fine. Very welcome. No, thanks very much. Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Take care. Hello, my name is Lynn Hardy. I'm the Associate Line Editor at Call of Cthulhu for Chaosium. And we're here to support Com+3 and the Butterfly Project, which is an awesome project helping support disadvantaged young people learn through play, which is incredibly important. So please be generous, donate, and enjoy your games. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mike Mason from Chaosium, Call of Cthulhu Creative Director, and we're supporting Com+3 and the Butterfly Project, and we encourage you to donate and play some games, have fun, and help Com+3 raise some cash for the Butterfly Project.
And we're back. Hello.
Hello. So we have 6 fights left to go. Let's talk a little bit about what you're going to win, and I also just want to cover for the last time why we're doing this. So it's time to show you what's going to be in the next giveaway. Now the first one we have to show you web link. It's a postal prize.
That camera apparently isn't showing as available anymore.
That's because it has come disconnected.
Oops.
Right, are we still in audio sync after plugging that back in? No idea.
Okay, there's the camera anyway.
Yeah, so hopefully, are we still in audio sync or did we just lose it? Let us know. I should look at the actual chat. We're not going to a fight just yet. We will be coming up to it, but we're going to show you the prizes.
Yeah,
and do a little reminder of what it's all about. We're good, are we?
Yeah.
Okay,
we're
awesome. So, the first thing is the Valkyrie RPG, isn't it? No, we're doing Chaosium first. There are 9 more fights left.
Yes.
So, firstly, Chaosium. So, let's make sure they are next on our thing. So, the first one of the 9 fights we'll be doing is a $100 store voucher for Chaosium. So, you might anything Chaosium you like, $100 store voucher, $50 store voucher for second place, $25 store voucher for third place.
Yeah, so there's a lot of new Cthulhu up on here.
They have just launched some new books as well.
Yeah, but don't forget there is RuneQuest and 7th Sea as well in there.
Yeah.
So lots of stuff you can obtain.
Yeah, if you're not a Cthulhu fan, or more likely you have all the Cthulhu stuff apart from the new book that's just out, there are other systems there as well. So yeah, you choose what you win with that prize. No one from Chaosium's on at the minute, are they?
No, they're not.
Their voucher system works on the UK site with the same values. Sorry, I just coughed. If you go to the UK store, you get more for your discount. Sorry, just coughed.
But also they've got a new system that's been released under the Chaosium Labs license called Worm, which is role-playing in the Ice Age. And even if you need some lockdown accessories, you can get a Mask of Nyarlathotep.
I do. Once we've done those 3 fights, we get on to a huge dice giveaway. They're from Valkyrie RPG, which incidentally is worth looking at because this is the firm where I discovered you can get glitter dice.
Yes, although
I
these
have
aren't
several of
glitter
them.
dice that we're giving away.
No, we are giving away this magnificent set of kind of these sort of semi-retro, semi-sci-fi dice. Just
all of these.
All of them.
Not just one set, all of these we are giving
all
away.
of those sets. So
Look at them, they're awesome.
You get every single set that you see here. It is a sort of a complete collection of this particular range of dice. You get the works.
Oh, there's even more. There we go. And those.
Yeah, they all become yours. Okay, so that'll be the 4th fight. Then we've got Atlantis Miniatures. Now that is a voucher, isn't it? £45 worth of miniatures.
Yes. We showed off one of my miniatures earlier, which is a fighting fantasy one. You can do late pledges. You might be able to get a couple of little goodies with that. They've also got a Wood Elves late pledge going on at the moment. But as Becky mentioned, there's a really nice array of female beasts in here, or female monsters.
Or just male beasts as well.
Yeah, but it's quite difficult to get them. So you've got like a dwarf female unit, dwarf crossbow unit, interestingly. But have you noticed the detail on these miniatures as well? They are really nice molds.
Phenomenally detailed resin miniatures, and he's an incredibly talented sculptor. Some really, really amazing detail on some of these minis. I think they're really great. They really are. And there's all sorts of different ranges of stuff. You can choose what you want. It's a £45 voucher. But straight after that, in the same set of 3, we are giving away a £155 voucher for Pedion Terrain. That is enough to build, if we can go to the handheld.
Yes, I know what that means.
Yep, that is enough to build this wargaming table. So this fully modular, professionally built wargaming table. So this movable hill that can also stack on top of that hill. This road section, and those pieces. So you get. I mean, and I use these wargaming tables for role playing because it's like when you're doing an outdoor scene. I think they're cool. They really bring your scenery out. Chuck a couple of buildings on that, and it looks fantastic.
And here it's on the website as well for you. So
yeah. Oh, and here's the thing. That's an example of what you can get.
Yes.
That's what we base the voucher value on. But you can customize that. You can make it sci-fi. You can have different themes. This is yeah, there's like dirt, cobblestone, asphalt, and sci-fi options you can go for as well. You can change the scale of the boards. There's, as well as that, that's just that particular product you're looking at. This is a voucher, so obviously you can use it for anything. They have city setups, desert, Mars, terrain, all sorts. So you get to choose. You can have whatever you like, but it's a £155 voucher. And the thing I like about Pedion is you can get these really amazing boards that aren't modular, cost a fair bit more, or you can get professional modular ones that maybe look a bit better, but they cost massively more. But Pedion do they're modular boards, but because they're a standardized thing, you're getting a professionally built board. And you can, update it later with more stuff because it's all standardized parts. So, and I really like that about the Pedion stuff. I have upgraded sets that I bought, small sets. Then I thought, I need a few more bits, and bought them. So, that's why I generally use the Pedion boards.
Mm-hmm. And then after that, we've got another 3 star prizes to give away.
Yeah.
The first one is from Hero Forge. Which I'm sure you all know as the fully customizable miniature. So you can customize everything, just like at the start of an Elder Scrolls game. You've got head, body, clothing, gear, even things going down to your mount if they're on a horse or a specific pose they might do.
Yeah, you get all the facial sliders, so you can drag expressions around, you can equip them differently. There's a bazillion different races, including, I think, some that are just not even sure are in 5e. You can play elephant people and all sorts. You sculpt the model from the prefab components, but you Also, in addition to just swapping components out like Jason's doing there,
I quite like that one. It's very post-apocalyptic.
if you can get one without a helmet on for the moment, or where you can see the face.
Yes, definitely this.
Just one with a hood where you can just see the face.
Let's go for that one.
Okay, now maybe zoom in on the face and go to the head section. You can see that you can actually like fully customize expressions in the head section. Well, head first of all, but then you've got that row of eyebrows, eyes. I'm sure there is somewhere in here. There's sliders for all of the different parts as well. Because you can change expressions and stuff somewhere. I'm sure.
Expression,
Face.
there you go.
Oh yeah, expression. There you go. So now you can, do all sorts of things to their face if you like. So yeah, you're sort of semi-sculpting if you like.
Yeah.
But in a really easy way.
There's even called the
Yeah.
But anyway, there is I've lost it now. That is a $35 voucher.
Yeah, so it's enough to get yourself mini and printed off and delivered to you. And then it's the Paizo prizes.
The Paizo prizes. Right, give me a second. Okay, so because there are a lot of links for these, I'll get up the main one though for you.
So we're basically doing 2 packs of Paizo. We've got a Starfinder starter pack and Starfighter experience pack as one prize. So this gives you just a quick overview before you get that. So you got core rulebook, Alien Archive, a quest book called Into the Unknown, Starfighter Society scenario number 109, and then if you can scroll that so we can see a bit more. Also scenario 114, 116, 125, 126 and 199.
Yeah. Some of those are going to be low level, others are going to be more advanced if they're in the experienced sort of category.
And then you get the Pathfinder pack, where you get the core rule book. Again, this is a fully PDF prize because they can't ship anything at the minute, I believe. No. But you get the core rule book. You get the bestiary, Pathfinder Society Quest 1, 4, 5, Pathfinder Society number 101. I guess that's another quest. 102, 103.
They do have names like so. For example, Pathfinder Society 101 is the Absalom Initiation. You've got the Mosquito Witch, Escaping the Grave, and the Blooming Catastrophe.
Yeah. So 103, 115. Boom. Right, so big bundles of Paizo stuff. So there's some big things ahead to win, and we mentioned earlier as well that because we did sort of float the idea of doing this on Twitch streams later and giving the prizes out that way. We're still going to do the Twitch thing, but now I think we can do it at our own pace, and it'll initially be without prizes, but still for charity. Just if you want to have some fun with Prize Fighter, we're going to tweak the game, enhance it, make it better. So that will appear at some point in the coming months. So we'll get over the convention first before I have to start worrying about that. So that is what is coming up. So some pretty good prizes, I think.
Yes.
I think they're great. So now let's talk about what all this is for. We are a little bit short on our target. So our target is 7,500. We are on 7,216. We're very close. We're close. Also, don't forget, it's the Gold Gladiator Challenge. If anyone could get a Gold Gladiator into the arena, they're going to win a set of Inked Adventures cards. Also, still to win, don't forget, is the Hall of Fame, which so there's another 7 prizes for that. So stick with us. There's lots more to win, but there are 9 more prize fights. But the reason we are all here today is to raise money for the Butterfly Project. Now, right now, people are dying. They're starving. They don't have soap. They don't have cooking oils. They don't have food.
They don't have medicine.
Medicine's just out the window. right now, the only lifeline for a dozen families, 25 local children, and many of their children that are coming from remote villages, the only lifeline is the Butterfly Project for a lot of these people. There is no one else. This isn't even really an aid organisation. This is a school where some of the kids have stayed behind and they need help to save the lives of their friends because their friends are dying. And these kids are gamers like us. There's no one else to help. No one else is there to step up. It is us or death. It's as simple as that. You know, we saw that video earlier where the woman says, "We are not okay." And they aren't. They are not okay. And they are not going to make it without our help. It is up to us. So our target is 7,500, which actually, you know, it's not as much as it sounds, because as we said earlier, 4,000 of that is actually from last year. So thank you. Thank you. That takes us to 7,226. So we've got another 224 to go. If you are in the UK and you have made a declared donation, you can boost your donation by 25% without paying a penny via the UK government's UK gift aid. You know, when you make if a British person, I'm sorry this only applies to British people because it's a government, UK government initiative, but if you've ever done charity giving and there's a gift aid checkbox to tick, what that does is it means the charity can claim back an extra 25% of whatever you donated on tax. This is a UK registered charity. It can do that. So if you are in the UK, could you screen share this?
Yes.
Go to your My Account page. Go to your My Account page and you'll see there is a button there called I am a UK citizen, tell me more. If you are in the UK, click that button and you'll need to give your address in order to do the gift aid. I'll be sending the addresses that are filled in to the charity a couple of days after the convention when I've had sleep, and then it will be deleted from our database. So it's now or never to add gift aid.
Thank you.
And it will, like, if you've made, like, if you're somebody who's made...
7326.
Thank you, that's another £100. Thank you
so much.
If you, so if you've made some donations over this convention, this event, and you're in the UK, that gift aid could make the difference, because we are now not far away at all. But we just need a little bit more to try and get there. We're not going to change what you're going to win. We're still going to run all the fights. You're still going to win all the prizes. But this is, we're still going to give to you. But can you help us by giving to the kids? 7338 now. We are so close. We need £167. And the gift aid would do it for some of you. Only if you're in the UK though. Otherwise it has to be removed after the convention and we don't get the money. But yeah, we're getting so close. They need this because they're on their own. 6 weeks ago this charity was so close to closing. And it would have closed this week because it ran out of money. Only the money that we raised in the build-up to this convention has kept them open and enabled them to be saving these lives. We originally hoped to raise a lot more. Obviously, the YouTube stuff has meant that's not possible. But when it all kicked off, we said 7,500. Is about as good as we can do. That's as many lives as we can save. We know we could have, if we hadn't had the problems, maybe we could have got to 9,000. We can't, if we could get to 7,500, we can still save a few more families. Because who else is there? Who else is there? So please, if you can do gift aid, if you can just help just that little bit closer, then we can do it. And we can do it together and say that yes, we did come together as a community and we did that thing and we saved those lives, because you know what? It matters. Because Ronald and Arnold and Joseph, sorry, and Andrew are there right now, and they're the only people who are helping so many others, and these are kids that shouldn't have to go through this. And they're the ones that are fighting on the front line, because we can't help, we can't get there. All we can do is give them the tools, and this is it. This is all we can do. And we can save dozens and dozens of lives. Sorry.
Yeah, it is very, very bleak out there. But I do want to say that you have been really great so far. You've been great keeping with us all the way through this stream. And yeah, there's one person who forgot to do gift aid, so please add that straight away. We are close, but if we can just get it up to this target, this is what we were hoping for. I think I also heard a beer cracking. So even just a little bit more, just a few pounds, for example, will still feed a family. So if you can all chip in just a few more pounds, you know, that would normally buy you a pint down the pub or a meal deal if you're working, you know, getting lunch, you know, just things that we normally just pay for and take for granted.
Right, somebody just did the gift aid, yeah?
Somebody's...
Right, because it does auto-process every few minutes, but I can run it now and see if that gets us over the target, because we're so close.
Yeah.
I can't see what I'm doing, though. Oh, loads just got added.
How much loads?
Oh, no. Adding... No, it's not a massive amount, sorry. But it is some. We're on 733505. Yeah, no. It checked loads of people, that's it, because loads of people have filled it in. And in fact, I think one of those addresses might not be okay. No, I think we're okay. We're okay. It's my email address. It's bloody Dutch for some reason. Right. Sorry about that. I had a little breakdown. It is not over yet. If we don't quite do it in this little segment, it's fine. Because we've still got some prizes to win. So why don't we lighten the mood after my little breakdown? We'll do. What was next on the stream?
We've got the Chaosium
vouchers.
Yeah.
Let's do the Chaosium Inc. vouchers. We'll get those done. Then we'll run a little film, and we'll do 3 more prize fights. Do another little film, 3 more prize. Actually, we'll do another little film. Probably not. But we're going to start knocking these fights out now. So we've got 9 more fights to go, and 17 more prizes that can be won with the Hall of Fame and the deck of cards. So yeah, this is for the Chaosium $100 store voucher.
Okay, so here we go.
So we are so close. 7,437 pounds.
a bit quiet in here. Sorry. Let's break the silence. Also, how come you've got beer and I haven't? You said you wanted to do it. Well,
So-
I'm going to. But after this fight.
Okay. So in come our gladiators into the arena. This is a big prize. So $100 of Chaosium books, and everyone's here. They've all turned up. That's because we're not removing anyone from the stream anymore. We're only adding. If you aren't in the fight and you want to get involved in the chat, let us know that you need adding to the stream.
Yes.
So Fute goes straight for Fenland Ghost. Sorry. Fenland Ghost and Fute having a go at each other. Feral Gamers and Jared also having goes at each other. Phil getting his favourite Shockwave. He's been a fan of that all the way through. Chav Hunter getting his healing spells off, going for the Hill Tank approach again. Oh, on stamina though, I noticed. Jared has got back up, decided he wanted to get back involved in the fight. The signal has come from the champion, so monsters are on their way in. I think that might be Kudu.
The Red Dragon has not been killed yet, Master of the Game.
You know what? You know that it is random. I could summon a Red Dragon if you want. I can make it happen.
If we are going to do it, we shouldn't give it away.
Because, it have to be up to them, because they've got 9 prize fights left.
That's very true, actually.
But the thing is, if we made it the 3rd fight, it would be the best chance you'd have of killing a Red Dragon, because you've got all these really high-tier gladiators around. So if people want to fight the Red Dragon and see if they can kill it, we can arrange it. It's possible for us to do that.
Yes.
Huge numbers of people in this arena with massive amounts of gear.
Remember, this is for the $100 store voucher from Chaosium. That is a lot of good stuff to read and, of course, to play.
Yes.
Two more wildebeest. What on earth is going on? Everyone's just sort of clumping together.
They all got hit by Sue Savage's shockwave.
What is going on? Why are they all so close together?
Oh my word, somebody got lightning off! Oh, wow. That is... Oh, it did stop chaining. That could have just killed... Oh, they've cast it again.
Yep.
They also just throw a Tesla coil into the middle of the arena. So Chav Hunter casting some magic missiles into the survivors. Last of the game, still in the arena.
Oh, down goes somebody over there. Oh, somebody threw something at somebody there.
Really?
I think so. Like a little spear thing?
An arrow maybe? I don't remember Coding throwing spears.
Who have we got left?
Not that many. Master of the Game, Feral Gamers, Sue Savage, Fenland Ghost. I saw Ian White in there still, I think. No, don't see him currently. Oh no, Hannah Walker and Chav Hunter, my apologies. Thank you for the donation.
We've almost made it. We are at 7462.
We're £38 shy of the target at the moment. Fenland Ghost and Chav Hunter are the last two in the arena at the moment. Chav Hunter hits a heal. Fenland Ghost has used that shield throughout the entire convention.
Yes. Well, maybe it's a really good shield.
It is not bad. It's not the best, but it is good.
I think, yeah,
and Fenland Ghost has done it.
Fenland Ghost, well done to you.
You have won $100 of Chaosium goodies. The next prize is a $50 store voucher.
Indeed. Douglas McIntyre asks, what's the best way to make sure gift aid is selected?
You know what? I can't remember what I did on the site about that. I'm just going to have a look at the database entry.
So in the box you need to make sure to fill out your full name and postcode and then click the big button.
Yeah, it's essentially what they really need is door number and postcode. But let me just go and have a look at your account whilst Jason commentates.
Okay. Right, so yeah, we have a lot of people in the arena now. This could be anyone's fight, including the Butterfly Project. So they are slowly sauntering back to their positions. Do you have time to get a beer? I don't think so.
No, it's just you commentating at the moment. I'm looking at
just
stuff done.
They are moving in very slow motion. Let's speed this up just a little.
Yeah, we've got gift aid entry for you, Doug, but we don't have sufficient data because you need to provide your address, and we would actually have to remove that gift aid. We wouldn't be able to claim on that. In order to claim gift aid, we do need door number and postcode at least, really address. So I have to send the address to the charity. They can then claim the gift aid from the government. Without the address, we can't do it. Because, you know, it's a tax thing.
Okay, so we've got a lot of people with similar shields in there. We've got Desir just standing on the edge of the arena. We've got David Purse back in again against Sue, who's gone straight down. Who else have we got? We've got another David Purse with a pointed hat. We've got Chav Hunter, who's doing some sort of healing spell there. Master Gamer's in the middle there. There's some earth-shattering spells going on. We've got Phil versus Ronnie. I hope it's nothing personal, you two. We have also got... Oh, that's a very nice shield from Hannah Walker back there. Did you see that? It was a very flashing shield. Okay, what's next? We've got Douglas McIntyre getting back up. We've got a few more Butterfly Project animals in the arena. It's the Ankheads. I did wonder what they would be because I didn't see anybody. Someone's going at it with a little dagger. And then we have everybody once again clumping together like a mosh pit trying to take out the Ankhead, plus everybody else at the same time. That is a really awesome shield and I approve wholeheartedly.
Oh, is that an attempt at the gold gladiator actually? It's not far off, but it isn't complete.
That is close.
Oh, you were doing so well. You didn't quite get the full set.
No, indeed. There are 6 fights left for those of you asking, and they will all be one after the other.
There'll be a very short break actually before the last 3 to give people a chance to reset gear if they need.
Okay.
So it won't be long, but just long enough to swap out your gear.
Absolutely. We have got Feral Gamers, Chav Hunter, Ian White, and Ronnie still in the arena, although 3 have just gone down, and Douglas McIntyre. Oh, and everybody suddenly stands up. I think
it's gone to Feral Gamers.
Feral Gamers has got the $50 store voucher from KOs, and congratulations to you.
Alright,
Okay, now.
so yeah, six fights left to go. The next one is the Valkyrie Dice Atlantis Miniatures, and then sorry, babe. Oh, that's next, isn't it? Sorry, my apologies. Yes, next is the $25 voucher for Chaosium, the third prize from Chaosium. The prize fight really is struggling to run this many gladiators, but we're not changing a thing. We're quite happy with it, grinding to a halt and taking our time, savouring all this delicious mayhem. I'm almost tempted to turn the graphics up.
Well, don't make it too much.
No. I do miss the blood piling up in the arena though, because that is kind of cool. But we can't do it with this many gladiators. I'd have to... I think we'll be able to do that next year. So, what if we win? What if we raise?
We've made
done
it!
Oh my god, guys, we've done it! It's £7,502.05. Excuse me whilst I ignore the fight moment, I just want to thank you sincerely. Thank you so much. You've made lives possible. I think is the only real way to say that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really add anything to that except you have saved lives today.
You genuinely have. People were going to die, and you've saved them. Yeah. Meanwhile, back to our fun. Lightning was bouncing off the corpses in the arena, so that was deadly. So who do we have left? It's beginning to thin out. David Purse is, we're going to lose a bit jolty with the game speed. Like what we've done, we've raised the game speed to offset the fact that the frame rate has dropped so low with this many gladiators. I see heels going off and just assuming each happened, but we could see the Hydra beaten for the first time tonight. With this many big gladiators in the arena. And if they stop beating up on each other, but there's no reason why the Hydra should win that with this many big gladiators in the arena.
Indeed, so this is the $25 store voucher for Chaosium, and we have another child.
Another donation. £7,510 now.
Thank you very much.
Very, very much. Alright, so the Hydra is still alive, and there's not many gladiators left. And they're fighting each other, that's kind of the problem.
Yeah, you find the wrong thing, really.
The scary thing is still on its way, and you know what? It's still on full health. No one's attacked it yet.
Why not?
Well, they've been in this big long battle for a while, and I guess they hate each other. But you know what? The Hydra's now out of mana. This is where it gets dangerous for the Hydra. It will, of course, slowly regenerate mana, but right now, it hasn't really got a big attack. It's got to rely on its melee.
I'm just doing emojis to show our thanks and support. Oh, that's two.
And the Hydra is dead. It just kind of like wasn't even a contest. It ran out of mana, it died.
Yeah.
I think with the Hydra, I think it might actually be more of a numbers game than
quite
anything else.
possibly.
Like, once it's run out of its spells, that's it. It's kind of useless.
So, who do we have left in the...
There's lightning bouncing around the corpses. Will it fade away? Yes, it did. You're safe, guys. You're safe.
So he says we love you too. Ruben is still in.
I think Ruben just won it, actually.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes. Ruben has won that battle.
Yes.
So congratulations, Ruben. You get $25 Chaosium voucher. That's the end of that little series. So we do. We want to give you a chance to sort of
just have a little
purchases,
breather,
so
re-equip, things like that.
One thing I just want to do on here, because like apparently gladiators sometimes get stuck in the arena. I don't want that to happen. No, I can do it from here. I'm just going to make sure anyone stuck in the arena can get out and re-equip if they need from these last auctions. No, everyone's good. No one in there. Is anyone got bids going? Yeah, people still have bids going.
Yeah.
So and there's still a few really good items.
Oh, there's a very nice bow in there. What's that? Go up a bit more. Yeah, the dragon tooth bow.
Not good.
Yeah,
very
looks
fast
nice.
though. It's got a high attack speed. So yeah, there's a few good items still. They are beginning to wean their way out of £7,520. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
Beginning to wean their way out. There's also there was a tier 5. There are no more gladiators left today. So you've had all you're going to get on them.
But of course, once we get everything set up for Twitch...
Oh yeah. But, you know, I might rebalance the game and stuff like that. That might, like, Complus will be separate to what we do on the Twitch, I think. Because it was originally going to be, we were going to give prizes away like that, but I think we've managed to do almost all of them. Assuming you're all okay with your gladiators, does anyone want a bit of time to sort gladiators out, or do we go straight into the next battle? Let us know if you need time. We're just going to take 30 seconds to give you a chance to answer. Yep, so Joshy needs a little bit of time, so we'll give him that time.
Just a little bit more.
Yeah, just a minute or two. We could run the short please donate video. That's like 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll run the short please donate video. So you're like 4 minutes, and then we will do Valkyrie dice collection, the big dice collection we showed you, the £45 worth of Atlantis miniatures, and the Pedion terrain battle board. Those three. Also, do you want to fight a dragon for the Pedion board? Do you think you can take a dragon? I think you can.
I'll take your word for it. It's pretty
we'll leave it
powerful.
up to the viewers to decide, because you've got basically 2 chances to kill the dragon left, right? So it'll only come in the third fight. So it's the Pedion battle board and the Paizo Pathfinder. I don't think you're going to get a better opportunity than the gladiators you have in the arena now. So you tell us. Because you might randomly get a dragon, in which case I haven't touched it. But if you tell me to forcibly make it a dragon, I will. Alright, let's get the 4-minute video. And then we do the next battle.
Oh, hello there! Yes, Stromo here. Oh, I'm known by many other names. But one thing I must tell you today is to support the Butterfly Project.
Playing RPG has changed the way I feel the world.
Oh, absolutely. They're very lovely people.
Yeah, it makes me to view the world as the world of heroes.
So you must donate as much you can.
When you look at this game, at the beginning of the level 1, all of us were different. But we gather together and make an adventure.
Give as much as you can. I am. I hope you will do as well.
We're supporting Complas 3 and the Butterfly Project,
which is a school in Uganda that educates children who are living in poverty and in isolated villages, and they use gaming to do this.
There are very many monsters in RPG, but the one I like most are the goblins.
I like goblin because it is nice looking. It is green in its skin and has red eyes, and it shines like something made of gold.
I want to take a moment to ask you to donate to the Butterfly Project.
Everyone should get involved in the Butterfly Project. It's a great cause and well worth your support.
Every little bit that you can give to help those kids in Uganda learn through role-playing games, every little bit helps.
So please dig deep. Be generous.
So if you can donate, please donate. If you can't donate, at least share it with people who can.
It's a really important and fantastic cause.
I've been playing a class wizard, and I've chosen the name Ezren. And as a wizard, I wanted to be the most powerful one, so that I can disappear or go into invisibility, and I can even teleport myself anywhere I want. And also I can have the most powerful spell. Let's wish. I can wish the reality to change, like if they have killed all our parties, I can wish that the parties were back, and then I can bring the whole party back. That is what I wanted to achieve.
And I want to encourage you to support the Butterfly Project,
which is an awesome project helping support disadvantaged young people learn through play.
Thank you so much for donating to the Butterfly Project.
It's a great cause, and I will be so grateful to know that you've been a part of helping it.
And if you are able to contribute something,
please donate now.
These kids deserve as much help as we can get.
Get out there and support the Butterfly Project.
Thank you so much if you've donated already, and if you haven't, there's still time.
So in that character I achieved a lot in the Golden Field when we were fighting the giant, and I was a hero there.
It has enabled teamwork such that players come and discuss together to finish a mission.
I like playing this adventure because I kill a lot of monsters and I gain experience points.
I want my character to become the greatest and the strongest.
I would like to resurrect people for the first time, because it is my new spells. So I would like to resurrect people for the first time, and also to prevent death in the community.
Okay, carry on playing your game. Carry on. Off you go.
So there was a request to show the dice off again, I understand.
Yes, from a few people.
So this is the Valkyrie dice set that you're going to win. You're going to win this entire collection. So there's a D6 of each. You get this set, this set, this set, this set, this one, this one, this one. We're not on screen. I forgot to push live.
Oh, you flumpy. Start again.
I'm so tired. I'm so sorry. We're at 25 hours now of this stream. So, yeah, you get this entire collection. So, there's a D6 of each. So you get this lovely kind of orangey yellow set. You get this kind of... Is that like a UV light or something?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
Is that what it is? UV light?
Yeah.
Cool. You get this transparent set. Yeah, you get all of them.
Yeah. This is the whole point and why it is a star prize.
You get this set. And you get this set.
And
you
this
get
set.
This set, which is kind of looks a bit kind of graphite-like.
Yeah.
Now Jonathan Green needs adding in. He is taking part in the chat, so I will add him into the list. He could win this massive set of dice.
He's also asked, did anyone win my Ace Game Books? Yes, but I can't remember who because it was a few hours ago.
Yeah, sorry. We've been going 25 hours now because we're behind schedule. But after the calamity that was what happened to us with YouTube earlier, we just decided we're going to keep going till we're finished. And we're nearly there. We've got 6 more prize fights to go. You're going to now be entered into all of them because we're having to do it by hand. I will add you in a moment just before we hit go. So you get this set as well, and this set, and this set. And if that wasn't enough, you also get this set, and you get this set. So all of those dice is one prize in the next group of 3. I'll just very briefly show you. That's kind of like all of them in a, not quite all of them because you can't see them all in one photo.
Yeah, Jonathan, by that point we were like 3 hours behind because we were working out whether to actually keep the stream going or whether to try and work something out. And
yeah, what happened, YouTube switched us off. The stream was working, but
all our tech was working.
Yeah, our tech was working, but YouTube did not allow our tech to talk to YouTube, and it's because of a YouTube. They turned off a feature in the last week. We worked around it by doing other things to work around this thing they turned off that we were using, but it caused our. They have a maximum quota of the amount of times we're allowed to make requests of their servers.
Which they've never said before.
Well, it's never been an issue before because we're so far off it. But because of the way we worked around the thing they turned off, we ended up hitting our weekly quota midway through the stream. And so now we're having to enter people into Prizefighter by hand. I wrote some code to translate your names. Now I just got to write Jonathan's name in a list. It's a lot easier now. We're not removing people in this final stretch.
That's true, actually.
Because that previously meant I had to redo everyone. So if you're missing from the next fight, you've got to let me know.
I'm just having a look, seeing if there's anyone else, but I can't see.
I haven't seen any other new people, but then I haven't always been in the room. So, so you're now going to be in the 6 remaining fights. They are for our star prizes, and we're doing it a bit differently. We are allowing people to basically you get an extra gladiator in each of the 3 fights, in each 3-fight batch. So you can end up with 3 gladiators in the arena. So if you've tweaked your gladiators and got cool ones set up, get them sent to the Colosseum and ready to both inflict pain and suffer from it. So, I think it is now time
to fight
for some amazing star prizes. So this is the dice, I can't even remember, is it the Atlantis miniature voucher, and then the modular terrain board, custom built for you. You can customize it to do, you know, whatever it is you want, to look like what you want from their range. So let's hit begin.
Bring it on.
And there's going to be so many gladiators in this fight. We will once more have to adjust the speed midway through because our computer's going to start going slow.
The prize display.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's show the prize. You're getting that entire dice collection we just talked about.
And Valkyrie will be a fantastic sponsor, a new sponsor this year. They've really kind of spread the word about us, which is really nice. And they've been so generous with this prize. As you can see, there are so many dice in there, and one of you will have all of those.
Yes. But this is a huge giveaway. That Pedium board is amazing. You know, that is a full outdoor dungeon set up for your RPG games. It can be a battle board if you're a war gamer. You know, it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. So I'm really pleased to have Pedium supporting us this year. And you know, both of those prizes are in this giveaway. Plus, in the middle, we've got the Atlantis miniatures. They are amazingly detailed models. Resin class. Fantastic detail. Anyway, we should be commentating.
Yes, we should. Let's get on with it.
Desire 007 or Desire 007. Oh, there's lightning again.
Of course there's lightning. You've got to have lightning in an epic battle like this. This is one of the star prizes after all.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to look what people said about the dragon.
Oh. Well, maybe we can do that for the next 3 after this.
Well, yeah, that's it. Yeah, well,
the climax.
Well, we'll ask for your opinions again on the dragon. Sorry, I forgot to keep an eye on the chat to see what you said. So if you want the final battle of the day to be against a dragon, let me know. Otherwise, it might be, probably won't be because it's quite a rare spawn.
Unless one appears here.
It could do. It could very well could do.
This round there won't be because there are way too many, wildebeests. I was going to say icons.
Yeah, it's always the third fight. It only can appear in the third fight. It is a rare spawn.
Oh, yes, that's right. I forgot about that.
So it could appear on the Pedium battle.
I still love, for those of you who were here about 8 hours ago when we gave the Pathfinder dragon away and the red dragon came out.
And that was the first time it appeared as well.
That was a highlight, yes.
Yeah. So we have a horde of wildebeest in the arena at the moment. I guess the program has decided that we should have lots of corpses just to slow things down in the subsequent battles, because the computer isn't going to cope with this. It's quite hot now. Sue Savage casting the mesmerise spell there, the confetti striking multiple people who wanted to kill her, and each little particle of confetti reduces the aggro, if you like, by 1. Yeah, I actually made each particle matter, because I'm a nerd.
Right.
It was unnecessary, but I did it. Probably made the effect a lot slower than it needed to be.
Yeah.
So Hannah Walker is still in there, Sue Savage, Chad Hunter, Ronnie Bradley. Didn't check to see if Jonathan Green was in there. He's not there now, because if he is, he's dead. Ruben is still in there. I see Mark W is in there. Second Breakfast is in there.
People are showing a lot of tenacity here for these dice. There's just something about dice that attracts us all as nerds.
And incidentally, the consensus so far is that the final fight of the day should be against a dragon. And that'll be on a Paizo giveaway, a Paizo Pathfinder collection. So that is the general conception. Word. It looks like we're going to be fighting a dragon unless lots of people say no. But there's several votes ready for the dragon.
What about if someone just says no?
Well, that's one vote.
Okay, so we've got a few people who stood back up, but we've still got Hannah Walker, Ronnie Bradley, and Second Breakfast. I almost read that as social distancing because I'm so tired.
Oh, they've been with us almost the whole time.
Oh, really? The smoke alarm is going off again?
Really?
I think it's a low battery. It did this last week. It just hates us.
But it's a sealed unit.
Bring it for Scotland. It's not a national thing, Han. But you did some kind of ceremonial bow there, you two figures. Han, you take me down, and it's Han against Ronnie.
Han versus Ronnie, and Rubens is getting back into this one. Ruben is saying, I'm going to have some of this as well. It's between Ronnie and Ruben at the moment. Looks like Ronnie has just taken it.
Ronnie has taken it?
No. Chris Falconer's gone in there as well.
Oh!
This could still go either way. Oh, somebody else has just stood up. That Second Breakfast is like, no. Send it to
So
the
Ronnie
Hobbit.
is Second Breakfast now.
Neither of them
and someone else has got back up. Hannah's got back up again.
Walker's got back up. And I don't know which way this is going. Ronnie has survived Second Breakfast, but Hannah Walker is coming in with that very fast dagger. It's Ronnie.
It is Ronnie.
Ronnie Bradley has done it. Wow. Oh, for those that came so close, I'm so sorry. We've been told that it's either Dragon or us eating American corn dogs. We still do have them in the freezer.
Okay. I'm feeling a lot less ill than I was this morning. I was really stressed, so I do feel okay with eating corn dogs. But it's more just turning the oven on. I can't be bothered.
I think we should do it. What I'm also going to do is, I think for a moment, I'm just gonna pause the game.
Yeah, but this time can we mute the stream before you do this?
Because what I'm gonna do is I will very briefly play a video and then come back because our smoke alarm has started going off and I need to do a reset and you guys don't deserve that. So I will start playing
especially
the video.
after so many hours.
Yeah, and we will come off it as soon as I've reset the smoke alarm. It's gonna hurt me a hell of a lot because I'll be stood right underneath it. But we will cancel this video and come back to this game as soon as we sorted out the smoke alarm.
Bear with us.
Oh, hello there. Yes, Stromo here. Oh, I'm known by many other names, but...
Oh my god, my head! That hurts so much. Oh, that wasn't good. My tired brain underneath that smoke alarm. And it's one of these smoke alarms that when you hit the reset on it, it then wants to beep at you at full volume multiple times. In order to acknowledge
yes,
something.
It's reset.
It's reset. I'm going to shout louder than I was before for a lot longer so that you unreset it in your desperation to turn it off.
Indeed.
So, let's get this prize up on screen. It's Atlantis Miniatures, £45 worth of miniatures. Your choice. Just go on the website, pick out what you want. And we'll get them to send that to you. Now it's starting to slow down, so we're going to speed up the game now. So it'll be a little more, well, it's a low frame rate. What can we say? We're throwing way too much at this computer because it's kind of the end of, we've been going 25 hours.
Although I have been thinking, babe, if things did go according to plan, there wasn't all the API rubbish, would we have actually got really far ahead of schedule? Because I think we would have done.
No, we would have kept to schedule. We jumbled things around and we rushed some stuff and we didn't show prizes and stuff because we were about, I think it was like 3 or possibly 4 hours behind at one point. So, we weren't showing things as closely as we would have. We weren't doing recaps. We weren't really promoting the charity as much as we could have done at some points. Although, arguably, because they haven't had that much through traffic anyway.
Why is that one being held for review, that comment?
I don't know.
I mean, some of them I understand, but Others, it's like, why?
Is that we have to go through the review when somebody says something like, I want to kill a dragon. Because you
Yeah.
said you want to kill something, so we have to review it. Is that it? I don't know if we've got any... Yeah, we have...
I was going to
we
say,
have
have you got like a
dragons on.
child-friendly censoring or something?
Yeah, it's got new options, and I think I did set it to a little stricter than we did last year, because I don't think it had those options last year. Anyway, this fight is getting near its end. So we are fighting here for £45 worth of Atlantis miniatures. Very, very talented sculptures. We've got some amazing models on that site. You're going to love some of them when you take a look at them.
Seriously, when I finished painting a set for a board game and then moved on to Atlantis miniatures, I was so astounded by how easy it was to paint them because the molds are so good.
Yeah, well you have been painting Scythe, which the molds aren't good anymore.
No, they're not.
Unless they've made new masters. So Chav Hunter, you are still in. Ian is in. Hannah, Chav Hunter, you're not still in. Hannah also is in and out at the same time. We've had another donation.
We
Thank
have
you
indeed.
very much.
£7,520. Thank you very
Eking it
much.
that little bit further.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
This isn't over. Christopher.
Whoa,
has
Chris is
rejoined.
sprinting across
Hannah
the field.
is fighting themselves whilst Chris is joining in to cause complications for that. That was a Hannah versus Hannah moment. It was just Hannah and Hannah left.
Oh.
Other people rejoined, and now we've got loads back in the fight.
I was just having a quick check that Chav Hunter had, had he won the gold armor or not, but the helmet is still made of silver.
Yeah, so you haven't beaten what Hannah achieved earlier.
However, was it Chav Hunter? I think yes.
Wait, what? You're saying Chav Hunter's gone the gold?
Chav Hunter has won the Atlantis miniatures.
Oh, I see what you mean. Sorry, yes. Chav Hunter has indeed won the Atlantis miniatures. So a £45 collection of Atlantis miniatures for you. You were indeed just fighting yourself, Hannah. With this whole multiple planning thing, I'm afraid I didn't actually intend to code this feature. I was going to originally, do various different game modes, and still might do so for the Twitch version of this that I will be developing. But because this happened due to my hacky code working around the YouTube API, and it was sort of accidental because I was very tired, and we thought, hell, let's just run with it. But we haven't actually got proper teams in. So, I'm afraid you
Chav
did
Hunter
fight
says
yourself.
no golden helmets appeared during the auction.
Well, there were some earlier, because Hannah had one earlier, but they didn't appear in the final stages. Should have seen one sooner and saved it. That's all I can say to that.
Long says you are echoing.
Oh.
Are you sure?
You haven't got multiple tabs open, have you, Ronnie? Oh, can anyone else confirm if we are echoing?
Let's see, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah, we shouldn't actually just go silent at that point.
No, we shouldn't
Do we
really.
have a sound problem, or does Ronnie have multiple tabs open?
We haven't got any extra tabs open.
Jared says there's no echo at his end. I suspect we've got multiple tabs open, Ronnie. Yeah, no echo from us of the game. Because, I don't think anything's changed for us. So,
No, exactly.
Yeah. You know what I'm really looking forward to is watching some of this back and actually hearing it. 'Cause we have no idea what this experience has been like. So Sue Savage and Ruben. Lord Morby says, mine is clear, do you have the backstage feed open? That is also possible if you've got the backstage video open. Yes, okay, Ronnie's confirmed that it's example.
I'm just listening to all the music and sound effects, and actually, it's quite cool.
Do you know so? That is a full surround sound system. Yeah, we can't actually do surround sound without full YouTube video and stuff. We've got Dolby set up on it. But yeah, because these are actual sports cameras that are back somewhere in the arena but zoomed in, it should actually be a very comparable audio experience to watching something like a soccer or rugby match. That's what I was kind of going for when I did it.
This beer would have been better as a 500ml.
So, the whole experience of like the fact that we're kind of quite close to that group of gladiators, we're a long way back, but zoomed in.
Yes.
So, but then the positional audio is based on where the camera is. So that was kind of deliberate. I wanted to recreate that sort of sports footage, effect. So yeah. I'm just a nerd like that.
We should probably start commentating as well for this 3x3
there's not many left.
modular battlefield
This is
set.
a huge prize as well. One that I would love to own but can't.
So the Ankeg are down, which means a dragon might appear next.
So it's Feral Gamers, Hannah Walker and Ian White.
Actually, this is the third round typically. So
Yeah, there's no dragon on this one. But
Never
we're going
mind.
to force it on the last one. That was the consensus of the crowd.
It was indeed.
Christopher Valkonen is in this one again. Mark W has rejoined as well. Second Breakfast has everyone's rejoining. What can I say? It's like this is going to go on for a long time. I think all these gladiators coming back in. I have no idea if the winner is even currently standing.
Yeah, I mean... Oh, and then there's a wide shot just in case we needed that, but we've still got Chris Valkoinen, we've got Second Breakfast and Mark W.
Jonathan Green, I believe, is standing up. Whether he has declared himself in the fight, we don't know. This could be going to Chris
It's
Valkonen.
Chris!
It's gone to Chris Valkonen.
Well done, Chris.
You have won yourself a 3x3 modular battle board. You actually won a £155 voucher, which is enough to get a 3x3 modular battle board, like the one I demonstrated earlier.
It is really
So,
pretty.
let's come back to
Yes.
studio. Well done indeed. Slightly jealous. There is a penny board I want to get. I need to get a city set up. But because I'm a junkie, I need to get the canal system, the harbour system, the blends to... Yeah, I'll spend a fortune on that one day. Sorry.
Should we really be comparing our love for miniatures to drug use? Or have we passed that by this point? Okay. I mean, we're not monetized anymore because YouTube thinks that...
Well, we're on the third stream, so I've no idea if this one's been demonetised. The second one got demonetised, possibly because people were saying bad things about YouTube. We didn't swear though, I don't think.
No.
I don't know what that-
we haven't sworn. No. I think, Jonathan, you were very briefly in the arena. I'm sure I saw you in there.
You were definitely in there. I don't know if your gladiator is quite as buffed as everybody else who got here just before we started this run of final fights.
Time.
So it's entirely possible you were in there but getting annihilated. Because of what we're doing at the moment, and we're being a bit ludicrous on these last few battles of the convention, and because everybody's like done the whole convention and completely geared themselves up, unless you happen to leave your account with like a tier 5 with loads of top end gear on, there's a fair chance that you weren't really so much in the arena as just being smacked against a wall repeatedly. So this is your last chance to sort out any changes you want to make to your gladiators for the final fight. I think we are now completely out of auctionable goods. There is no more to buy, which doesn't really help with donations.
But we have made our target.
We have reached our target, despite everything that Google tried to do to destroy us. There are still items in the auction house, actually, including a gold shield. At the moment, though, I think the closest we have seen to the completely gold gladiator was Hannah Walker, but she had every equipment slot gold apart from weapon and shield, which was a disappointment, but I still think it was the closest because nobody managed to get the helmet with all the other bits going. I think we're going to be sending that 4th pack to Hannah Walker, but it's not one yet because there are still 3 fights left. So these 3 fights, we are giving away the Hero Forge voucher, so you can get yourself a custom-made mini. Paizo Starfinder. Yeah, sure. A Paizo Starfinder starter set plus experienced player set.
Yes.
And a Paizo Pathfinder starter set plus experienced player set.
But also just a reminder to stick around after that, because we still have the Hall of Fame and a few more goodies to give out.
Yes, there are 8 prizes in addition to... So no, there are 11 things still to win. So stick around. Don't forget as well, if you've won a prize, to do your prize claim on your... So go into the website, click the prize claim... My account, and then go to prize claim. So my account on the menu, then go to prize claim, fill in any details you need to fill in. I believe a lot of you have already done that when I last looked at that data, but you know, if you're not sure, just fill it in at the end, and that will do it. So I think we are... Does anybody need a little more time, or can we go ahead? We'll just play a little 15-second video.
Why was that comment censored?
I don't know.
This is so weird.
There was a military unit called Pathfinders. Maybe it thought it was right-wing fascism being discussed. I don't know. I don't know. Look, let's run a little 15-second video. Let's run. We're about to kill a dragon. Let's go take a look at it.
Yeah.
This is your last chance to say you need more time. Okay, so I need to set this up in such a way. You know what? I never actually finished that last stream, did I? Prize fight. No. I never actually cleared it, so they were probably getting crowd horns and all sorts while all that was going on. So I just need to get my debug console up so that I can fake the dragon as the final fight. And we'll see if our guys can do it. Right, it wasn't going to be a dragon, but you asked for it. And it now is. Okay.
So which prize is this on, or is it randomised?
It's the last one.
So the Pathfinder prize from Paizo.
Yes. Which is also, incidentally, the red dragon we gave away earlier, where we first saw a dragon in the arena.
Definitely.
It's the Paizo red dragon, the Paizo iconic red dragon. Now you're fighting the game system that Iconic is from, and you're getting the last dragon of the event. That's kind of poetic.
That's very deep.
Yes, deeper than intended.
Well, no, I was just going to suggest, well, Pathfinder is the Butterfly Project's one of their favourite systems as well.
It is, that just makes it an extra level of meta deep.
Yeah.
Right, shall we get into the arena? I think everybody wants this now.
Yes.
Right.
Come on!
Let's bring the pain. And I think when we get to the last fight, I'm going to turn the blood on and leave it at normal speed. It will go so slow, I'm sorry, but I think it needs to be done. Because it'll be our last prize fight of the day. Alright, so this is for the Hero Forge voucher. So it's a $35 voucher, enough to get yourself a nice Hero Forge mini, having designed it yourself. We're still on double speed from the last match, I'm sorry. Oops. Just up that into the arena a little bit. So, bring the pain, people. Blood for the blood god, red dragon.
Oh yes.
It just feels like the end of a poem, doesn't it?
Ronnie is on fire with the dad jokes. Are we fated to die at the claws and breath of this dragon, or have our gladiators been scaled up to meet the challenge? I'm so tired, I'm not even annoyed. Because normally those really wind me up. Watch me fight with a stick, says Jared. The stick will taste blood tonight. This afternoon. I'm not quite at the night just yet.
I'm not doing this into the night. I'm sorry, we've been going over 25 hours. There's no night streaming tonight.
It feels so weird because I don't feel like I've been going for 25 hours.
Yeah, I do.
I think I've done really well this year.
I felt tired at the start of the stream, which was not a good omen. But I've made it. Here I am.
Yes.
So,
I mean,
it's
really,
tonight in Australia, which is a fair point.
Yes, yes. But we're not in Australia.
Does that mean we've got to send loads of postal prices to Australia? Because I strongly suspect, I mean, I haven't looked, I have no idea, but with the name like Second Breakfast, I strongly suspect that's going to be New Zealand.
Or Scotland. Because...
No, it would be Pride Second Breakfast.
Yes, but Pippin had a Scottish accent.
Yeah, but...
Or tried to.
There's no indication that's right. Anyway, let's get near the end of the fight.
Anyway. We're just talking rubbish.
Let's just you know, put racism on the back burner for now. We have the invisible servant of Bill B hitting Hannah Walker in the face.
Ouchies.
What more can you say about the invisible servant? D&B Games is still in there. Venland Ghost is still going, as is Desire 007.
So this is
Up gets Douglas as well. Hannah Walker getting back in on the action. But those rhinos are tough cookies. Is this going to one of the kids?
Maybe.
Not. Yes.
Yes,
it is.
they
It's
are
going
getting
right
the $35 voucher from Hero Forge.
Oh, that means we don't get a dragon. Wait.
They're in the wrong order.
No, because it's not that they're in the wrong order. We need the dragon to be the last fight. Right, I've paused this for a moment. Right, I can fake it. I can make the... Because the problem is we're only at one champion per fight.
Yeah.
Dragons are
Oh
champions.
yes, of course.
Right, so we need to re-enable the champions. Now, the problem is, I'm extremely tired and now slightly drunk.
But also, doesn't the Red Dragon only appear in the third round?
Yes.
That's why I'm saying it's in the wrong order then, because that's saying Paizo Pathfinder. Whereas it needs to be the last round.
You're looking at the spreadsheet.
No.
Apparently, we never looked at the database to see which prize was actually scheduled next. And apparently, we need to change that as well.
Yes.
I can do that too. Well, if you can change it on that computer, we'll slap prize admin. Right, we will get this sorted so that we have the ending we deserve.
And this is the part where I'm a rabbit in headlights.
Right. I will try and do this.
I don't even know which window to open.
Right, go to a tab like that, which is just looking at a random web page.
Okay.
Type prize. There you go, press enter.
She's teaching me.
And
Oh,
we
yes,
swap
that's, yes, I
this
see.
well, we bring this one forward, I think is the way to do it.
Yeah.
Right, I get 2 shots at seeing if I've re-enabled the champions. The first one is when I get prize. When we run the second fight,
There we
and
go.
see if it works. So this is for Starfinder. So good catch on the what? Oh, sorry.
I was doing
You were singing again, weren't you? Okay, so let's get this back live again. So the next fight is for Starfinder. Plus the Starfinder experience pack. Hopefully we'll get a champion in this fight. If not, I have more to do.
Yeah, but it's the final fight, so I think people can wait a little bit longer for it.
If we need to hack things so that we recreate the final fight, then so be it. What I also did, I didn't want to set the Gladiator 2, so the Champion 2 in this fight. I know I set it to one of the weaker ones based on his ID number. I can't remember which champion
Okay, we have a lot of people in the arena now. And yes, this is Starfinder. So Starfinder first, Pathfinder next.
Oh, that's a lot of lightning.
Yeah.
Let's hope that character's around when you fight the dragon.
Spoiler alert.
I'd hope the dragon works.
Yes. Well, we've
so
only...
there's our champion decision. The champion made a decision. Let's go. It looks like I got it right. Somehow
we have only seen the dragon twice in the whole con. No,
Actually,
twice.
I don't see any champion avatars. I
see one.
Oh yeah, there's always one. Maybe I got this wrong. Oh no, there they are. There they are. There they
Just
are.
being a bit slow.
Okay, no, I did get it right. Okay, good.
So who's it going to be? Is it more rhinos?
I said it. I think it might have been scorpions or ankegs. It was something on the weaker end, but I didn't set it to kudu or wildebeest because I knew that'd be too many models in the arena. You know, it would slow things up more.
It must be ankegs because I can't see anything.
It's going to be ankegs or scorpions, I think.
Oh, shockwave from Sue Savage there.
I think she missed though.
Yeah, not sure where you were aiming there.
Well, I think the other people ran away. That was basically the issue with that shot. So she's chasing down Fen and Ghost at the moment. It's tigers actually, which actually is the good. I'm sorry, I tried. Well, you know, I mean, they're still tigers. You should be. If you can't handle tigers, how are you going to handle dragons? What can I say? You should be able to. You're grown adventurous by now. So Fen and Ghost and Reuben, two Reubens, a Sue and a Lord Morbius are all still in this battle.
Is it just me, or is the slow motion frame rate making you lethargic?
Well, it could be the beer, also making me speak slower.
Yeah, but also when you've got the fights and they're kind of going so slowly, you sort of
It does make it a bit more casual to watch. Should we speed this up?
Yes, let's.
The question is, what speed should we run the dragon fight at?
The highest speed possible.
No, I think you've got to savour it. You've got to savour it. Yeah. Because if we actually run this computer, I don't know if we've got time to run this, but if we actually run this computer without the streaming, we can, with full graphics, which we haven't run on for most of the con, we can get 25 gladiators in. By cutting it back, we can get around 100 in. But streaming also takes up a lot of processing power with all the tools.
There goes a
That was a
shockwave.
big hit from Sue Savage. And after which she has decided she's had enough in this arena and she's going home.
Chris is running around against Hannah Walker.
Chris versus Hannah. In the final battle to do.
And Ian as well.
Oh, Ian has got knock as well. I think we need to slow this back up again. It's kind of going too fast. Sorry. No, I'm past it. I'm so sorry.
Stop.
I don't know what happened there. Second breakfast apparently won.
Didn't see any of Second Breakfast during that fight.
I'm so sorry, I skipped past that.
But well
I don't know what
done.
happened.
You won the
I think-
Starfinder Starter Pack and Starfinder Experience Pack.
I can tell you what happened there. They will have mutualed each other. And Second Breakfast got back up before the timeout that says, oh, there's no one alive, who was the last person alive. Second Breakfast stood back up.
Yeah.
Therefore, was the only person standing, therefore won.
Yep.
So, yeah. You kind of got denied that, I'm sorry. So we're running at the slow speed at the moment. Maybe we'll just go double speed for the moment. I think double speed is going to be the speed to run this at. It feels the closest to natural. Because basically, the game adapts to changes in frame rate, but it gets to a point where it says, I can't really run this simulation much quicker because the pathing won't work or something.
So, everybody, this is the last fight of the convention.
This is the dragon that you asked for.
And up for grabs is a Pathfinder Starter Pack and Experience Pack. So, a lot of stuff in there. If you're an expert with Pathfinder 2nd edition, or if you've never played before, you get so much good stuff in here to learn how to play, to run scenarios, all loads of extra supplements. This could be yours.
They're fighting each other at the moment. Now they've just stopped. They've just heard that the dragon is coming. No idea if you've heard the sound effect yet. Has that happened? There it is.
Is there a roar?
There was a roar.
Ooh.
There's only one dragon. spend more time developing this. I might do others, but at the moment
Oh,
I'm
here it comes.
Okay, this is your best chance to kill this dragon. You will never have more gladiators in the arena in this well, this is the last fight of the com. I am running this at the normal speed rather than double speed. So it's going to run a little slow, but it will be an accurate simulation of what should happen. So, Gladius Pompeius the Destroyer, representing the Butterfly Project against the cream of Com+3. Picks up Sue Savage's avatar there.
Oh dear,
and I
a few
think
other
Joshy
people.
Kimmel.
We should have had the fire on for this. Yeah, you know, the fire ratings.
Oh, it's the wrong time of day for it.
It is, but it's the last fight. Oh well. Oh well.
You know what? I think I can actually do it. It will just run a little slower.
Yes.
Hannah Walker gets picked up and
Oh.
dragged. It's fine. It's low altitude. She'll be fine. She'll be fine. And again for Sue Savage getting dragged a second time. And there's the lightning, but who did that hit? It wasn't cast by the dragon.
Everybody.
But it is hitting. We didn't think about this. We didn't plan this properly, I have to say. Now that has struck the dragon.
Nobody planned it properly.
Yeah, it's definitely like going into a public raid in one of those online games.
Yeah.
Where you know, it's like the mage's here, wipe. So the dragon has grabbed Ruben. But again, it's a fairly low altitude drop. You're going to be fine with that one. You'll get back up, a little bit of wound, nothing serious. It's the high altitude drops that are killers. Or just being dropped multiple times as Sue Savage is again picked up. I'm sorry, Sue. Dragon's got it in for you. As has the person casting lightning, potentially. With this many heavily armoured people around. Right, now it's the last fight. It's too late to do anything about it. I will reveal a little secret. So you'll know this for next time by being a Com+3 attendee and staying loyal throughout the con.
You mean Com+4?
Yeah, when you get to Com+4, but Com+3 attendees are going to know this little nugget, right? Chain Lightning will only chain offer someone with an armour value of 3 or more. So, if you're going to go high armour, go high armour. But if you want to avoid Chain Lightning because people are starting to use it more, get a Gladiator with 2.9 armour, or 2.5, whatever, as close as you can get. Alright? If you go for 3, that's kind of like the worst number you can have. So, there you go. So for next time, now you know, when lightning's flying around, either have so much armour that it was worth it, or limit yourself to under 3.
Ian White has been dropped from a rather high altitude there.
Yeah, that might well be broken leg time. Maybe we should speed this up. It is kind of slow. Yeah, so we're going to speed this up, I think. So let's. Yeah, that feels close to it. It's just a low fret. I'm sorry, the computer can't deal with this much stuff. So the dragon has come back down to the ground. So.
Why is nobody killing it?
They're on their way.
Oh, there we go.
There's a large number of people on their way. Originally, I had the flames as twice the density, but
oh, there goes a lightning bolt again.
Nonetheless, I think the flame breath largely missed the Gakala gladiators.
It did.
So that's like a free pass, that one. The flame breath just works on a timer. It's
Yes.
a fixed timer. So it doesn't aim it at all. It has been brought back down. You get it back down to the ground quick. There must be some spells of archery going there somewhere. Because the dragon is coming back down to the
It's
ground.
getting bombarded.
Guess what, people?
You've killed a red dragon.
It got annihilated.
Holy moly!
It got truly annihilated. That just shows the potential was always there within you guys. You were just slacking earlier.
Wow.
It's like that wasn't even a fight.
That was like piranhas onto chicken. That was insane.
Yeah, there was just so many good. Oh, somebody just died underneath it with a pallet shield, a tier 0 pallet shield. No, the dragon didn't stand a chance. It was just a
massacre.
Yes.
Yes, it was.
We should have sped it up sooner in fairness.
We should have done,
but now you know there's some little secrets for next time.
Yes.
Of course, how similar this game is to what we use next time remains to be seen. What is almost certain is almost certainly pending disaster will be on Twitch, not YouTube. I think we're about done with YouTube. After this experience. So we're getting near the end of the fight, of the last fight of the entire event. I desperately need the bathroom, and there are 2 marked W's.
Go then.
This is near the end.
It is near the end?
No, I worked on this.
Yes, I do.
So, Champ Hunter being chased by Master of the Game. And Sue Savage is still in. Feral Gamers is double in. Douglas McIntyre is also in. I can see Christopher Coyner's avatar and Ian White's and Ronnie Bradley's all still in the arena somewhere. That is one very disappointing dragon. I'm sorry, Gladius Pompeius the Destroyer, you were a disappointment.
Yep.
Master of the Game has duplicated himself, and it's a bit of a Matrix Agent Smith moment. So, Master of the Game, Desire 007, Chav Hunter, Hannah Walker.
Who is going to win the Pathfinder Starter Pack?
I have to go to the loo. I'm probably never going to know.
Go on. Okay, so we have, resuming with moi, we've got Feral Gamers, Dizir, who just took someone down. There's Chav Hunter, we've got Master of the Game still, we've got Ian White as well, 2 Ian Whites, 2 Feral Games. We've got 1 Hannah Walker, we've got 1 David Pearce. So, I think a few of them are just starting to get back up. Is it Ronnie? No, there's still a little bit more fighting going on. I spoke too soon there. We've also got Ian onto Douglas now. David Pearce just sauntering over to that clump of fighters over there. Chav Hunter is getting back up, but stamina is just non-existent. Dizir is running around looking for someone to kill. Hopefully they know what they're doing. And someone else has gone down. We've got Feral Gamers versus Master of the Game over there. We've got Christopher Coyne just about getting back up, but again stamina is really low. We have got Chav Hunter, we have got Hannah Walker, Master of the Game, Ian White, and Christopher Coyne, who I think has just gone down. Yes, as is Chav Hunter. Hannah versus 2 Ian Whites. Hannah with a very good spear there, very effective against that. Well done to Hannah, you have won the Paizo Pathfinder. Experienced and starter set, whoa! Well done to you. That was Hannah Walker.
Well done, Hannah.
Whoop, whoop.
Okay, so we have 8 more prizes to win, and I didn't see a more gold gladiator, which means Hannah Walker, we're getting all your clothing gold, although missing weapons and shield, so dragging it out the entire convention.
What about Chav Hunter?
Helmet. No.
Okay.
No. Helmet. Sorry. It's too prominent. That's the head.
Alright.
I think it's got to go to Hannah Walker. Actually, not this set. This one's mine. We've got yours over there somewhere.
But yeah, you get a pack of Inked Adventure cards.
Yes.
Which are amazing for regular card play. You've got dungeon tiles on there.
Yeah, and dice.
Yes,
dice. D6, D20, and D percentile. There are still 7 more prizes to give out. Could you do me a very kind favour, please, my beloved? Could you close the prize fight tab on your browser?
Yes, for we have finished.
It is done.
All the fights.
But there are still 7 prizes left to give out.
Yes, there are.
And for this, we have what we call our Hall of Fame. So this is where we do like a roll call of honour.
Yes. So, obviously, we are very grateful for all the donations and all the participation and everything. But these are the people who stand out the most every year. in terms of their participation, how long they're on the stream for, most interaction, things like that.
Yeah, which is a made-up way of saying we look at some metrics and give a prize.
Yes, but there is a reason for that, and that is because without you, this couldn't happen.
Yeah.
I mean, even if we got all the sponsors in the world, if you didn't turn up, we'd just be sitting here talking to ourselves. I mean,
Yeah.
we kind of are talking to ourselves because there's nobody else in the room with us. But, you know, you are the thing that drives this. You're the one who's been sharing it, spreading the word, getting other people on. So, yeah, thank you to all of you.
Okay, now 2 of them I'm going to have to try and figure out in the database. One of them is won by a person who's won another one. So I need to find the person who came second.
I see.
One. So this will actually take me a few minutes to code, and I'm drunk and tired now.
Meanwhile, good morning from Michigan, Roll for Initiative.
I don't know
Thank
where
you for
it
coming
is.
back.
I honestly don't know where that file is.
Shall I run a little bit of footage for you?
Suppose. I mean, to be honest, like once I just find where the file is, then it's just gonna. Hopefully, what are they? Oh, that's gonna be hard to calculate. Oh, I can't code that one.
Drunk and tired coding has a fun. You know what? I really didn't want to drink anything early because I felt really ill, just from so much stress and anger and anxiety, and that quite often affects my sort of digestive levels, and the undercooked pizza didn't help. But you know, after that, it's like, yeah, I want a beer, and now this is my second beer, and
it's gone straight to my head.
It's gone to my head too, but at the same time I'm noticing it less, which I didn't think would happen. So anyway, I am wearing You Meet in a Tavern.
I tell you what I'll do, the person who won the prize twice can choose who gets the second one.
Okay. Shall we read out the titles first and what they mean?
Right, so the first prize, I think we'll just do each one in turn, because I
Right.
might have to do some database, well, I will have to do some database queries on some. The first prize is called Chatty McChatface. This is the person who posted the most chat messages. And the winner is, silent drum roll please. The winner is Fuke Enterprises. The next prize is Constitution +3. So this is the person that was most active over the longest time. Now we are going to have to get rid of this next year, I think, because, or at least measure it in a different way, because we measure it on hour blocks, which in previous convention was sufficient. So if you turned up in an hour block, you counted as there for that whole hour. Oh, I'm sorry, I do actually have the numbers. Sorry, 471 chat messages in our database. You know what the problem is?
What?
Our chat database isn't complete, so it's rubbish.
Why is it not complete?
Because we lost connection to the API.
Oh yeah. Okay, well maybe that prize...
We might just have to arbitrarily choose. Who was here throughout?
There were a few people. There was Fuke. Hannah was here for a very good portion.
Did disappear for a while.
Second
wondering
breakfast.
if there's anyone who actually made... Did anyone actually make it start to finish, or did you all have a break at some point?
I honestly think Fuke was still the closest, but he did have a couple of very small breaks.
Which is, you know...
Yeah.
Respect where it's due. But I just wondered if anyone felt they went the order, because...
Mark W has been here for a very long time as well, but I don't think they've been here for
I don't think they've
the
quite
whole
beaten
thing.
Fuke.
Ronnie, we know about your breaks because we chose what they were going to be.
Yes, doesn't that mean you got scheduled?
Yes.
Yeah. Mark W says they slept about 7 hours.
7 hours?
Wow, what a dream come true. What about
Yeah.
Chav Hunter?
Chav Hunter has been here a lot as well.
I think they might have done the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think Chav Hunter might have done the whole thing.
That makes sense.
So I think we should give Constitution +3 to Chav Hunter. Yeah. So chatting at chat faces with Fuke still.
Yep.
Because you did do the most chat messages in the period we could record them.
Mm-hmm.
So I can only assume you carried that on.
Yeah.
But Chav Hunter, you get Constitution +3. Charisma +3 is the person who posted the most messages with emoticons in them. Now again, this is one that could only be measured during the period we had the API. So the winner, I can tell you, has 12 messages, and it's Nexica.
Oh, Nick, our moderator.
You are a persistent smiley user.
I suddenly thought, shit, did we have to keep count of those ourselves?
Good grief, no.
Good.
Right.
Good.
The Adonis, the person who paid the most for a single gladiator. This was Bibia Tacita Russo, was a female gladiator from Rome, was purchased for 2,500 denarii by AJ Pickett. This one I will have to come back to and try to calculate, or we'll have to come up with something else. So I'll skip over it for the moment because it hasn't given me a result here. The next one...
That one's also a skippable one.
But I can look that up pretty easily in the database. But we'll go to the last one for now.
Yeah, especially as Roll for Initiative has already insinuated. How about the most losing battles? We do have an award for that.
Yes, it is the Leroy Jenkins Award. We brought it back. Can I say 84 battles without a win? But he's already won. It's Nixica Biln again.
Way, well done, Nick.
You win the same prize twice.
You can give it to somebody.
Yeah. So nominate a winner.
We haven't actually said what the prize is for these.
Oh.
So first of all,
you do that. I need to smoke.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
I'll do database stuff.
Fine. So obviously we'll check the other two in good time. But those who win the Hall of Fame, you will get your username, your YouTube handle displayed on our website for the entire year, like with Com+2, you'll see on our website.
Permanent?
Yes?
For Com+1 up.
Oh, right, okay, I thought it was every year. Okay, permanently then. And you also get a copy of Jesper Schmidt's map making book, which is really awesome. It is... Sorry, I'll start again. It is it's a paperback book, although I think it's an ebook format, where it sort of shows you things about world building. What I was trying to remember was it was a bit like another thing we gave away. It is a bit like the Be a Better Campaign Master, but it's a bit more compact. So it's got a lot of stuff on kind of how to draw the maps, how to kind of integrate those into your world and things like that. So it's a really good little book to have, a nice little start thing to have, which I hope that you will enjoy. Who gets the Wooden Spoon Award? We do not have such an award, but now I'm wondering if we should have that award for Com+4. Who knows? It's weird saying Com+4, given Com+3 was even weirder, but now Com+4 is... So, yeah. Ben Parkinson's here, who is saying, thanks so much from everyone here at the Butterfly Project for taking part. The prize fight was really awesome to watch this year. Thanks so much for supporting us in the work here to support people throughout the lockdown.
Thank you, Ben, for everything that you do out there.
Yeah. In Kampala and in northern Uganda.
Right, I've got to do some database lookups to see who these winners are. So one, gotta catch 'em all. This one is called. This is the the most gladiators hired by a single person.
Roll for Initiative is saying, can you slow down the speed of the scrolling marquee sign just a wee bit?
Scrolling marquee sign.
Do you mean the chat?
Oh, this.
Oh,
unfortunately not. It's tied to the sync rate of the screen, so you can't change it. Sadly, it's a hardware limit.
Oh! DZ007, if you remember, works with Rodney from Rising Phoenix Games. They've apparently had a chat, and we, as in they, would like to announce that next year Com+4 will get an exclusive book written for them.
Really, but we're tiny.
Wow! I've never had a book written about me before.
Well, 4. Not about, I'm sure.
Yeah, but you
yeah.
know. Wow. Okay, I'm in a slightly drunken, emotional stupor. Jonathan Green is asking, I wonder when people will start asking this, when will Com+4 be taking place? Later this year? Probably not. No. We've put this together now because of the COVID lockdown rather than waiting until, say, October, November time. And we are very much under the impression that whilst the lockdown maybe lifted a little bit or maybe even a lot over here in the UK, we personally do not want to be a part of that until there's a vaccine. So in terms of doing anything, any big events, even something like Com+4, we want to, you know, have the time to look back on what we can improve on, things like marketing and stuff like that.
Really,
we weren't really expecting to do it later again this year. It's a bit too soon.
Well, yeah. Look, the reality is, it takes an entire year to put Com+ on normally.
Yeah.
We were massively behind schedule. We'd done some work on Prizefighter. It was like, you know, halfway there. But we were trying to organise our own wedding because we're getting married.
Yes, we were supposed to get married in April.
But the lockdown cancelled it. And because of that, we couldn't... we hadn't done enough prep at all for the convention. So when I say we put this together in 6 weeks, I really mean we spoke to Ben, saw how desperate the situation was and the fact that the charity was facing closure for financial reasons, and we thought, well, we're on furlough, we can do something about that.
Yeah.
And we've been working 12 to 16 hour days ever since. I'd like a little rest.
Yeah.
I'm going back to work on Tuesday, so it's not really an option for this year.
Yes.
And of course, the next thing we'd like to do is we'd like to actually get married, and I think once we've done our marriage, we will organise Com+4.
Yes.
So it will probably be end of next year.
Yeah. So round about the same time as it's been before, but 2021.
I know who the winner of Gotta Catch 'Em All is.
Oh, remind people what that is
But
for.
it's a problem.
Oh.
I don't actually know. Because if that gladiator wins a prize, you no longer own it. So what I know is the person who currently has the most gladiators, and I'm far too tired to work out.
So basically what you're saying is the prize is broken because subjectively it doesn't quite work.
Well, it should work by looking at the YouTube channel IDs, only I can't look at them right now. I'm too exhausted. So, but I think if the gladiators won a prize, they are a champion. They've gone into the Hall of Champions. They are no longer yours. It's not so much that you collect them all, but you finished with a big collection. I think if you finish with a big collection, that is really what Gotta Catch 'Em All should be.
Yes.
So I think what I've done here, rather than what I originally intended, is actually better. It's also easier for me to do in the database. So with a total of 14 remaining gladiators, no, sorry, I misread that. With a total of 47 current gladiators.
Whoa. I almost choked on my beer there. I think I know who that is.
It's Ronnie Bradley.
Oh, I thought it was Chap Hunter.
No.
Well done, Ronnie Bradley.
Somebody had 45, which is incredibly close. I can look up who that is.
You get a copy of Fantasy Map Making.
Chav Hunter was second, 2 gladiators
There we go,
off.
you see, I thought so.
Now the other one is Cut My Own Throat Dibbler. This is supposed to be the lowest average price paid for an item auction. I'll see what I can get out of the database.
Meanwhile, as you do that, we've had a couple more messages. So Ben Parkinson says, big thanks to Becky Jason and also those others behind the scenes who helped in all sorts of ways. I mean, because we've got it all together in 6 weeks, it is the two of us. There's nobody else in here or working the streams. However, we do have some mods this year who are normally people who kind of help out either as a presenter or like you know, as part of our admin team. So we've kind of had to get on with it and bring them in later, but yes, absolutely. I would very much like to thank our moderators because we kind of got it together at short notice and they've been really dedicated to keeping to their shifts and making sure, like working together to make sure that there's enough people on at the same time. And you've worked very long hours for nothing because it's all volunteer work. So thank you to all of the moderators who've been on here with us. So thank you.
Yeah, no, genuinely, thank you for the moderators for keeping it clean.
We also have another reply. Sorry, just interjecting 1 second. From D0807. We haven't decided what this book will be as of yet, as we're also a bit tired. Yeah, makes sense. For now, it's simply titled Prize Fighter.
Awesome! As Prize Fighters.
It's going to be about Prize Fighter. I think Prize Fighter is really going to go places. I can't wait to see it on Twitch. As like a weekly or monthly thing. I think people will really take off with it.
Yeah, now I've got the same problem, by the way, with equipment. That once your gladiator wins, it's no longer assigned to you. So we'll just have to do the same.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, Chav has donated a lot throughout the stream. He's had a lot of level 5 fighters, lots of extra weapons, so thank you very much, Chav. But also you've won a lot as well. From my memory serves.
Okay. I found the person
whistling going on somewhere
that has paid the least. Well, no, I found an ID number. I just want to find how many items that is as well before I look up who it is. It's only one item. Because there were people who... There's somebody who collected 155 items. Ooh. Maybe it should be the person who bought the most items.
Yes, Ronnie, by far the biggest winner has been the Butterfly Project.
I think this... So Cut My Own Throat Dibbler, I think, is the person that buys the most stuff. So I'm going to go look up who this user ID is now.
Okay. That'll be a couple of minutes.
So I've just got some internal... It won't be that long.
But I do want to say, this stream, this convention, has probably been the hardest one yet.
By far.
There have been so many ups and downs. We've put a lot more work into getting stuff ready in advance and doing stuff like Hootsuite and preparing all the posts in time and the streams.
Only
doing
for
a
YouTube
tech
to trust
rehearsal.
the IDs, the URLs.
Only, yeah, exactly. Only for it to be completely ruined by YouTube saying, "Oh no, you can't use this stream now," even though you only set it up a week ago, and all that shite.
What more can you do than testing the weekend before?
Yeah.
With a proper full stream with Prize Fighter and everything. We set all the computers up down here, took them back up afterwards, What
Seriously.
more can you do? Anyway, I know the winner of Cut My Own Throat Dibbler, which is the person who purchased the most
stuff.
auction items and still has them left over.
Which means for Complex 4,
they've got a
carry
load of
over.
items.
You've got a load of stuff.
So, the total number of items that they had... Oh, hang on, I've lost...
Hang on.
It. 155 items left
Whoa.
over. Right? That they are still available on their various gladiators.
I can't see who it is.
I know who it is. It's Chav Hunter.
Nee!
Second place on that was 45, and then 44 items.
Whoa! That's very small.
But way
Small
more than
jump.
everyone else. Of course, what we don't see is the ones that, you know, where stuff was won. I could actually possibly get the original intention from the auction bids table, actually. Maybe. Anyway, I'm not going to do that right now. What I can tell you is there were 1,256 auction bids, which means we need less things in the auction house next year.
Yep.
That is clear. Yeah. What else do you want to know? Oh, I know what we do. So we do actually track your number of fights and wins, but it's combined with the previous Complus, with Complus 2. So I could look that up.
I bought a lot for my people, says Challenge. My people.
YouTube prize fighters. Let's just have a quick look at this data table. So, the person who's done the most fights. Oh wow, this is close.
Whoa,
over the last 2 conventions. Right, I'm going to start in 4th place. Lord Morbius, you've done 203 fights between the last 2 conventions. In
Lord Morbius
3rd
been in the
place
lots.
is Mark W with 204. With 269 fights under their belt, Chav Hunter.
Whoa!
And 282 fights under their belt is Fugue. So that's just out of interest. You want to know who the most winningest person is?
The winningest?
The winningest person is actually the arena champion with 27 wins.
Ah.
Followed by Chav Hunter on 23.
That sounds about right.
I don't know who 18 is. That was a Complus.
You can link Twitch with YouTube, says Chav Hunter. That is a bit late.
Yeah. No, it's not just, well, sort of.
With the API though, no, not really.
Yeah, so you can send videos over from one to the other. I know you can do it YouTube to Twitch because I used to do that because we sort of had a Twitch channel we paid no attention to. I don't know if you can go the other way or not. I'm not sure yet. But with the communication, what we're using it for is we talk to the API to watch the chat, just to see who's in and stuff. I know it's possible with Twitch because I had a glance at their documents earlier, so I know it can be done. But I certainly couldn't do that with the YouTube API. I certainly wouldn't want to because the YouTube API has that limit.
But promise me that you won't go and look 10 minutes after we finish this stream.
Oh, hell no.
Because that's basically what you did last year with prize fights. You went straight back onto, right, I'm going to improve, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. I'm just like, but you've just done this massive thing.
So there are a number of prizes that we couldn't at the time, mostly due to human error, but also with the Hall of Fame, that haven't been assigned to people's accounts yet. So
yeah, we need to go back through and watch
I
those.
might actually just go watch those and stuff, because I want to actually watch what some of these fights sort of felt and sounded like to watch, because we didn't get the sound during the convention, so I want to kind of just get a feel for the experience of it. There are definitely some changes I want to make to Prize Fighter. I would love to do different graphics. I'd love to rewrite it.
Really?
Yeah.
For the 3rd time? Into what? Going back to fantasy or something else?
Well, it kind of is fantasy. You've got
yes, but
it's fantasy, but in the Colosseum.
It's very historically accurate.
There's magic.
Oh wow! I've just realised why people were talking about Monty Python and Life of Brian and Colosseum.
But I think the Colosseum's the perfect environment for it, and I'd love to do the Circus Maximus. I don't know if I completely rewrite it or not. I don't know. But I'd like to get some new graphics in it anyway, because those graphics those are 10 years old. Look, it's 3 o'clock. We've gone for 26 hours. I'm not allowed to say goodbye without Jason, who's just popped to the loo. Yeah, I'm sure you did, Chav Hunter. You must have won what? You mean last year? or do you mean earlier today? There are a number. I made a note of which prizes they are. I have no idea who won them. That's awesome to hear. That is going to another school club and stuff. So that's great. I don't know if it's hard to actually sleep in the afternoon after the con, Lord Morbius. I usually don't sleep until the evening after the con. Maybe this year will be different. I'm not sure. I was tired at the start of this. We'll see. We'll see. What I do know is there really isn't much left in me. I'm actually getting RSI in my typing hand.
Oh.
I don't want to do much more on the keyboard.
I definitely feel kind of...
I would like to say goodbye.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We won't do the final count until we do the final email in about a week's time. Incidentally, if you want to get on the mailing list and get the swag bag, it's got some custom scenarios in there that are just for Con Plus.
Absolutely.
Thank you to all of these people. That's going to scroll past far faster than I can read them upside down.
Just a reminder as well, even though we've changed plans a bit with Twitch, I'm sure we'll get, something sent out once that's all ready.
Yeah, I'll put the Twitch thing on... I think I can do that on the mailing list. I'm going to do the first one, I think. So what I'm going to do... Con Plus 4 needs to be a while. We want to do our wedding first.
Yes,
right?
please.
But that doesn't mean we can't do some prize fighting for the charity.
Exactly. We can do that on Twitch.
Yeah, we can do that on Twitch. It's going to take us a little while. We've got stuff to finish off with the con. We've got stuff to post. Prizes to 162 prizes, I think, today in the final count. To sort out, emailing everyone involved in that and everything else. And, a few days rest, please, before we even start that work. Obviously, be multiple trips to post office that we can't do terribly efficiently, but usually it takes us 2 months to sort the last postal prizes out. I think it's going to be quicker because we haven't got the 8-foot prize
got
table.
nearly as many as before.
But we still have to try and find the right size box from somewhere for all these bits.
Yes, that is a pain.
And that so oftentimes we're like the last ones to go out. We're just waiting for us to order something online that's the right kind of size. So yeah, but we'll get your stuff set out. In the next few weeks. I don't want to put a deadline on it.
No.
But yeah, I think if you sign up to the mailing list on the conplus.live website, not only will you get the swag bag when we do that in a few days' time, probably a week's time when we announce the final total, because we do sometimes get some stuff after the event.
Yeah.
Usually we announce the final total and then people donate more.
Yeah.
And then we put the final total on the website.
And there's also the gift aid, like if people have put it in wrong, for example, then...
Some might come off.
Including me.
What?
I put the wrong... I put the gift aid in wrong because I didn't realise you had to put the house number in and stuff, so I just put postcode and full name.
Yeah. Well, the charity will tell us which ones they can use and which ones they can't.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Well, you can correct it, right?
I don't know if you can.
Really?
Yeah.
Put it up now.
Because the box disappears.
Oh. So if you think you filled in gift aid incorrectly, just send us an email with your address, yeah? Or we'll take it from your prize. If you filled in the gift aid and you attempted to...
It's not here.
Then I can look at the address from a postal prize, if you've got a postal prize. Yeah, no, you're right, it comes off. We might get in contact with you if you set up gift aid but didn't put the details in right. If that's okay with you, I hope that's fine. So we'll get that sorted so that the charity gets their $7,500.
Sue says, I think I already know where you live. Yes, but you're not the one who's receiving the gift aid.
Yeah.
Wow.
And honestly, only time actually, went to Sue's house, it took about 3 hours to find the damn thing, so I wouldn't say...
Yes.
I know where it is. Sort of. That maze. Right.
Anyway.
Look.
Let's go.
Yeah. 26 hours.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming and supporting us and keeping us awake and keeping us motivated and various other things and helping us through this very emotional time with YouTube and stuff. We are going to go and sleep. Bye-bye.